Chapter 987. Along with flashes of light, the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, and other powerhouses flew out of the Temple of the Eye of Time and returned to their camps. In addition, the other powerhouses also flew out of the Temple of the Eye of Time and returned to their camps. The Black Stone Monarch died. How could this be? Damn it, the Green Bamboo Monarch died as well. The Yellow Glory Monarch died as well. What's going on? The Figment Great Holy detonated himself. The Tree of Time and an Empyrean grade secret treasure fell into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng monopolized these two treasures by himself. As soon as the powerhouses who escaped from the Figment Great Holy returned to their camps, they immediately told everyone what happened in the Temple of the Eye of Time. Holy Spirit Warlock rank breaths suddenly erupted and locked onto Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng has already promoted to a quasi-holy step powerhouse, but under the gaze of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, he still feels as if he is being pricked by countless needles, causing him to frown slightly. The brilliant Great Holy looked coldly at the Holy Spirit Warlocks and erupted with Great Holy Step might, blocking the malicious gazes. With the Empyrean grade secret treasure the God Slayer White Jade Sword in his hand, fearsome Empyrean might slowly diffused from the God Slayer White Jade Sword. Brilliant Great Holy. Damn it, that bastard is sheltered by the brilliant Great Holy. The Holy Spirit Warlocks full of malice towards Yang Feng curbed their malice and withdrew their gazes from Yang Feng. The brilliant Great Holy has already retrieved the treasures he left in the Zhangji Plain and has recovered 80% of his strength. He has become a genuine Great Holy Step powerhouse. With an Empyrean grade secret treasure in his hand, he is confident that he can slay a Holy Spirit Warlock rank enemy. These Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are not willing to fight the brilliant Great Holy for no reason and eventually die. Although Empyrean grade secret treasures are extremely precious, but there are still many of them circulating in this world. Each of the Western world's 3 dynasties has an Empyrean grade secret treasure. It was much easier to snatch an Emperor grade secret treasure from their hands than from the brilliant sage. A terrifying demonic light gushed out from the passage, and the Fiend Emperor, shrouded in layers of demonic chi, suddenly flew out. He glanced coldly at the powerhouses present, and then turned into a terrifying demonic light and disappeared. What a terrifying aura! He was the Emperor of Demons. His life force field is comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Warlock. What a terrifying Demon Emperor! As expected of someone favored by the universe's dark side, a monster among monsters. With Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle prowess, who can restrain him? Before the Fiend Emperor disappeared, he cast a domineering glance at the surroundings, making all the powerhouses feel a terrifying pressure that made them feel a chill in their hearts. The brilliant Great Holy narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Feng, saying, "Fiend Emperor, there is such a monster in this era." Moreover, the Angel Empress and the Heavenly Spirit Stone Emperor had both appeared. I wonder what other amazing monsters will appear. Yang Feng, it won't be that easy for you to defeat those monsters and reach the top. The Angel Empress, the Heavenly Spirit Stone Emperor, and the Fiend Emperor, each of them is a heaven and earth variant, an existence favored by the universe. If they were born in another era, they would be an overlord-level powerhouse, a monster invincible in the same rank. Since countless monsters were born in the same era, the competition is naturally fierce. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a scorching shade, and he uttered with a confident smile, "It's only interesting to defeat the strong. The Fiend Emperor, I will definitely surpass him and trample him underfoot." I heard that he fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw. He has already promoted to a quasi-holy. What a fearsome advancement speed. How is that possible? The Fiend Emperor is a heaven and earth variant, a powerhouse favored by the universe's dark side. Although he is only a quasi-holy step existence, but once he erupts, he is a monster with Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle prowess. How can Yang Feng fight him to a draw? The battle demon Sex Yang Feng is really a fearsome guy. His cultivation speed is really amazing. As expected of a monster who broke the God-man boundary. Among human warlocks, he is the monster closest to the Warlock Emperor rank. After taking a look at the Fiend Emperor, the powerhouses from the major forces focused their gazes on Yang Feng with apprehension. The Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng exchanged pointers, and the two sides barely tied, with Yang Feng at a slight disadvantage. Even so, this is enough to make the powerhouses of the major forces view Yang Feng in a different light and raise his danger level. The Time Monarch took a deep look at Yang Feng, a cold ray flashed in his eyes, and he said in a clear voice, "Chairman Yang Feng, you seriously injured Chairman Transcendent Monarch in the Temple of the Eye of Time. This is a felony against the human race. Please surrender and wait for the Supreme Council's trial." Yang Feng seriously injured the Transcendent Monarch. What's going on? The Transcendent Monarch is the monarch of the Transcendent Imperial Court, one of the 6 strongest human quasi-holies. How could he be seriously injured by Yang Feng? Interesting, is there internal strife in the human race? How interesting. Eyes brimming with fiendish intent focused on Yang Feng from the surroundings. The Taboo Monarch uttered solemnly, "Time Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch sneak attacked Yang Feng." Yang Feng was just defending himself. We all saw this with our own eyes. The Time Monarch said with a cold smile, "The Transcendent Monarch did attack Yang Feng. However, the Transcendent Monarch didn't harm Yang Feng. On the contrary, Yang Feng suppressed the Transcendent Monarch. No matter from what point of view, Yang Feng's defense was excessive. I propose that Yang Feng be tried and stripped of his position as the Human Supreme Council's chairman. Yang Feng's position as a chairman of the Human Supreme Council is extremely important. With this position, he can mobilize the power of the entire human race to collect all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth for him. Moreover, with this position, he won't be sent to the front line as cannon fodder in the name of righteousness in the future. The Death Monarch glanced at Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, "Yes, I saw everything. The Transcendent Monarch did attack Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng is unscathed. Furthermore, he ignored the Transcendent Monarch's position as a chairman and suppressed him. I also propose that Yang Feng be tried publicly and stripped of his position as a chairman of the Human Supreme Council." A Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath descended from the sky and pressed towards Yang Feng. "Ang Feng, hand over the Transcendent Monarch. Otherwise, the Transcendent Imperial Court will fight you to the death." With a flash of green light, 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank breaths crossed the void and shot towards Yang Feng. The Transcendent Imperial Court has a deep underlying strength. It already has 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences who crossed the river of time and awakened in the modern era. The other 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences exude weak breaths. But even the brilliant Great Holy doesn't dare to underestimate the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Yang Feng glanced at the Time Monarch and said coldly, "I suppressed the Transcendent Monarch without any selfishness, but for the benefit of the entire human race. Time Monarch, are you sure you want me to be tried here?" The Time Monarch said with a cold smile, "That's right. I will give you a fair trial here." The brilliant Great Holy frowned slightly and remained silent. Although the brilliant Great Holy is currently the strongest human powerhouse in the modern era. But he is far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. Each of the 6 Warlock dynasties, the Time Imperial Court, the Taboo Imperial Court, and the Transcendent Imperial Court has many Holy Spirit Warlocks sleeping in the River of Time, and there are even Great Holy Step powerhouses hidden among them. The brilliant Great Holy can only guarantee that Yang Feng can get fair treatment. As for the rest, Yang Feng can only rely on himself. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Give me a fair trial?" "Unfortunately, you don't have that qualification. Time Monarch, I suspect that you are colluding with the Gumana Universe's spies. I propose that the Time Monarch be stripped of his position as a chairman of the Human Supreme Council and conduct a comprehensive investigation of the highest level." Gazes focused on Yang Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. The position of a chairman of the Human Supreme Council is extremely noble. Without evidence, it is impossible to testify against a chairman of the Human Supreme Council. I have evidence. The evidence is him, the transcendent monarch. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a black ray appeared on the ground and turned into the transcendent monarch. The transcendent monarch's eyes are lifeless, countless runes appear in his eyes, and phantom runes appear around him, making him look like a walking corpse. When a human warlock sees the transcendent monarch, they will understand that the transcendent monarch has been hit by a fearsome mind spell and has been reduced to a golem. When the time monarch saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with anger, and he barked, "Transcendent monarch! Yang Feng, what did you do to him? Why haven't you lifted his seal yet?" In the sky, the Holy Spirit warlocks exuded fearsome breaths and locked on Yang Feng. The 3 Holy Spirit warlock rank breaths from the Transcendent Imperial Court exuded frigid killing intent. As the monarch of the Transcendent Imperial Court, the Transcendent Monarch is the spokesperson of the Transcendent Imperial Court. For Yang Feng to use a mind spell to deal with the Transcendent Monarch is tantamount to a slap in the face of the Transcendent Imperial Court's powerhouses. Naturally, the Transcendent Imperial Court's powerhouses are furious. If it wasn't for the brilliant Great Holy guarding Yang Feng, the human Holy Spirit warlocks would have torn Yang Feng to pieces. Chapter 988. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Transcendent Monarch, tell us who you are." The Transcendent Monarch replied expressionlessly, "I am a spy planted in this world by the Gumana Universe's powerhouses. 15,000 years ago, I was reincarnated from the Gumana Universe by the Great Lord Eye of Eternity, came to this world, and entered the Transcendent Imperial Court step by step." The Time Monarch's face suddenly turned ashen, his body trembled, and he cried out, "What, that's impossible. The Transcendent Monarch is a spy of the Gumana Universe? That's impossible." Interesting, the monarch of the Transcendent Imperial Court, one of the 6 warlock dynasties, turns out to be a spy of the Gumana Universe. How interesting. For a spy of the Gumana Universe to climb to this position, that's really scary. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the spectating powerhouses flickered with enigmatic rays. A gloomy expression on his face, the Time Monarch uttered in a final struggle, "Yang Feng, what did you do to the Transcendent Monarch? You actually manipulated him to say such words. You manipulated a supreme chairman to undermine the unity of the human race, that's a felony. Enough. Yang Feng, hand over the Transcendent Monarch. The Transcendent Imperial Court will investigate it ourselves." At that moment, a terrifying hand containing a trace of immortal aura suddenly appeared in the sky. It descended from the sky and clawed at the demon god king. "Giant elephant transcendent holy, if there's anything, it's better to say it face to face. Didn't you ask Yang Feng to make things clear in front of the world?" The brilliant Great Holy smiled coldly and flipped his hand, and countless resplendent rays slammed into the giant hand in the sky and tore it to pieces. Yang Feng lied through his teeth, "I did suppress the Transcendent Monarch. However, by chance, I learned that the Transcendent Monarch is one of the spies the Gumana Universe planted in the human race, which is why I suppressed him. Through a secret method, I peeped into his mind." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Of course, the Transcendent Monarch was hit by my spell. Perhaps some people would think that I was deliberately using him to frame others. Therefore, I can let the Demon God King be tested by the powerhouses of the Taboo Dynasty, Star Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty, Death Dynasty, Time Dynasty, and Demon God Dynasty. If the Demonic God King fell into the hands of the Demonic God Imperial Court, the moment they found out something was wrong, they would kill him to silence him. Instead, he framed Yang Feng. However, under the watchful eyes of the public, the Holy Spirit warlocks naturally won't lie through their teeth. Even the brilliant Great Holy, the #1 human powerhouse, doesn't dare to shield Yang Feng in front of all human powerhouses. Naturally, the Holy Spirit warlocks can't suppress this matter. Light of insight shot out from the Taboo Imperial Court, shone on the Transcendent Monarch, and peeped into the secrets of the transcendent monarch's mind, and asked lightly, "Are you a spy of the Gumana universe?" The demon god king said expressionlessly, "Yes. I am a spy of the Gumana universe." The taboo imperial court's holy spirit warlock uttered coldly, "Yang Feng did something to him and forced him to divulge his secrets. But he didn't lie." When he heard this, the Time Monarch's countenance changed dramatically, and he tottered. Under the circumstances of the Great Tribulation, the Gumana universe's powerhouses are the mortal enemies of the human race. Yet the Time Monarch befriended the Transcendent Monarch, a spy of the Gumana universe, and came to deal with the human hero Yang Feng for him. Once this matter is confirmed, the Time Monarch will be subject to strict scrutiny. It will be impossible for him to continue to serve as the Time Monarch of the Time Dynasty, and his status will plummet. Starlight containing fluctuations of immortal power fell from the sky, shone on the Transcendent Monarch, and examined him from top to bottom. A cold voice came from the sky, "He didn't lie." In the direction of the Magic Note Dynasty, a mirror appeared, shone on the Transcendent Monarch, and peeped at him without the slightest scruple. A voice came from the mirror as well, "Indeed, he didn't lie." The Time Monarch's face suddenly turned pale, and despair welled up inside him. If it is the Taboo Imperial Court and the Star Imperial Court's powerhouses, there is still a chance that they will give false testimony for Yang Feng. But the Magic Note Dynasty's powerhouses will not give false testimony for Yang Feng. From the direction of the Death Imperial Court, a twisted black eye suddenly appeared and looked at the Transcendent Monarch. A frigid thought filled the sky, and the black eye disappeared. "He didn't lie." After a moment of silence, a strange white light shot out from above the Time Dynasty and shone on the Transcendent Monarch. A cold voice came from the sky, "He didn't lie." The Time Monarch sighed dejectedly, his face drained of blood. A weird transcendent eye shot out from the direction of the Transcendent Dynasty, shone on the Transcendent Monarch, and carefully examined him from top to bottom. Finally, a gloomy voice came from the Transcendent Monarch, "He didn't lie. This damn traitor is indeed a spy of the Gumana universe. It turns out that he really is a spy of the Gumana universe. He hid so deeply. After all, it's a transmigration of the soul and a rebirth. Naturally, I'm immune to many detection spells. If it wasn't for Yang Feng, I'm afraid that we would have been deceived by that damn spy." A human warlock discussed spiritedly, full of rejoicing and lingering fear. If a war broke out between the two universes, with such a dangerous enemy lurking in the human race would suffer a terrible blow. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Time Monarch and added, "It is well known that the Time Monarch and the Transcendent Monarch have a close relationship. I don't think he is suitable to hold the position of the Human Supreme Council anymore. I propose to remove him from the position and subject him to the strictest examination." "I agree. I agree." The other members of the Human Supreme Council seconded the motion. The Transcendent Monarch and the Time Monarch have a close relationship. At such a critical juncture, the Time Monarch naturally has to be subject to the strictest examination. Unless the Time Monarch can promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in the future, he will be used as cannon fodder for the rest of his life. The Time Monarch's face turned pale, and he stopped struggling. He understands that no matter how much he struggles, nothing will change. The Holy Spirit Warlocks in the sky remained silent and watched everything with cold eyes. When the Taboo Monarch saw that the Holy Spirit Warlocks in the sky had no objections, she announced indifferently, "I now announce that the Time Monarch and the Transcendent Monarch are removed from the position of chairman, and the two of them will be subject to the strictest examination." When they heard this, the faces of many vassal warlock groups of the Time Monarch and the Transcendent Monarch turned pale. They are aware that the best outcome for them in the future is to become cannon fodder. "Congratulations, Sir Chairman Yang Feng, you advanced to a quasi-holy in such a short period of time, that's really amazing. Sir Chairman Yang Feng, we just obtained a Spirit Moon Immortal Spring. Please come and have a taste." As soon as the trial was over, many chairmen came to Yang Feng's side and fawned on him. Some even shamelessly fawned on Yang Feng. After the public trial, the Time Imperial Court and the Taboo Imperial Court lost their two chairman seats in the Human Supreme Council. Although the foundation of the two Warlock Imperial Courts wasn't damaged, but their vitality suffered a lot. As Yang Feng's status in the Human Supreme Council increased sharply, the fence-sitters naturally sided with Yang Feng even more. Yang Feng also smiled and accepted the fence-sitters' defenses. Although the fence-sitters don't play a decisive role, but by accepting them, Yang Feng can extend the tentacles of his force to the whole universe. At the same time, he can draw all kinds of resources from the fence-sitters and enhance his force. The Heart of Eternity Plain. Time elapsed, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Heart of Eternity Plain, there is a cultivation holy land with a powerful barrier sealed inside, in a secret room. Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shimmered with an enigmatic look, and he exhaled a long breath. I finally stabilized the quasi-holy boundary. In the Temple of the Eye of Time, Yang Feng broke through to the quasi-holy boundary in one fell swoop with the help of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. His quasi-holy boundary appeared to be very superficial, and has yet to stabilize. After spending 1,000 years in seclusion inside the Heart of Eternity Plain, Yang Feng fully grasped the power of the quasi-holy boundary. With a flick of his wrist, a fruit of time appeared in Yang Feng's hand. He swallowed the fruit of time in one gulp. As soon as the fruit of time entered Yang Feng's stomach, countless mysteries about time emerged from the fruit of time. Ripples of time appeared around Yang Feng. His fleshly body began to age and decay inch by inch. When his fleshly body was about to decay and turn into dust, time suddenly reversed, and he recovered his youth inch by inch. Wisps of the essence of time diffused inside Yang Feng. With the time text, the Empyrean grade secret method passed down by the Eye of Time, and the essence of the path of time left by the Eye of Time, Yang Feng has deduced the law of time to the peak. After consuming the fruit of time, he finally broke through the bottleneck. As if he opened a gate, he saw the mysteries of time. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and they shimmered with joy. I finally grasped the essence of time. Unfortunately, the essence of time is too mysterious. My grasp of the essence of time is only superficial. Even so, it is enough to improve my strength by a large margin. Chapter 989. Next, I have to form an immortal body. As long as I successfully form an immortal body, I will truly stand at the apex of countless quasi-holies. Yang Feng looked towards the holy land of cultivation and saw that there are 31 springs of immortality placed in the holy land. Beside the springs of immortality are various treasures of heaven and earth. Through arrays, the power of the treasures of heaven and earth is extracted and poured into the springs of immortality to maintain the existence of the springs of immortality. The quasi-holy step is the pinnacle of the Warlock Monarch realm. It is the most critical step for a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse to evolve into a Holy Spirit Warlock. Among the quasi-holy step, strength is divided into grades. At the time when Yang Feng broke through and became a quasi-holy step powerhouse with the help of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, he was only slightly stronger than ordinary quasi-holy step powerhouses. Compared to the freaks who formed an immortal body in the quasi-holy step, he is much weaker. The vast majority of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses haven't formed an immortal body in the quasi-holy step, because it is too difficult to form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step. The resources consumed to form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step are even more than the resources used to cultivate a Holy Spirit Warlock. Only those who are eager to attack the Warlock Emperor or Eternal Sovereign Realm will be able to perfect everything and form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step. It is because the Fiend Emperor formed an immortal body that he was able to maintain Holy Spirit Warlock rank power with the help of the Heaven and Earth bead. Although the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, and other top quasi-holy step powerhouses also have the ability to erupt with Holy Spirit Warlock rank power for a short period of time, but they can't last for long. This is the huge gap between them and the Fiend Emperor. Although the Fiend Emperor is currently only a quasi-holy steppe existence, but his strength is already comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Warlock. He is the first freakish quasi-holy steppe powerhouse Yang Feng has seen who possesses Holy Spirit Warlock rank power. In the past, as long as one of such freaks was born, it would be an invincible existence in the same era. However, in an era where two universes devour each other, there won't be just one such freak. If the world of warlocks gave birth to the Fiend Emperor, then the Gumana universe, which is half an energy level higher than the world of warlocks, will definitely give birth to the same existence. Moreover, even the universe where the world of warlocks is located may not give birth to just one Fiend Emperor. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he stepped into the spring of immortality. A tremendous heat containing wisps of immortal force poured into Yang Feng's body from the spring of immortality. He operated the secret method recorded in the eternal imperishable body, absorbed the wisps of immortal power, and transformed his fleshly body into an immortal body. As the springs of immortality disappeared one after another, Yang Feng's breath became more and more terrifying. When the 24th spring of immortality disappeared, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes and sank into his thoughts. Now it's time to consider what type of immortal body I should transform into. This is my future foundation. The immortal body is the foundation of Holy Spirit Warlocks and the path that every Holy Spirit Warlock must walk. There were different types of immortal bodies. Some immortal bodies had terrifying undying properties. As long as a drop of blood remained, they could be reborn. Some immortal bodies could unleash the power of the profound of power. Some immortal bodies could unleash the power of the essence of fire. The first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord's immortal body was a time immortal body that could perfectly unleash the power of the essence of time. The Fiend Emperor's immortal body was a demonic immortal body that could unleash the power of various demonic essences. Of course, it was possible to form an immortal body with different properties. However, such an immortal body was not only difficult to form, but also consumed several times or even dozens of times more resources than other immortal bodies. My main power comes from Shizu technology. Although there is a great gap between Shizu and Eternal Sovereigns, but that is only because of the difference in the energy level of the universe. Shizu technology has infinite potential. The path I want to take in the future is to integrate the civilizations of the world of warlocks, the world of Shizu, and the Gumana universe. I want to carve out a path of my own. If I want to promote to an eternal sovereign, I must master the essence of time, the essence of space, and the essence of fate. Besides, I have to consider these three essences clearly. In the Gumana universe, the Blastil race is the most similar to the Shizu. At the same time, they are a race that has given birth to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The fastest way to improve myself is to go to the Blastil race and obtain their core technology. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng gave up on using the remaining 7 springs of immortality to continue forming his immortal body. Only by clarifying the path he wants to take in the future can the immortal body he formed be truly compatible with him. It seems that I have to make another trip to the Gumana universe. I have to collect Starless Sea Gold and infiltrate the Blastil race. At present, he only lacks Starless Sea Gold for the various materials needed for the level 6 stronghold. Once he obtains a large amount of Starless Sea Gold, Yang Feng will be able to build a level 6 stronghold and possess the strength to contend against Holy Spirit Warlocks. This way, it won't be destroyed so easily in a universe war. After all, Yang Feng's force has only been on the rise for a short period of time. It only has one Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, the brilliant Great Holy. Each of the 6 Warlock dynasties has at least 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks. As time goes by, there may even be Great Holy rank powerhouses who awaken. In the war of devouring between the two universes, even eternal sovereigns will die. Naturally, Yang Feng wants to improve his strength at all costs. The Gumana universe's lightless starfield, the lightless imperial star, in the royal palace. The door of a secret room opened, and Yang Feng's avatar of the Cloud Monarch stepped out, disappeared, and then appeared in a luxurious palace. Yang Feng took out a bell and shook it, and a crisp bell sound spread in the royal palace. There was a flash of black light, and an Aurum Gracina, who has a sexy figure, blonde hair, and blue eyes, with 2 bells on the head, dressed in black leather clothes, appeared in front of Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, and bowed respectfully to Yang Feng. "Greetings, Lord." Yang Feng glanced at Gracina and exclaimed in admiration, "Starfield step. That's the gold Holy Spirit body for you. In such a short period of time, you advanced to a Starfield step powerhouse." Gracina didn't enter a place like the light of eternity plane where the flow of time is different. Yang Feng just provided her with enough cultivation resources, and she advanced to an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse in the shortest time possible. This speed of progress is simply heaven-defying. Gracina spoke gratefully, "It's all thanks to Lord's nurturing." Gracina's talent is terrifying. She is a freak on the same level as Mykelia and Shiryu. However, the Aurum race has been chased by countless powerhouses, and she can't get enough resources to grow. When she was discovered by Yang Feng, she only possessed Bright World Warlock rank strength. After this, bring Gracina into the light of eternity plane to practice cultivation. With her cultivation aptitude, as long as she is provided with enough cultivation resources, she will advance to the Warlock Monarch realm without a doubt. Yang Feng glanced at Gracina and asked flatly, "How is the matter I asked you to do?" Gracina replied, "Yes, it has been confirmed that Starless Sea Gold has appeared in the Ursa Major starfield. However, Starless Sea Gold is a rare treasure in the Ursa Major starfield. The one who controls Starless Sea Gold is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Since he isn't willing to take action, there's nothing we can do. We are still looking for traces of Starless Sea Gold." Before leaving, Yang Feng has ordered the experts of the Lightless Starfield to go to the Ursa Major starfield and the nearby starfields to look for traces of Starless Sea Gold. However, Starless Sea Gold is a rare treasure no matter which universe it is. The Feybright Force has only found it in the Ursa Major starfield. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered slowly, "A quasi-holy step powerhouse. In that case, I'll go see him. Send me his information." "Yes, Lord." The Bogart star of the Ursa Major starfield is the capital celestial body of the Bort race. The entire Ursa Major starfield is dominated by the Kinmen Starry Sky Bears. The Kinmen Star Bear Holy is the guardian of the Kinmen Starry Sky Bears as well as the only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse in the Ursa Major starfield. The Bort race is one of the 7 major races of the Ursa Major starfield under the Kinmen Starry Sky Bears. In a 1,000-kilometer-long super-large interstellar airship heading to the Bogart star. So this is the Bort race. This is a race that is good at mechanical creations. It is very similar to Shizu technology. However, the technology of the Bort race is still a combination of mechanical technology and biotechnology. After all, eternal sovereigns are too powerful. They are existences that can suppress everything. Since there are eternal sovereigns, the most powerful life forms, mechanical technology can only be combined with biotechnology. Sitting at a table in a cold drinks shop, Yang Feng ordered the Gumana Universe's specialty drink Red Dragon Blood. While quietly tasting it, he sized up the surroundings. In the huge interstellar airship, there are liquid crystal displays, optical computers, and mechanical creations similar to mobile phones everywhere. At a glance, Yang Feng seems to have returned to Earth, a future Earth. There is not much difference between the Bort race and ordinary humans. But they have adjusted their genes through genetic technology. Basically, the men are handsome and the women are beautiful. In terms of appearance, they are far superior to ordinary humans. Chapter 990. Gene Enhancement Elixir. Did the Borts use this method to evolve? Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a green gene enhancement elixir appeared in his hand and spun gently. By adjusting and optimizing their genes, Borts were born with strong life force comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. Without any enhancements, they will only possess level 1 warlock rank strength when they reach adulthood. However, as long as they have some assets, they will use gene enhancement elixirs to strengthen their fleshly body and soul. Ordinary Borts can use gene enhancement elixirs to promote them to the level 3 warlock realm. The wealthy Borts could promote themselves to the great warlock realm. Using the power of gene elixirs, Borts can promote their strength to the starry sky warlock realm without any risk. It is the easiest race for Borts to promote to the starry sky warlock realm. However, after they promote to the starry sky warlock realm, it will be much more difficult for them to promote to the moonlight warlock realm than other races. Gene elixirs. I have completely analyzed these gene elixirs and reverse engineered a gene elixir that can be used to cultivate moonlight warlocks. However, it is impossible to deduce a gene elixir that can enhance the strength of Holy Spirit warlocks, warlock emperors, and eternal sovereigns without any data. Yang Feng played with the gene elixir in his hand and mused quietly. Before practicing cultivation to the quasi-holy step, Yang Feng can advance by leaps and bounds in accordance with the various secret methods left by predecessors without any confusion. However, the path leading to the eternal sovereign is different for everyone. Even warlock emperor rank powerhouses are unique existences in each universe. When a heaven and earth variant like the Fiend Emperor, who is favored by the universe's dark side, is born, their path has been fixed and clear. This way, they can stride towards their goal without hesitation. Human warlocks like Yang Feng, on the other hand, are different. They need to think about their own path and do their best to improve themselves. The biggest difference between the Shizu and other races was that they had a huge optical computer network. The huge optical computer network was constantly deducing and calculating, simulating and implementing Yang Feng's ideas one by one. Hello, I'm Yali, and this is my friend Jana. Can we sit here? A beautiful woman with long chestnut-colored wavy hair, a fiery and sexy expression, and a petite and exquisite little beauty, who seemed to be underage and exuded a youthful and alluring aura, walked over with a smile. Yang Feng smiled. My name is Yun, please sit down. Thank you. Unceremoniously, Yali pulled the pretty girl Jana to sit in front of Yang Feng. Yali looked at the gene elixir in Yang Feng's hand and asked curiously, Yun, the gene elixir in your hand gives me a very mysterious feeling. Is this the legendary star potion that can allow people to break through the limits of the human body? The star elixir was being researched by the Borts to allow people to break through the limit and promote to the moonlight warlock realm. They were divided into star rank, moon rank, and sun rank. It can promote people to moonlight warlocks, glorious sun warlocks, and bright world warlocks. Of course, due to the instability of the potion, the moment it was used, the Borts might die. Therefore, the top powerhouses of the Borts practiced various powerful secret methods passed down from other civilizations, and then used them together with the star potion to break through bottlenecks. In fact, the quasi-holy step powerhouses practiced secret methods passed down from other civilizations to promote themselves to the quasi-holy step. Yang Feng responded with a smile, that's right. The star potion in my hand can break through the limits of the human body, and it's a completed form. Yali rolled her eyes at Yang Feng, bullshit. The star potion is the most unstable potion. A completed star potion is the most difficult world-class problem for us Borts to break through. How could it be so easy? Yang Feng smiled and didn't argue with Yali. At the time when the Shizu dominated a universe, the various technologies of the races they conquered were compressed and collected in their database. Only after Yang Feng upgraded the Shizu base to level 6 will all the data be made available to him. But even so, the huge optical computer network of the Shizu can use the data in the database to carry out all kinds of deductions and quickly get the result Yang Feng wants. The star potion is one of them. Yali threw Yang Feng a coquettish look and said temptingly, there are still 5 star hours to go before we reach the Bogart star. Why don't we go to my room and play some fun games? Yang Feng responded with a smile, okay. The petite beauty Jana beside Yali took a deep sip from her cup and glanced at Yang Feng with disdain in her beautiful eyes. Led by Yali, Yang Feng came to a luxurious room on the giant airship. Yali threw Yang Feng a coquettish look, then took Jana's little hand and walked towards the bathroom. Jana and I are going to take a bath first. Wait for us on the bed. Yang Feng comfortably lied on a large bed, turned on the TV and watched it. Not long after, Yali and Jana walked out of the bathroom with a layer of mist around them. They looked very alluring. Yali threw Yang Feng a coquettish look, then punched an advanced communication device on the wall and issued a mournful cry, "Help, help me. Someone is trying to rape me and Jana." At the same time as she screamed, Yali rubbed her hair with her hands. At the same time, she pressed her fingers together, and a palm-sized metal sphere suddenly unfolded and turned into a silver mechanical armor that covered her. The silver mechanical armor wriggled for a while before quickly turning into a wretched state that was riddled with scars, as if it had been ravaged thousands of times. Jana's body was also covered in a layer of tattered silver mechanical armor. She lay on the ground, trembling, as if she had been tortured inhumanely. Standing quietly, Yang Feng watched the performance of Yali and Jana with a playful expression on his face. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a powerhouse covered in a gold mechanical armor and exuding glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power broke through the door and entered. Behind the powerhouse in the gold mechanical armor followed 6 powerhouses in silver mechanical armor, each of whom exuded moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. Ryan. This person called Yun. We made friends with him out of kindness and took him back to our room to entertain him. I didn't expect him to go berserk and attack us. We resisted desperately, but we're still not his opponent. Woo. Yali threw herself in front of the powerhouse in the gold armor and burst into tears. Her acting was extremely realistic. Jana curled up into a ball and wept silently. Yali, Jana. You bastard, you dare attack Yali and Jana. I'm going to kill you. Eyes bloodshot, Klayan issued a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, drew a golden sword, and suddenly slashed at Yang Feng with a berserk and ruthless aura. Hiding aside, Yali showed Yang Feng a vicious smile full of pleasure. Every time someone was consigned to eternal damnation because of her framing, she would feel incomparably happy. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "This farce is over. Although I don't know who you are. However, since you dared to attack me, then go to hell." A fearsome distorted space shrouded Ryan and twisted slightly, and the countless pieces of space instantly cut Ryan into countless pieces. Yali's face turned ashen, her body trembled, her teeth chattered, and she cried out, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Yang Feng glanced at the 6 moonlight warlock rank powerhouses and uttered frigidly, "Go to hell, all of you." All of a sudden, distorted space appeared around the 6 moonlight warlock rank powerhouses, wrapped around them, and sliced them apart. The armor of the 6 powerhouses with astonishing defensive strength was cut into pieces in an instant, and then turned into a mist of blood that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng glanced at the 2 women and smiled. As if looking at 2 ants, his gaze was indifferent. How interesting. Thank you for adding a bit of fun to my boring journey. So, you can go to hell, you 2 vicious women. Yali's pretty face turned pale, and she screamed, "No, you can't kill me. I am the 37th imperial daughter of the Bort monarch. I am the only daughter of the Bort monarch. If you kill me, my father, the Bort monarch, will never let you off. He is a quasi-holy steppe powerhouse. Each of my 36 elder brothers is a Starfield steppe powerhouse. If you hurt me, they won't let you off." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile and pointed at Yali, and a grey ray swept towards her, "The Bort monarch? I can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance." There was a flash of light, and a burly infinity warlock rank powerhouse with grey hair wearing a crimson mechanical armor suddenly flew out and raised a small silver shield to block. When the gray ray slammed into the small silver shield, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse wearing a scarlet mechanical armor slammed into a wall and fell to the ground. A look of shock on his face, the scarlet-armored Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse landed on the ground and uttered respectfully, "Sir, I am the Deputy Commander of the Bort Royal Family's Royal Guard Gut. Can you please give me face and let her go? I apologize to you on her behalf." Chapter 991. Yang Feng pointed at Gut, and a huge finger sealed the void and, like a star, crushed towards Gut. Gut's face fell, and he unfurled a pair of scarlet wings on his back. With a flash of red light, a scarlet shield appeared around him, and a giant shield appeared in his hand. There was a star core embedded in the shield. Rays of incomparably resplendent light flickered as it frantically extracted the power of the star core, forming an incomparably resplendent world of stars. When Yang Feng pressed his finger on the star world, the resplendent and flourishing star world collapsed, and a queer force smashed all of Gut's defenses and hit him. Gut slammed into the wall of the warship and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his eyes flashed with fear. The Star World is a defensive power Gut unleashed with all his strength with the help of the Bort's unique machinery. With this move, he once resisted the attack of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Yet it was easily smashed by Yang Feng, which is simply despairing. Yang Feng glanced at Gut and said indifferently, "Go back and tell the Bort Monarch that the lightless Starfield's Cloud Monarch requests an audience. As for the Bort Monarch's little princess, she can stay here as a guest." Gut wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and responded respectfully, "Yes. Sir Cloud Monarch, I'll go back and report this to the Bort Monarch." With that, Gu Ti's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. When Yali saw that her greatest backer left without looking back, a chill ran down her spine, and she stared at Yang Feng with despair in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng smiled and walked towards Yali, then, "Your Highness Princess, let's have a good game." A few days later, the humongous spaceship slowly landed on planet Bogart. When the huge airship landed, the sound of music came from the spaceport. Spirited Bort Royal Guards with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base or above stood on both sides of the huge airship, forming a guard of honor. Yang Feng walked out of the giant airship unhurriedly, followed by Yali and Jana. Their complexions were somewhat pale, and when their gazes fell on Yang Feng, they unconsciously surged with traces of fear. An expert with short gray hair and a muscular figure walked over with a smile, "Cloud King, I'm the luminous king of the Bort race. It's a pleasure to meet you." In addition to the quasi-holy monarch, the Bort race is guarded by the luminous monarch, the dark net monarch, and the multi-brain monarch. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am the Cloud Monarch, nice to meet you." After exchanging some pleasantries, the group boarded a small airship and flew towards the palace. The luminous monarch glanced at Yali and said with a doting smile, "Cloud Monarch, my niece is too mischievous and accidentally offended you. It's fortunate that you're a magnanimous person and didn't hold it against her. When I return, I will definitely ask His Majesty to teach her a lesson." As the only daughter of the Bort Monarch, Yali is doted on, which fosters her domineering and unscrupulous temperament. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Luminous Monarch, the dignity of a monarch cannot be offended. This time, I spared their lives out of respect for King Bort. I hope to get a reward equal to the value of my goodwill." In the Gumana universe, Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are pinnacle existences. No matter which force it is, they are part of the upper echelon. There are only 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses guarding the Bort race. The status of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses is extremely noble. If an ordinary person offends a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, only death will await them. Even if Yang Feng executes Yali, no one will think that he did anything wrong. The luminous monarch uttered with a smile, "Of course not. Cloud Monarch, what kind of reward do you want from the Bort race?" A scorching shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed his true intentions, "I want starless sea gold. Of course, I don't want it for free. I will pay the equivalent in source crystals or other treasures of heaven and earth. The luminous monarch frowned slightly and uttered, starless sea gold. This is a necessary material for the super-large weapon that the Bort race is currently refining. Could you please change the condition? Starless sea gold is a rare mineral that exists in many universes. It is a top-notch material with a wide range of applications. Once it is discovered, it will be refined into various treasures. As such, it is very difficult to obtain. Yang Feng refused categorically, no, I only want starless sea gold. Once he gets his hands on starless sea gold, Yang Feng will be able to refine the level 6 stronghold of the Shizu and unlock the information and countless secret methods the Shizu obtained to dominate the universe. Once the level 6 stronghold of the Shizu is successfully built, Yang Feng's force will increase geometrically, and he will become a top force in the world of warlocks in one fell swoop. He will become a terrifying force on par with the 6 warlock imperial courts. The luminous monarch pondered for a while, and then said, "This is a matter of great importance. I have to discuss it with the Bort monarch." Yang Feng replied, "No problem. But during this time, I'll have to trouble you 2 ladies to be my guests." Without a sound, the phantom ruler's transparent tentacles suddenly extended, strangely stabbed the luminous monarch, and left an obscure seed. Yali and Janna shuddered, but they didn't say anything. The luminous monarch uttered with a smile, "Okay. Yali, during this period of time, accompany the Cloud King and have fun on our Bogart planet. Do you understand?" Yali replied obediently, "Yes, Uncle Luminous Monarch." After arranging a residence near the royal palace for Yang Feng and company, the luminous monarch entered the royal palace. Inside the royal palace, in a reception hall, a middle-aged man with short chestnut hair, hawk-like eyes, and a hooked nose, exuding an overbearing aura, is sitting on a throne and quietly reading a book. When the luminous monarch entered the reception hall, he saluted the middle-aged man and said, "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man is the Bort monarch, the lord of the Bort race. He is also the only quasi-holy step powerhouse of the Bort race. In theory, the luminous monarch and the Bort monarch are both warlock monarchs. But the Bort monarch is recognized as the ruler of the Bort race, and his status is slightly higher than that of the luminous monarch and the other warlock monarchs. The Bort monarch said casually, "Luminous monarch, you're here. Take a seat." The luminous monarch sat on a sofa, "Yes, Your Majesty." The luminous monarch uttered, "Your Majesty, that person is indeed the lightless Starfield's Feybright Cloud Monarch. Princess Yali has fallen into his hands. He's here for our starless sea gold." The Bort monarch's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he uttered coldly, "The Feybright Cloud Monarch is just a pinnacle StarCraft rank powerhouse, yet he dared to attack my daughter and covet my race's starless sea gold. How reckless. Does he think he's the Feybright ancestor? If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse came to make a fair transaction, the Bort monarch would have no choice but to take out the starless sea gold and trade it with the Holy Spirit Warlock. But Yang Feng's avatar of the Cloud Monarch only has a pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank cultivation base. Yet, he dared to capture the Bort monarch's daughter and demand the starless sea gold. This filled the Bort monarch with humiliation and anger. The Bort monarch asked coldly, "Luminous monarch, how are the arrangements at the airport?" The luminous monarch responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have arranged everything there. No one will know that the Feybright Cloud Monarch has been to the Bogart Star." The Bort monarch showed a ferocious smile, "Very well. Tonight, if the damn Cloud Monarch dares to enter the royal palace, he can forget about leaving. After killing him, the treasures on him will surely satisfy all of us. Every Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse carries all kinds of storage treasures with them. As a result, every Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is a mobile treasury." The luminous monarch raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes filled with expectation. A man has no intention of hurting a tiger, but a tiger will hurt a man. In the rear garden of the royal residence, Yang Feng is sitting on a recliner. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he revealed a meaningful smile. Night fell. Sir Cloud Monarch, I am Yas. His Majesty the Bort Monarch invites you to the royal palace to attend a banquet. Surrounded by a dozen plus Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, a handsome young Imperial Guard officer with blonde hair and blue eyes, a burly figure, dressed in flashy court ceremonial armor, came in front of Yang Feng and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Okay. Yang Feng smiled and boarded the luxurious limousine with Yali and Jana. Unimpeded, the limousine drove directly into the royal palace. As soon as the limousine entered the royal palace, Yang Feng released Pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank breath. Inside the royal palace, the eyes of the powerhouses hiding in the dark were attracted by Yang Feng. No one noticed that a large number of devourers silently flew out from Yang Feng's footprints and flew towards nodes inside the royal palace. Under the guidance of an attendant, Yang Feng's group of 3 came to a palace. Inside the palace, there are handsome Bort men and women in immaculate clothes everywhere. Beautiful music is playing inside the palace, and it looks like an ordinary, peaceful, and luxurious banquet. Cloud Monarch, I am the Bort Monarch. It's a pleasure to meet you. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the palace, the Bort Monarch, accompanied by the Luminous Monarch and the Dark Net Monarch, greeted him with a refreshing smile on his face. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, "Hello, Bort Monarch, I am the Cloud Monarch." Chapter 992. The Bort Monarch introduced, "This is the Luminous Monarch, you already know him. This is the Dark Net Monarch, the strongest mechanical genius of the Bort race." Yang Feng uttered, "Hello." The Luminous Monarch and the Dark Net Monarch stepped forward and greeted Yang Feng politely. The Bort Monarch uttered with a smile, "Cloud Monarch, my good-for-nothing daughter offended you. Thank you for showing mercy and sparing her life." Yang Feng uttered, "Bort Monarch, I spared her life out of consideration for you. Therefore, please give me the Starless Sea Gold. Of course, I will pay you source crystals and various treasures of equal value." "No problem. This is the Starless Sea Gold I have, I'll give it to you." With a flick of his wrist, the Bort Monarch sent a fist-sized piece of Starless Sea Gold flying towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng grabbed the piece of Starless Sea Gold, and his eyes shimmered with undisguised ecstasy. "I finally got it. With this piece of Starless Sea Gold, upgrading to a level 6 stronghold is just around the corner. Once the level 6 stronghold is established, Yang Feng's base will be as stable as a mountain. If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse attacks, they will only be suppressed and killed. At the same time, Yang Feng's force will truly stand at the apex of the universe, and it will be able to contend against a superior race by itself." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a storage ring containing imperishable grade source crystals of equal value flew into the Bort Monarch's hand. "This is an imperishable grade source crystal of equal value, please accept it. Yali, go back to your father." The 2 women ran away from Yang Feng, returned to the Bort Monarch's side, and then fled towards the depths of the palace without looking back. The Bort Monarch took the storage ring and scanned it with his eyes, and greed streaked past his eyes. He gazed at Yang Feng with even more expectation and said with a warm smile, "Imperishable grade source crystals, I happen to lack imperishable grade source crystals. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Come, Cloud Monarch, my good friend, let's enjoy this wonderful night. I guarantee that your trip will be worthwhile. She's here. She's out. It's Moon Orchid. She's here. An Andarim beauty. So beautiful, these are the beauties of the Andarim tribe, too beautiful." As expected, the Andarim tribe is the embodiment of beauty. So beautiful. Suddenly, a series of exclamations came from the banquet. Many gazes looked towards a corner of the palace. A peerless beauty with long purple hair, snow-white skin, picturesque features, a golden ratio figure, and a noble and elegant temperament. Her every movement exuded a captivating charm, and she was like the embodiment of beauty, walked over with a refreshing smile on her face. In the banquet, many men were staring at that stunning beauty, their eyes flashing with infatuation. They wished they could swallow that stunning beauty in one gulp. Yang Feng looked at the stunningly beautiful woman walking over with a fragrance wafting from her, and his eyes lit up slightly. Andarim. Is she a member of the Andarim race known as the most beautiful race in the Gumana universe? King Bort said proudly, that's right. She was an Andarim, a genuine pure-blooded Andarim. It wasn't easy for me to invite her. The Andarim race is an unremarkable minor race in the Gumana universe, and it doesn't have any experts. However, the Andarim race is the race that gives birth to the most beautiful women and handsome men in the Gumana universe. The Andarim race was once the plaything of the most ancient eternal sovereign, the Divine Eyes Eternal. The entire Andarim race was responsible for providing him with handsome men and beautiful women to serve him. After the rise of the Wing Eternal, the Andarim race was responsible for serving the Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal. After the rise of the Wing Eternal, the Divine Eyes Eternal lost interest in the Andarim race. This way, the Andarim race could serve Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. When the Frost of Eternal rose, the Andarim race gave him great support. After the Frost of Eternal advanced to an Eternal Sovereign, he returned the favor by giving the Andarim race a huge reward, allowing the Andarim race to get rid of their status as playthings and travel freely in the Gumana universe. However, most of the pure-blooded Andarim are serving bigwigs above the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. For the Bort monarch to be able to invite a pure-blooded Andarim beauty to come here, he showed Yang Feng tremendous strength. A fragrance wafting from her, Moon Orchid walked up to Yang Feng and uttered with a sweet smile, "Hello, I am Moon Orchid. I'm glad to meet you, Sir Cloud Monarch." "Hello." Yang Feng looked carefully at Moon Orchid and found that she is indeed a peerless beauty on the same level as the Angel Empress Mykelia and Shiryu. He couldn't help but look forward to meeting the other beauties of the Andarim race. In order to celebrate our meeting here, how about we have a drink? Moon Orchid picked up 2 cups of the precious wine Blue Nebula from a waiter, handed one to Yang Feng, and revealed an enchanting and irresistible smile. The Bort monarch, the Luminous monarch, and the Dark Net monarch glanced at the Blue Nebula with their gazes, but they didn't reveal any strange fluctuations. Yang Feng took the cup of Blue Nebula, looked at the specks of starlight condensed on the wine, showed a pondering smile, and handed the cup to the Bort monarch. "Bort monarch, I have no interest in the Blue Nebula. Can you help me drink this cup?" The Bort monarch's face sank, and he uttered coldly, "Cloud monarch, what do you mean by this? I treat you as a friend, find the most beautiful woman and the best wine to entertain you, yet you humiliate me like this?" Yang Feng looked at the Bort monarch with an enigmatic smile and uttered, "When I came here, someone warned me that you wanted to kill me. Bort monarch, as long as you drink this cup of wine, I'll pretend that nothing happened. That person wasn't wrong, I really want to kill you. Cloud monarch, you're really stupid. Since you know that I want to kill you, yet you still dare to come to my royal palace, how reckless." The Bort monarch suddenly smiled ferociously, tore off his disguise, and erupted with fearsome killing intent. Inside the royal palace, mysterious runes suddenly appeared, as if an ancient fierce beast has awakened. A variety of organs mixed with mechanical and biological tissues have awakened. In every corner of the royal palace, mechanical demonic flowers with their mouths wide open appeared. Countless runes emerged from the mechanical demonic flowers, and gravity ripples descended from the sky and enveloped Yang Feng. At this moment, Yang Feng felt that his body is shrouded by 1,000,000 times gravity. As if he is carrying a huge mountain on his back, it is very difficult for him to move. The Bort monarch, the Luminous monarch, and the Dark Net monarch watched quietly and sneered. "Break!" Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile. The devourers hiding in the key nodes immediately revealed themselves, frantically devouring all the energy and destroying the nodes within the palace. Boom! Boom! Earth-shaking explosions came from the Bort Royal Palace. The defensive systems of the Bort Royal Palace were destroyed one by one, and the mechanical demonic flowers that can release gravity waves withered. Cloud Monarch, you dare to attack my royal palace. You deserve to die. The smile on the Bort Monarch's face stiffened, his eyes surged with endless anger, and he roared wildly. The Bort Royal Palace is the Bort Monarch's base as well as the holy land of the Bort race. Any existence below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank who enters the Bort Royal Palace has a 90% chance of being quelled. Now that the defensive systems of the Bort Royal Palace have been smashed by Yang Feng, the Bort Monarch's heart is bleeding. The luminous monarch's eyes shimmered with frenzied killing intent, and a 10-meter-tall mechanical armor luminous monarch engraved with countless runes and exuding the aura of a living being covered him in a layer of white. The luminous monarch originally only had intermediate warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. But after he equipped the light monarch, his battle prowess skyrocketed, and he reached the pinnacle warlock monarch realm. The dark net monarch flipped his hand, and a huge black spider suddenly grew 100 times bigger, turning into a 100-meter-tall mechanical spider demon god engraved with countless runes and exuding a terrifying aura. It swallowed the dark net monarch in one gulp. The dark net monarch originally only had junior warlock monarch rank strength. But after he fused with the mechanical biochemical armor black spider, his battle prowess soared to the advanced warlock monarch realm. The Bort Monarch roared, and a 20-meter-tall mechanical biochemical armor Bort Monarch constructed from the immortal body of a Holy Spirit Warlock and various treasures of heaven and earth suddenly appeared, entered his body, and fused with the Bort Monarch. With the Bort Monarch as the core, wisps of immortal fluctuations spread in all directions. The Bort Monarch mechanical biochemical armor is the crystallization of Bort technology. They paid a huge price to obtain the corpse of a Holy Spirit Warlock ranked powerhouse and used countless holy grade and god grade treasures of heaven and earth to refine the Bort Monarch mechanical biochemical armor. This is one of the ultimate trump cards of the Bort race. When Yang Feng saw the Bort Monarch, his eyes flashed with a dignified shade, Holy Spirit Warlock. No, this is infinitely close to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Compared to the Fiend Emperor in his strongest state, it is only slightly inferior. Cloud Monarch, go to hell. Eyes shot with blood, the Bort Monarch bellowed, and a pair of 20-meter-long green wings unfolded behind him. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the green wings, and a green beam carrying pure power capable of easily destroying stars barreled towards Yang Feng. Chapter 993. The dark net monarch transformed into a huge mechanical spider, and countless threads shot out, covered the void, and formed behind Yang Feng. The threads vibrated at a high frequency invisible to the naked eye, and they can cut through space. Even if a quasi-holy step powerhouse runs into them, they will be directly cut apart. The luminous monarch burst out with resplendent light behind the dark net monarch. Illuminated by the resplendent light, any spells that attempt to search for the enemy through the light will be ineffective. At the same time, the light will distort the perception of the enemy, making it impossible for them to detect the Bort Monarch's attack. The Bort Monarch is in charge of the offense, while the other two monarchs provide support. With the three powerhouses joining forces, they can even suppress a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Faced with the Bort Monarch's attack, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and Devour Black Moon superimposed and formed a Devour Sun that barreled towards the green beam. When the green beam slammed into the Devour Sun, its fearsome power was forcibly devoured by the essence of Devour. Yang Feng looked coldly at the Bort Monarch and uttered with a faint smile, "Is that all? If that's all, then I'm really disappointed." A Devour Sun suddenly appeared and, as if it can devour the world, descended from the sky and crushed towards the Bort Monarch. Quasi-holy, Cloud Monarch, you actually promoted to a quasi-holy. That's right, you betrayed the Feybright ancestor in order to break through the bottleneck and advance to a quasi-holy. However, I didn't expect you to be able to condense the essence of Devour. It seems that you really put in a lot of effort to deceive the Feybright ancestor. However, for a newly promoted quasi-holy like you to dare fight me, you're overestimating yourself. Eyes shot with blood, the Bort monarch smiled ferociously, countless runes appeared on his immortal body, and wisps of holy step might suddenly erupted from him. He slammed a fist into the Devour Sun, and the essence of power erupted in an instant and shattered the Devour Sun. Not bad, Cloud Monarch, your essence of Devour has reached a certain level. However, it's your bad luck to run into me. The Bort monarch suddenly erupted, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a fist carrying the essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. Wherever the fist passed, countless spatial cracks suddenly appeared, as if it was going to destroy the entire world. The power of that strike is already comparable to that of an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock. Amazing! This is the ultimate weapon of the Bort race, the power of the Bort King. A scorching shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the essence of time. Ripples of time appeared within an area 1,000 meters in radius, and a river of time emerged from the never-ending sea of time and circled around him. The Bort monarch's speed slowed down by 10 times, while Yang Feng's speed increased by 10 times in an instant. With that increase and decrease in speed, the flow of time between the two of them instantly became 100 times different. Yang Feng appeared behind the Bort monarch with a step and stabbed at him with the God Slayer dagger. The God Slayer dagger pierced through the Bort monarch's magic shields and stabbed into his body. Countless strange runes flowed along the God Slayer dagger and into the Bort king's body. Boom! At this moment, a huge hole was blasted open on the Bort monarch's immortal body, and the God Slayer dagger was sent flying. The God Slayer dagger hummed continuously, showing that it suffered a lot of damage. A trace of understanding surged in Yang Feng's heart, and he flicked his wrist and put away the God Slayer dagger. This immortal body is only equivalent to an outer armor, it isn't the Bort monarch's body. The God Slayer dagger can easily pierce through all kinds of magic shields and even the immortal body of a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse and seal them. However, it also has a weakness, that is, it is very ineffective against heavy armor-type secret treasures. It is very difficult to break through armor-type secret treasures and stab the enemy. The essence of time, you actually mastered the essence of time. How is that possible? The Bort monarch quickly recovered from the distortion of time and stared at Yang Feng with shock in his eyes. Thanks to the fearsome regenerative power of the immortal body, the big hole on the Bort monarch's body healed quickly. No matter in which universe, the essence of time is one of the most difficult essences to comprehend. Countless Warlock Emperor rank supreme geniuses have failed to comprehend the essence of time, ultimately unable to break through and promote to an eternal sovereign. When the Bort monarch discovered that Yang Feng has mastered the essence of time, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart is filled with endless regret. If he knew that Yang Feng has mastered the essence of time, he would never have provoked such a fearsome existence. Amazing, as expected of the Bort monarch, to not be affected by the river of time. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to realize this. Yang Feng smiled, and the flow of time around him accelerated tenfold. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the luminous monarch and punched him. What's going on? What the hell happened? The luminous monarch had a confused look on his face. At this moment, a fearsome force erupted and blasted the luminous monarch's fleshly body and soul to pieces. The dark net monarch felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this. Despair flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth and spat out countless threads that formed a dense black net. There were no blind spots at all, and it firmly protected him within. Yang Feng smiled coldly, operated the essence of time again, accelerated tenfold, and arrived in front of the dark net monarch in the blink of an eye. He spread the fingers of a hand, and the Devourer's sun suddenly appeared and swept towards the dark net monarch. In a breath of time, the Devourer Sun swallowed the Dark Net Monarch. Waves of terrifying devouring power engulfed the Dark Net Monarch, causing him to scream in agony. The devouring sun disappeared before his screams could make it out. Wisps of the purest origin force entered Yang Feng from the Devourer Sun and nourished his flesh, blood, and soul. The essence of Devour that Yang Feng created can devour the life force and soul of countless powerhouses, transform them into the purest origin force, and nourish his life origin. Nourished by the wisps of extremely pure origin force, Yang Feng's soul aptitude will continue to improve, making him more powerful. Listen to my order. Activate the most. The Bort Monarch roared wildly, his face pale. With a flash of green light, Yang Feng strangely appeared behind the Bort Monarch and slammed a fist into him. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a huge wound was blasted open on the Bort Monarch's immortal body, and blood gushed out. Countless tissues extended rapidly, and the wound healed at an incredible speed. In just a breath of time, the wound healed by more than 80%. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with admiration. What a fearsome immortal body. So this is the body of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Even a quasi-Holy Step powerhouse would find it very difficult to destroy it. At the time when the Feybright ancestor was poisoned and besieged by 4 quasi-holies and more than 10 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, yet he still managed to kill almost all the people besieging him. This was all because of the incredible power of the immortal body. If it wasn't for the fact that the Feybright ancestor's power was almost exhausted, even with the God Slayer dagger, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to assassinate him so easily. Activating the tenfold flow of time, Yang Feng appeared in front of the Bort Monarch, slammed a fist into the other party's head, and blasted a large hole open. The fearsome immortal body activated again and quickly repaired the Bort Monarch's head. Almost at the same time, the wound on the Bort Monarch's back was completely repaired. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang incessantly. Many vital points on the Bort Monarch's body exploded, and then quickly repaired thanks to the fearsome power of the immortal body. The Bort Monarch clearly understands that it is difficult for him to hit Yang Feng, so he no longer attacks Yang Feng. Instead, he shifts all his energy to defense, stimulates the power of the immortal body, regenerates, and resists Yang Feng's attacks. The Bort Monarch regained his composure, stared at Yang Feng, and said unhurriedly, "It's no use, Cloud Monarch." The Bort Monarch biochemical armor is the greatest masterpiece of the Bort race. The core of the Bort Monarch is powered by an eternal grade source crystal that only exists in legend. Even if we fight for 20 years, it won't be a problem. As long as you can't break my defense, the one who will lose in the end will be you. Yang Feng uttered flatly, origin crystals are perfect grade at most. I have never heard of an eternal grade source crystal. The Bort Monarch's eyes shimmered with resentment, and he continued, of course. In nature, the highest grade of origin crystal is perfect grade. As for eternal grade source crystals, they are treasures made by eternal sovereigns. The eternal grade source crystal in the core of the Bort Monarch is a treasure we obtained in an eternal sovereign relic site. It is far more powerful than you can imagine. Cloud Monarch, let's negotiate. I can pretend that today's matter never happened, and we can still be good friends. With our status, we can conduct interstarfield trade and earn a lot of resources. By the way, don't you need a lot of starless sea gold? I know where to get a lot of starless sea gold. As long as we cooperate, everything will be fine. Chapter 994. Unfortunately, I also have my eyes on the Bort race. I want to devour the Bort race in one bite. Therefore, you must die. Yang Feng suddenly smiled, operated the eternal imperishable body and the law of karma, and a river of time, a black hole that can devour everything, and a shattered star suddenly appeared, and he exuded a mysterious and fearsome aura. Under the effect of 10 times the flow of time, Yang Feng appeared behind the Bort Monarch and slammed his fist into him. The essence of power blasted a huge hole in the Bort monarch's fleshly body, and the essence of devour absorbed the flesh and energy that erupted from the Bort monarch's fleshly body. Under the guidance of the law of karma, the essence of power slammed into the Bort monarch's soul along mysterious karma threads. No. The Bort monarch issued a scream of horror. Caught off guard, his soul was crushed by the essence of power bit by bit. After the Bort monarch's soul was crushed, the Bort monarch's biochemical mechanical armor absorbed the power of the Bort monarch's flesh and blood and turned it into nutrients, and then quietly suspended in midair, motionless. The huge hole blasted open by Yang Feng's essence of power just now has completely repaired itself. No matter how strong your immortal body is, your soul is only at the quasi-holy step after all. Besides, it isn't fully compatible with the immortal body. How can it resist my karma spell? Yang Feng looked at the Bort monarch's biochemical mechanical armor, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Then, he felt extreme exhaustion engulf him. Yang Feng calculated in his mind, the essence of time is too powerful, and the burden it places on me is too heavy. I have to use the eternal imperishable body and launch a fusion of 3 essences. If I fuse the essence of time, then with my current strength, I can only unleash 2 or 3 attacks at most. The eternal imperishable body is the strongest secret method Yang Feng has mastered, and it can fuse the essences he has mastered. However, the essence of time is a most mysterious and profound secret method. To manipulate time, even in a small area, consumes an astonishing amount of power. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng, but once he uses the essence of time to deal with a strong enemy, the consumption of power is unbearable. He can only erupt with power for a short period of time. Brother, I've already taken care of all the small fries outside. With a flash of green light, Mykelia flew to Yang Feng's side and showed him a sweet smile. Agnipe and the other 4 fallen angels followed behind Mykelia as her attendants, forming a beautiful scene. After 2,000 years of cultivation in the light of eternity plane, Alexia has advanced to a junior warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Sister Mykelia, I've long since dealt with the multi-brain king, and you've just finished off those small fries. Too slow. With a sweet smile on her face, Shiryu strode over. There is a stone statue floating behind her. It is the multi-brain monarch, one of the 4 warlock monarchs of the Bort race. On this trip to the Bort race, Yang Feng, who is ready to go to war if negotiations fail, brought Mykelia and Shiryu with him. All these years, Mykelia has been cultivating in seclusion in the light of eternity plane with Yang Feng. With the support of a large amount of resources, she has advanced to a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Mykelia uttered angrily, "Curses, the multi-brain king was originally my prey. But he's too good at escaping. That's why you picked up a bargain. Sister Shiryu." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, I'll leave the suppression of the Bort race to you. With the 2 powerhouses Mykelia and Shiryu as assistants, Yang Feng doesn't need to do many things himself. At this time, suppressing the Bort race is just a trivial matter in Yang Feng's eyes. An almost completely transparent figure emerged from Yang Feng, came to Shiryu's side, and bowed in salute. It is the Phantom Ruler who possesses quasi-holy step battle prowess. The Phantom Ruler possesses Phantom Force, which can easily distort and tamper with memories. It is the best weapon to use against powerhouses below the Warlock Monarch rank. Shiryu responded with a smile, "Okay, big brother." With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. Next, it's time to hunt for treasures. I wonder what treasures are in the Bort race's treasury. Deep in the Bort Royal Palace, in front of a cube-shaped mechanical battle beast with a side length of more than 20 kilometers, light flashed, and Yang Feng's figure appeared. Stop, this is the Bort race's treasury. Only those with the royal bloodline of the Bort race can enter. A voice came from the cube-shaped mechanical battle beast. At the same time, countless muzzles extended from the cube-shaped mechanical battle beast and pointed at Yang Feng. With his extraordinary perception, Yang Feng sensed that he has been locked on by the cube-shaped mechanical battle beast. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and stopped. An intelligent treasury? This is a bit troublesome. With Yang Feng's strength, it is not difficult to destroy this treasury. However, this kind of intelligent treasury is generally equipped with a self-detonation program. Once the situation turned for the worse, the entire treasury would self-destruct, turning everything inside into ashes. Fine. I've gained enough this time. Let's analyze the board technology first, and then find a way to crack the treasury's defenses. Yang Feng glanced at the treasury. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The treasury shrank, and then quietly lay in place, motionless. Yang Feng returned to the lightless starfield through a warp gate with the starless sea gold in his possession, and then crossed the universe wall, returned to the world of warlocks, and began to build a level 6 stronghold. Yang Feng's true body is the embodiment of the Bort monarch. While using the Bort race to collect the resources of the Ursa Major starfield, he absorbed the Bort monarch's knowledge and pondered his future path. The level 6 stronghold is the apex of the Shizu. At the time, with the power of the Shizu, they had to scour the resources of the entire universe to build a level 7 stronghold. The level 7 stronghold is the ultimate weapon the Shizu created after breaking through their limits. After analyzing all kinds of data, it was finally deduced that the level 7 stronghold can contend against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. After that, there is no way forward. Yang Feng needs to forge a path by himself. In the heart of Eternity Plane, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the center of the heart of Eternity Plane, there is a mechanical celestial body with a diameter of 20 kilometers. The mechanical celestial body is the apex of the Shizu, the level 6 stronghold. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the level 6 fortified stronghold and stared at it with excitement in his eyes. The level 6 stronghold has finally been built. In this way, even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be courting death if they come to my territory and behave atrociously. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. His figure shook slightly, and he flew into the level 6 fortified stronghold. As soon as he entered the level 6 stronghold, Yang Feng saw a boundless space filled with munitions factories. The munitions factories are divided into units. If any unit is destroyed, it won't affect the other units. The internal space has a diameter of 1 million kilometers, which is much larger than the Earth. If I encounter an enemy that I can't resist, I can load everyone into the stronghold and run away. Yang Feng looked at the vast space and showed a smile. In the endless universe, powerhouses are as common as clouds. In the world of warlocks alone, there are many Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who extend their lifespan through various mysterious and mystical secret methods. Even in their heyday, the Shizu could only contend against such powerhouses, but they may not be able to defeat the freaks who can suppress a low-energy grade universe by themselves. However, with the level 6 stronghold, if Yang Feng encounters an enemy that he can't deal with, he can use the power of the level 6 stronghold to hide in an alternate space. However, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If our universe is annexed, I won't be able to rise to the eternal sovereign realm. If that's the case, I can only hide in an alternate space and be a stray dog for the rest of my life. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he extinguished those dejected thoughts and recovered his fighting spirit. Light of teleportation shone on Yang Feng, and he was teleported to the center of the level 6 stronghold in an instant. In the center of the level 6 stronghold, there is a mysterious silver ball of light suspended in the air. Welcome, great Shizu ruler. I am the level 6 stronghold's optical computer 1. According to the analysis of the data, my current computing power is comparable to that of an ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock. I am your most loyal servant. Where do you want me to allocate my computing power? A message came from the silver ball of light. Computing power comparable to that of a Holy Spirit warlock. A scorching shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pondered for a while before asking, "How many companions do you need to increase before you can obtain Warlock Emperor rank computing power?" "I need 136 more companions before I can increase my computing power to that of a great sage. I need 1,865 companions to upgrade my computing power to the pinnacle Great Holy Step. I need 109,600 companions to upgrade my computing power to the Quasi-Empyrean Step. I need 16.9 million companions to upgrade my computing power to the Warlock Emperor rank." Chapter 995. The Optical Computer 1 uttered, "With your current resources, Great Ruler, you can produce 154 companions in the light of eternity plane within 1,000 years. However, the premise is that all the resources are tilted towards producing my companions." A list appeared in front of Yang Feng. The level 6 optical computer, with computing power comparable to that of a Holy Spirit warlock, listed all the resources Yang Feng has mastered. Yang Feng took a closer look and found that if he went all out to create an optical computer network comparable to that of a Holy Step powerhouse, then he would have to consume at least 80% of the resources he obtained from the Feybright race, the Bort race, and the Temple of the Eye of Time in order to create an optical computer network with computing power comparable to that of a Holy Step powerhouse. Yang Feng's heart shook. The computing power of an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock is 16.9 million times lower than that of a Warlock Emperor. No wonder Holy Spirit warlocks aren't a match for Warlock Emperors. The computing power of an Eternal Sovereign is only above that of a Warlock Emperor. Computing power doesn't represent combat power. However, people with strong computing power naturally have a great advantage in battle. The computing power of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is 16.9 million times that of an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock. With such a terrifying gap in computing power, Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses naturally have a great advantage over Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng asked, "Number 1, the computing power of a Warlock Emperor should be the standard of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in their prime, right?" "That's right, according to the current analysis of the world of warlocks. According to the analysis of the current data in the world of warlocks, they can be roughly divided into 3 levels, namely aging and dying Warlock Emperors, Junior Warlock Emperors, Intermediate Warlock Emperors, and Pinnacle Warlock Emperors. Aging and dying Warlock Emperors have a computing power of 150,000 to 300,000. Junior Warlock Emperors have a computing power of 5 million to 10 million. Intermediate Warlock Emperors have a computing power of 11 million to 14 million. Pinnacle Warlock Emperors have a computing power of 16.9 million. Of course, this is just the difference in computing power." The Optical Computer 1 replied. "The huge computing power is of great benefit to warlocks. Warlocks with strong computing power can master a law in a short period of time, while those with weak computing power will spend a long time to master it. With the Optical Computer 1, Yang Feng has a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse who can deduce spells and laws for him day and night." Yang Feng weighed it over and over again, and then said decisively, "The urgent matter at hand is to improve our battle prowess. Only by strengthening our combat power will we have more opportunities. If all the computing power was allocated to the manufacture of a level 6 optical computer network, then Yang Feng would be able to obtain an optical computer network with computing power comparable to that of a great Holy Step powerhouse after a year. Although it could rapidly improve his cultivation base, but it wouldn't be of much help in improving his fighting strength." One quickly replied, "Yes. These are all the unlocked weapons of the Shizu." A list of weapons appeared in front of Yang Feng. "With our current resources, we can produce one in 10 days, Yang Qi said with a smile. Vajra Ruler Primordial Body. "With the current resources, we can produce one in 50 days. "With our current resources, we can create one Phantom Ruler Primordial Body in 30 days. With our current resources, we can produce one Sharp Blade Dominator initial form in 40 days. I can create one Sovereign Devourer primal body a day. I can create one Mist Ruler primal body in 60 days. I can create one Seal Ruler primal body in 100 days. I can create one Erode Ruler primal body in 60 days. I can create one Lightning Ruler primal body in 100 days. I can create one Space Ruler primal body in 100 days. Level 6 Divine Judgment System, a defense system that can suppress Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Densely packed war weapons kept appearing, and there were more than 10,000 of them. However, the strongest weapons of the Shizu are the 10 Ruler primal bodies. Once the 10 Ruler primal bodies are created, they possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. At the same time, they can evolve and become more fearsome. The 10 Ruler primal bodies are divided into 4 stages: Primal Body, Evolved Body, Ultimate Body, and Perfect Body. Primal bodies are at the Infinity Warlock rank, Evolved bodies are at the Warlock Monarch rank, Ultimate bodies are at the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, and Perfect bodies are at the Quasi-Empyrean rank. Of course, if the battle robots want to evolve to the Quasi-Empyrean rank, they need to fight and devour a lot of resources. Even in their heyday, the Shizu didn't have many Quasi-Empyrean rank battle robots. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "Then let's start with the Erosion Ruler." The Optical Computer One replied respectfully, "Yes." Deep in the Bort Royal Palace, there was a flash of light, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the cube treasury. "Stop, this is the treasury of the Bort race. Only those with the royal bloodline of the Bort race can enter." The cube deformed, and countless attack organs suddenly extended and locked on Yang Feng, full of killing intent. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Erosion Ruler primal body, which looks like a pool of black mucus, suddenly flew out and pounced on the cube treasury in an instant. When the Erosion Ruler primal body landed on the cube treasury, the mucus eroded the inside of the cube treasury as if it has a life of its own. As if it didn't feel anything, the cube just locked its muzzle on Yang Feng. Verification complete. "Your Majesty the Bort Monarch, please come in." All of a sudden, the cube wriggled and opened, revealing a passageway leading to the treasury. Yang Feng entered the passageway, and all kinds of rare treasures of heaven and earth entered his eyes. As expected of the treasures accumulated by a race, it's really rich in resources. As he browsed, Yang Feng unceremoniously collected all the resources in the treasury into the small world inside him. Although the Ursa Major starfield is much more fertile than the lightless starfield, but the Bort race isn't the overlord of the Ursa Major starfield after all. The resources in the treasury are much worse than those of the Feybright race. As he collected the various resources in the treasury, Yang Feng thought regretfully. The Bort race's treasury is rich in resources, enough for Yang Feng to cultivate several Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. However, for Yang Feng, whose cultivation base has reached the quasi-holy step, these cultivation resources aren't very effective. It is very difficult for many top powerhouses to advance further because the resources suitable for them are getting fewer and fewer. It is getting more and more difficult for them to break through quickly. What's this? When Yang Feng came to the deepest part of the treasury, he saw a silver bead sealed inside a transparent crystal ball. With a flash of curiosity in his eyes, he reached out and touched the transparent crystal ball. Begin the inspection. Warning, you are not the Bort Monarch. Please leave at once, or the information will be destroyed automatically. The transparent crystal ball has just issued a warning, when the Erosion Ruler pounced on the crystal ball, and countless mysterious runes emerged from the crystal ball. Mighty Lord Bort Monarch, please accept this information. The crystal ball opened and revealed the silver bead. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the silver bead flew into his hand. As soon as the silver bead touched Yang Feng's hand, it turned into countless pieces of information that entered his body. When Yang Feng absorbed the information, his eyes flashed with joy, this is part of the hive manufacturing information. To dare steal the manufacturing information of the hive, the Bort race is really daring. The Bort king must have used the hive's manufacturing technology to create a weapon of war. The hive is one of the most powerful weapons of the Gumana universe. The manufacturing technology of the hive is firmly in the hands of the 3 Protoss races and the 18 sacred races. The other superior races are not allowed to grasp the manufacturing technology of the hive. That is because the fighting power of the Tier 3 hive is comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Warlock, the fighting power of the Tier 4 hive is comparable to that of a Great Holy Steppe Powerhouse, the fighting power of a Tier 5 hive is comparable to that of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, and the fighting power of a Tier 6 hive is comparable to that of an Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouse. Only 3 Eternal Sovereigns possess the Tier 6 hive. As for the Tier 5 hive, it is in the hands of the 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The Divine Hive had such great value, and it had almost limitless evolutionary potential. The Gumana universe's powerhouses do not allow other races to study the hive. Of course, if someone wants to study the hive, that's not impossible. As long as they pass a strict examination and join the 18 sacred races and the 3 Protoss races, they can continue to study the hive for the 18 sacred races and the 3 Protoss races. All the manufacturing technology is firmly in the hands of the 18 sacred races and the 3 Protoss races. The Bort race has evidently obtained part of the manufacturing technology of the hive through some unknown means. Yet, not daring to expose it, they can only use the manufacturing technology to manufacture the Bort monarch. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. With this information, my manufacturing technology of the hive can be improved. I still have no clue about the Tier 4 and above hives, but I should be able to perfectly imitate the Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives. I can even imitate the Tier 3 hive with a similar appearance. The hive has a great status in the Gumana universe. With a thought, Yang Feng has already thought of more than a dozen plans to use the hive. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he determined his goal. The next step is to find a way to infiltrate the Blastil race. Like the Shizu, the Blastil race is mainly a mechanical civilization. Moreover, it is the only race in the Gumana universe's mechanical civilization that has given birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. If I get my hands on the Blastil technology, I should be able to perfect the Shizu technology tree and lay a foundation for deducing the level 8 stronghold. Chapter 996. Yang Feng has just sent his subordinates to sneak into the Blastil race's sphere of influence, when a piece of information arrived, forcing him to leave the Gumana universe and return to the world of warlocks. The Tsangji Plains Human Supreme Council headquarters, the Chairman's Conference Hall. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Chairman's Conference Hall, he saw that 4 of the 6 monarchs were already seated, and the Time Imperial Court and the Transcendent Imperial Court sent new representatives. As soon as Yang Feng entered the conference hall, gazes focused on him. The Thunder Leopard Monarch and the Transcendent Imperial Court's Dragon God Monarch stared at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. After the fall of the Transcendent Monarch and the Time Monarch, the Time Imperial Court and the Transcendent Imperial Court carried out a great internal purge. In particular, those related to the Transcendent Monarch were strictly reviewed, purged, and isolated. They were transferred from important posts and incorporated into cannon fodder troops. Although many spies hidden in the Transcendent Imperial Court were found due to Yang Feng. But at the same time, the Transcendent Imperial Court and the Time Imperial Court lost face because of Yang Feng. Naturally, they won't treat Yang Feng well. The Taboo Monarch said, "Everyone is here." Star Monarch, you say it. The Star Monarch replied, "Yes. According to astrology, in about a month, our 2 universes will usher in a violent collision for the second time. The universe rift between the 2 universes will become even larger. Everyone, please get ready." The Death Monarch frowned and said, "In a month? Can't it be a specific date?" The Star Monarch uttered calmly, the other party cast a spell to interfere with my astrology. The future was blurry and chaotic. The divination of the Gumana universe's powerhouses has no effect. The star monarch's astrology can peek into the future. It is very mysterious. However, astrology has its limitations. The future of the weak can be easily grasped through astrology. However, the future of the strong is more difficult to grasp. The Gumana universe is guarded by 3 eternal sovereigns and 18 warlock emperor rank powerhouses. It is very difficult for the star monarch's astrology to have any effect on the Gumana universe's powerhouses. The Magic Note King said, "I've received information that the demon clan's bastards are making a move. Their main forces have gathered." The Taboo King frowned slightly and said, "Monster demon clan's trash." What did the demon say? The fiendish demon clan was the human race's mortal enemy. Under the continuous encirclement and suppression of human warlocks, the remaining Hellions in the Tsangji Plain are no longer a threat. However, a part of the demon clan had fled to the Demonist Plain, hiding under the protection of the devil race. The Magic Note King's eyes flashed with an extremely cold killing intent. Those demon clan bastards said that they don't know anything. These damned bastards. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 universes are about to devour each other, I would really like to bring people to the Demonist Plain and clean up those bastards. The Death Lord frowned and said unhurriedly, "How troublesome. The Gumana universe is already connected. But our universe is still fighting amongst itself and has yet to unite as a whole. It is too difficult to fight against the Gumana universe." In the world of warlocks, the overall strength of human clan warlocks was already extremely terrifying. As Holy Spirit warlocks slowly awakened from the river of time, the power of human warlocks will only become more and more terrifying. But compared to the Gumana universe, there is still a big gap. The Gumana universe's 18 sacred races all have warlock emperor rank powerhouses guarding them. If any of them can enter the world of warlocks unscathed, they can suppress human warlocks. Under such circumstances, there are still countless races in the world of warlocks who regard the human race as mortal enemies, which naturally gives the human race a headache. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the sky, and the life mana surged, distorted, and disorderly. The Taboo Monarch's countenance changed dramatically, and she looked up at the starry sky with a dignified expression. "Shit, the second universe collision has begun." Countless mysterious runes emerged from the conference hall, and the walls of the conference hall turned transparent and shone brightly, intertwining and forming a light curtain. Everyone present can clearly see the rift that was sealed by the 6 monarchs using Empyrean-grade secret treasures during the first universe collision. Boom! Along with the second blare, the rift split open. Almost at the same time, countless rifts connecting the 2 universes appeared in the universe where the world of warlocks is located. Countless powerhouses of the Gumana universe poured into the perpetual rifts and swarmed towards the celestial bodies with signs of life in the universe where the world of warlocks is located like locusts. Spies like the Transcendent Monarch lurking in the world of warlocks have already sent back the coordinates of the celestial bodies with intelligent life forms in the world of warlocks. Only then can the Gumana universe's powerhouses launch targeted attacks on the celestial bodies. Yang Feng took out a communicator and said, "The second universe collision has begun. The Gumana universe's powerhouses have invaded. Please prepare for defense." The communicator was connected to Yang Feng's numerous allies. As soon as the allies received Yang Feng's message, they quickly activated their defense mechanisms. Countless 5th-generation battle robots and various defensive arrays were activated and thrown into the defense. Human warlocks have eyes all over the universe. In the conference hall, the cracks in various places are constantly displayed. Yang Feng glanced at the low-level rifts and quickly made a judgment. These low-level rifts can only allow beings below the Infinity Warlock rank to enter freely at most. Even if they enter, they will only be cannon fodder. Sure enough, the key to this universe collision lies in the Tsangji Plain's central starfield. The two universes are carrying out an unimaginable collision, and the most crucial place is the Tsangji Plain Central Starfield. For Yang Feng, the Gumana universe's powerhouses who have sneaked in through low-level rifts are not worth mentioning. Any one of his mechanical armies would be able to wipe out those invaders. In the central starfield, a huge black hole suddenly appeared, and Tier 3 hives flew out of the black hole. As soon as the Tier 3 hives flew out of the black hole, they absorbed the surrounding Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives and turned into mechanical giants, eight-eyed freaks, fire dragons, and other weapons with Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle prowess. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Last time, only one Tier 3 hive invaded. This time, there are dozens of Tier 3 hives. The collision between the two universes is getting more and more intense. With a flash of light, an arrow that seemed to contain the power of a sun descended from the sky and struck a Tier 3 hive. Boom! More than half of the Tier 3 hive's energy shield was shattered. Tricolor Great Sage, please help me seal that fissure. Let's destroy the invaders. A beautiful elf appeared in the air. She wore a garland of flowers on her head and wore emerald green leaf armor. She held an exquisite and luxurious elven bow in her hand. She had a curvaceous figure and was a peerless beauty. She was a combination of valiance, beauty, and elegance. Black, white, and red beams suddenly appeared, and a human Holy Spirit Warlock dressed in a tricolor warlock robe with a weathered face and an aura of vicissitudes suddenly appeared. The tricolor Great Holy is a great holy step powerhouse of the Time Imperial Court who recovered not long ago. After his recovery, his strength surpasses that of the brilliant Great Holy, and he is currently the #1 expert of the human race. The tricolor Great Holy looked into the void and said with a smile, "Senior Brilliant Great Holy, I didn't expect to see you again." Following a slight sigh, the brilliant Great Holy emerged from the void and stared at the tricolor Great Holy with a complicated look in his eyes. "Tricolor, you really advanced to a Great Holy." At the time when the brilliant Great Holy used a secret method to fake his death, tricolor Great Holy was just an infinity warlock. But now, the tricolor Great Holy has surpassed the brilliant Great Holy in terms of strength, which naturally filled the brilliant Great Holy with complicated feelings. The eyes of the tricolor Great Holy shimmered with nostalgia. "Senior Brilliant Great Holy, of the 12 Great Holy who followed the Time Lord, I admire you the most. It is my honor to fight alongside you today." The brilliant Great Holy looked around and said with a smile, "Come out, all of you. I and Tricolor alone cannot seal this rift." Taboo Imperial Court's Astral Dragon Holy greets you too Great Holy. With a flash of light, a handsome Holy Spirit Warlock with a pair of dragon horns on the head suddenly appeared. Taboo Imperial Court's Night Horse Holy greets you too Great Holy. A handsome, slender Holy Spirit Warlock with a ponytail suddenly appeared. Transcendent Imperial Court's Tusk Holy greets you too Great Holy. A 100-meter-tall Devil Saint with countless sharp fangs all over its body suddenly appeared. Transcendent Imperial Court's Dark God greets you too Great Holy. A demon god shrouded in a layer of blurry shadows suddenly appeared. Star Imperial Court Star Gauze Holy greets you too Great Holy. A handsome Holy Spirit Warlock shrouded in starlight with an extraordinary temperament suddenly appeared. Star Imperial Court's Kunman Star Holy greets you too Great Holy. A Holy Spirit Warlock with shoulder-length hair and an extraordinary temperament also shrouded in starlight suddenly appeared. Death Imperial Court's Corpse Insect Holy greets you too Great Holy. A strange being shrouded in a layer of thick black fog suddenly appeared. Death Imperial Court's White Bone Holy greets you too Great Holy. A 10,000-meter-tall strange existence made of countless bones suddenly appeared. Magic Note Imperial Court Sky Spirit Holy greets you too Great Holy. A beautiful girl with long hair that reached her shoulders and was only about 1.5 meters tall appeared with a smile. She was wearing exquisite bells all over her body and was barefooted. She had a petite figure and was only about 1.5 meters tall, but she was extremely exquisite and cute. Magic Note Imperial Court's War Holy greets you too great holy. A burly expert with a huge armory behind him suddenly appeared, standing proudly in the void. He had a domineering aura. Chapter 997. 2 Great Holy and 10 Holy Spirit Warlocks. This is the strongest underlying strength of the human race in occupying the Zhangji Plain. In addition to these Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holy rank powerhouses, the 6 Warlock Imperial Court still have Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses guarding their headquarters. It is because the human race is strong enough that the other races recognize the human race as the overlord of the universe and rarely invade the Zhangji Plain on a large scale. God Blood Plain's true blood race had been passed down from the ancient God era to the present day, but there were only 9 true ancestors. 4 kindred true ancestors died in the struggle. Even so, the kindred race only has 13 Holy Spirit Warlock rank true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to produce Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. 2 Great Holy and 10 Holy Spirit Warlocks, the human race really can't be underestimated. Impeccable. I wonder how many Holy Spirit Warlocks there are in their headquarters. Damn it, we should have gone all out to fight for the Heaven and Earth Spirit root. It's all because of Yang Feng. If it weren't for him, we would have been able to seize at least 3 of the 9 Heaven and Earth Spirit root floating continents. In this way, the human Holy Spirit Warlocks wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Wisps of immortal might pervaded the void, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses from other races appeared and looked at the 12 human powerhouses in the void with complicated looks in their eyes. In the face of the Great Tribulation, even though many races are mortal enemies with the human race, but the other race Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can't show up. If the human race is finished, the Gumana universe's powerhouses won't let the powerhouses of other races off. The other race's Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will be killed, because the other party doesn't need so many powerhouses to divide up the resources. The brilliant Great Holy scanned the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of other races who slowly emerged and said flatly, "We are responsible for sealing the rift. You are responsible for destroying the invaders." Okay. No problem. In the void, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses cast various secret methods and blasted towards the huge rift. Flames, hailstones, gales, lightning bolts, dragon breaths, meteorites, resplendent divine lights, and all sorts of immortal auras bombarded the Tier 3 hives. The Tier 3 hives activated powerful barriers, which forcibly resisted the attacks of the Holy Spirit Warlocks inch by inch and squeezed their way outside. The heavily damaged Tier 3 hives flew back to the Gumana universe through the universe rift, while the damaged Tier 3 hives squeezed out of the universe rift inch by inch. The Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Holy, the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Star Imperial Court suddenly flew out and silently recited incantations. A huge astrolabe that seemed to occupy a world and was engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly flew out, and dazzling star runes suddenly flew out and entered the huge cosmic rift. The incomparably huge universe fissures were enveloped by the incomparably resplendent star runes and sealed by the star runes. The Tier 3 hives slammed into the star rune seal, but they did not budge. The huge astrolabe continuously extracted star force from the world of warlocks and reinforced the frightening seal. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, the Star Dynasty's astrology and sealing spells are ranked first. The sealing spells cast by the Star Dynasty's Holy Spirit Warlocks can even seal Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Of course, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses won't just stand in place and let the Star Dynasty's powerhouses seal them. Standing loftily in the void, the tricolor Great Holy and the brilliant Great Holy watched the human Holy Spirit Warlocks fight. They are mainly responsible for deterring the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks and protecting the human Holy Spirit Warlocks. When they encounter danger, they are to be rescued. Every Holy Spirit Warlock is the essence of the human race, a genius among geniuses, a powerhouse who can only be born after consuming countless resources. The death of any one of them is a heavy blow to the human race as a whole. Submit to me. Otherwise, die. A peerlessly terrifying and seemingly eternal voice suddenly gushed out from the crack in the universe. A profound, mysterious, abstruse, and fearsome God-eye, which seems to contain a universe, suddenly emerged from the other end of the universe rift. In an instant, a great fear surged in the hearts of all the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses present. Every Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse has gone through countless tempering and countless battles, and has climbed to the top step by step. None of them is weak. Their mind has been tempered countless times, and they are not afraid of any mind spells. But at this moment, great fear welled up in the hearts of all the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses involuntarily. Like a mouse seeing a cat, or a frog being locked on by a viper, they felt their blood run cold. So scary. That's the God Eyes Eternal. In the conference hall of the Human Supreme Council's chairman, when Yang Feng saw the hair-raising God Eye through the screen, he trembled all over. His instinct tells him that at this time, in front of the God Eyes Eternal, he is still just an ant, just a little stronger than other existences. The Taboo Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the other quasi-holy step powerhouses of the 6 warlock dynasties stared at the God Eyes Eternal, and they trembled all over. Each of the 7 quasi-holy step powerhouses present is a pinnacle elite of human warlocks, a pinnacle quasi-holy step powerhouse. Even so, they still stared at the God Eyes Eternal, and they trembled all over. This is the instinctive fear of inferior life forms when encountering superior life forms. Just like when an ordinary person encounters a terrifying dragon might, no matter how strong their will is, their body will involuntarily feel fear. The Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Star Imperial Court, emerged with countless mysterious and dazzling starlight. Star charts suddenly appeared above the heads of the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, and dazzling star force poured into the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks, and wisps of immortal breath erupted and dispelled the fear. The astrolabe shone brightly, and countless runes flew out and continued to seal the rift inch by inch. The Gumana Universe's powerhouses piloted the Tier 3 hives and attacked frantically, shaking the seal. Ants, go to hell. An indifferent, majestic voice full of killing intent came from the rift, and a black beam of light that seems to fill the world shot out from the God Eyes Eternal's eye on the other side of the rift. The black beam of light crossed the distance of a universe. In its wake, the Tier 3 hives and the Gumana Universe's powerhouses inside were absorbed and transformed into the power of the black beam of light that slammed into the star seal. Struck by the black beam, the seals of the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks, the Gauze Star Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, broke. Crack. The Saint-level secret treasure, the Starry Sea Plate, cracked inch by inch and completely shattered. Countless magic shields appeared around the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, and protective secret treasures suddenly flew out and blocked in front of them. The black beam of light erased the magic shields and protective secret treasures of the 2 human Holy Spirit Warlocks, and they disappeared from this universe. The face of the Star Monarch turned pale, she clenched her hands, and she cried out, Star Gauze Holy, Kunman Star Holy. When Yang Feng saw the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy die, he couldn't help but feel flustered. They died. 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks died just like that. So this is an eternal. Impossible, how can they be so strong? If an eternal can cross a universe, they can easily kill a Holy Spirit Warlock. Who is their opponent? Who can stop them? The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of the world of warlocks are still in a deep sleep and have yet to wake up. The most powerful existences are Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. If the Gumana Universe's Eternal can cross a universe and slaughter the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the world of warlocks, the world of warlocks cannot compete with them. Seeing that the situation is far from reassuring, the other race Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the Universe Rift cast secret methods to conceal their figures and breath, and then disappeared. Many superior races only rely on a single Holy Spirit Warlock for protection. If that Holy Spirit warlock is killed, the whole race will decline. The brilliant Great Holy's face flickered, and he shouted, "Don't panic. Even an eternal sovereign cannot cross a universe and easily kill a Holy Spirit warlock. He must pay a heavy price for such an attack. There won't be a second attack. This is the truth that the Time King told me himself. Don't panic, everyone. We just didn't expect that the Divine Eyes Eternal would be willing to pay such a huge price to launch an attack. If he launches such an attack again, I can block it with the primordial star dragon turtle shield." The tricolor Great Holy flicked his wrist, and a primordial star dragon turtle shield engraved with countless runes and exuding wisps of Empyrean grade fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. The primordial star dragon turtle shield is an Empyrean grade secret treasure, the plentiful treasures Great Holy refined from the corpse of a warlock emperor rank primordial star dragon turtle. In terms of defensive power, it is ranked in the top 10 in the world of warlocks. At this moment, 10 Tier 4 hives suddenly flew out of the universe rift like meteors and disappeared from the universe rift while the other race Holy Spirit warlocks hid in the dark. A level 5 god nest with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, which looked like a star, slammed into the huge crack created by the Divine Eyes of Eternal, got stuck in the crack, and squeezed out inch by inch. Chapter 998. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the huge Tier 5 hive slammed into the rift and got stuck, with only a small part of the rift exposed. A wisp of Empyrean might slowly seeped out of the rift. One after another, the Type 4 hives flew out, and a total of 9 Type 4 hives squeezed out of the cosmic rift. Originally, in this collision between universes, the Tier 3 hives flying out was already the limit. However, the Eye of Eternity had braved the danger of backlash and forcefully shattered the crack between the two universes, expanding it once again, allowing the Tier 4 hive to barely fly out. A dignified look in his eyes, the brilliant Great Holy flickered with a flick of his wrist, and the God Slayer white jade sword suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed down without hesitation. A white saber ray that seemed capable of severing all things descended from the sky and slashed at a Tier 4 hive that looked like a star. Suddenly, the Tier 4 hive glowed brightly, and layers of protective barriers appeared. When the white sword ray slashed into the Tier 4 hive's protective shields, it shattered them one by one. A white beam shot out from the Tier 5 hive and entered the Tier 4 hive. A huge diamond wall suddenly emerged and formed a huge shield that blocked the Tier 4 hive. Boom! The white sword ray slashed the diamond wall to pieces, and then left a 10,000-meter long and 10-meter deep sword mark on the Tier 4 hive before collapsing and disappearing. The Tier 3 hives that flew out of the Tier 5 hive pounced on the damaged Tier 4 hive. Countless stones fluttered and shone brightly on the Tier 4 hive, and they quickly repaired the damage inflicted by the God Slayer white jade sword. Crack! Many cracks appeared on the God Slayer white jade sword in the brilliant Great Holy's hand. Clearly, it can't withstand such fearsome attacks for long. The brilliant Great Holy looked at the 9 Tier 4 hives and the Tier 3 hives pouring out, and his pupils constricted. Damn it, even the attack of an Empyrean grade secret treasure can't insta-kill them. This is going to be difficult. The faces of the human Holy Spirit warlocks present turned unsightly as they watched the Tier 3 hives suddenly appear. As soon as the Tier 3 hives appeared, they connected with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives, forming a battle fortress. The strength of the Gumana universe's powerhouses is increasing at every moment, making people tremble with fear. The Gumana universe's powerhouses are not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they continue to strengthen their companions, fighting steadily and surely, leaving no flaws. Tricolor Great Sage sighed and said, "It seems that we can't solve it in a short time." The brilliant Great Sage also nodded slightly. Originally, the human race dispatched so many Holy Spirit warlocks in order to seal the universe rift as soon as possible and win more time for the universe to recover. If there were no accidents, the crack in the universe would have been sealed by them. However, the Divine Eyes Eternal is a powerhouse who has experienced several universe-devouring wars. Disregarding the backlash, he forcibly smashed the seal of the human race in one fell swoop and sent a steady stream of the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Now, 10 Tier 4 hives containing the Gumana universe's Holy Spirit Warlock-ranked powerhouses have been scattered all over the universe. 9 Tier 4 hives as well as countless Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1 hives have gathered in the central starfield. Even if you use Empyrean-grade secret treasures, it will be difficult to eradicate them all. The brilliant Great Sage looked back and said, "In the universe war, we are not the only ones fighting. Instead, everyone must participate in the war and make sacrifices in order to grasp the chance of survival." In the rear, a 10,000-kilometer-long time battleship, a taboo throne containing the corpses of countless extraordinary life forms, a transcendent mountain floating with countless transcendent gods, a star palace surrounded by countless stars, a boundless sea of death, and a secret treasure mountain formed from countless secret treasures flew over from afar. The time battleship, the taboo throne, the transcendent mountain, the star palace, the sea of death, and the secret treasure mountain are the strongest weapons of the 6 Warlock Imperial dynasties. Once the time battleship is activated, except for powerhouses blessed with special runes, the flow of time of everyone within an area of 100,000 kilometers will slow down by 1 to 3 times, while the flow of time of powerhouses blessed with special runes will accelerate by 1 to 3 times. Once the taboo throne is activated, it will strengthen the bloodline of bloodline warlocks on one side within an area of 100,000 kilometers in radius. Additionally, after killing an enemy, the enemy's bloodline, soul, and power will be extracted to strengthen the bloodline of bloodline warlocks on one side, heal injuries, and evolve the bloodline of bloodline warlocks on one side. Once the Transcendent Mountain is activated, countless transcendent gods suppressed by the Transcendent Mountain will emerge and bless the Transcendent Mountain with the power of various transcendent gods. At the same time, once an enemy is killed, they will be suppressed by the Transcendent Mountain and become nutrients for the Transcendent Mountain. The Star Palace, like a perpetual motion machine, will absorb star force from the universe's stars at all times to heal the injuries of the star warlocks on one side, strengthen their bodies, and bless them with star shields. At the same time, it can also take the initiative to attack the enemy. Once the Sea of Death is activated, the area within an area of 100,000 kilometers in radius will become a terrifying Sea of Death. In the Sea of Death, the enemy will be eroded by the Sea of Death at all times, and the power of their attacks will be reduced by more than 50%. Moreover, once the enemy dies, their soul, flesh, and blood will be devoured by the Sea of Death. The Secret Treasure Mountain, on the other hand, is full of all kinds of brilliant and mystical secret treasures. Whether it is offense, defense, strengthening, killing, sealing, and so on, they can all be activated through special secret treasures. The universe collision was too sudden. In order to seal the rift as soon as possible, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses rushed to the scene at the fastest speed possible. The humans have already formed an elite army. They assembled troops at the first possible moment and dispatched 6 elite troops. The strongest weapons of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are suspended in the void. With the 6 strongest war weapons as the center, all kinds of war weapons flew out, forming one battle group after another, completely enveloping this star field. Shortly after the elite troops of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts appeared, a level 5 mobile fortified stronghold that looks like a mechanical star suddenly flew out and occupied a corner of the battlefield. As one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng enjoys great rights, but he also bears great obligations. Time Worship, Taboo Throne, Transcendent Mountain, Star Palace, Sea of Death, and Secret Treasure Mountain, the humans are really serious. What's that? Those are the troops directly under the 7th chairman of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng. They look so weak. That's natural, although Yang Feng is a genius. Although Yang Feng once fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw, but his foundation is too shallow after all. How can his troops compare to the rest of the human elite troops? The other race powerhouses hiding in the dark glanced at the level 5 mobile fortified stronghold with ridicule in their eyes. After the humans finished their preparations, elite troops flew out from the weapons of the 6 warlock imperial courts and attacked the Gumana universe's powerhouses. The weakest elite soldiers dispatched by the 6 warlock imperial courts possess Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. At the same time, the secret treasures of the elite soldiers resonated with each other. Each 100-person team possesses Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. In the Universe War, Moonlight Warlocks are cannon fodder. However, the Moonlight Warlock rank is the minimum requirement to participate in the Universe War. If you don't possess Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, then in the Universe War, as long as a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse casts a large area of effect mind spell, the mind of those without Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base will be eroded, and they will defect on the spot. Tier 1 hives and Tier 2 hives suddenly appeared, and countless Gumana universe's powerhouses flew out and engaged the elite troops of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The human Holy Spirit Warlocks and the Gumana universe's Holy Spirit Warlocks maintained a strange tacit understanding, allowing the elite troops to fight each other. Only in that incomparably cruel slaughter would the elites who survived the slaughter on the battlefield be born. Besides, they will also receive the favor of the universe. At the same time, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are fighting on a large scale, which means that both sides are going to go all out. Whether it is the human race or the Gumana universe's powerhouses, they are not willing to let the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses go all out. On the human side, there are still countless other races coveting the status of the human race, while the Gumana universe's side is alone. Both sides have their own apprehensions. 3 million strengthened dazzling light units flew out from the level 5 stronghold and flew towards the battlefield under the command of hundreds of dazzling rulers. This is the battle demon Sex Yang Feng's mechanical legion. I'll deal with them. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, the Gumana universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses rode a Tier 2 hive and 15 Tier 1 hives towards the swarm of dazzling light units. Rays of light flashed faintly, and one Boyan expert after another, covered in thick layers of stone armor, suddenly flew out. The bigger the Boyan powerhouses are, the stronger they are. Each Boyan powerhouse is more than 10 meters tall and is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. The 50-meter rank is the Glorious Sun Warlock rank, the 100-meter rank is the Bright World Warlock rank, the 300-meter rank is the Infinity Warlock rank, and the 1000-meter rank is the Warlock Monarch rank. Chapter 999. Go to Hell. The 1000-meter tall Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse holding a 3000-meter long bone club forged from the bones of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse sent an overbearing breath barreling towards the dazzling light units. In an instant, a huge club phantom covering an area 1000 kilometers in radius, containing the essence of power, barreled towards the dazzling light units. The 1000 dazzling light units acting as arrowheads suddenly resonated, shone brightly, formed a semicircular energy shield, and barreled towards the huge club phantom. Boom! The huge rod shadow smashed the semicircular shield into pieces with a single strike. The 1000 dazzling light units were suddenly sent flying by the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse for tens of kilometers. How is this possible? How come not a single one was destroyed? After sending 1000 dazzling light units flying, the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse's eyes filled with shock. As an advanced Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, he can manipulate the elemental force of heaven and earth and stimulate the essence of power. With a single strike, he can blast a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks into mincemeat. Even if 1000 Glorious Sun Warlocks joined forces, but when faced with an all-out strike from the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be seriously injured, and at least dozens will die. Yet the 1000 dazzling light units were only sent flying for tens of kilometers, and their outer armor wasn't even broken. This naturally filled the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse with shock. The 3 million dazzling light units, which have been modified and strengthened by the Level 6 stronghold, can already be called Level 6 battle robots. Thanks to the resonance of the hundreds of dazzling rulers, the 3 million dazzling light units opened the shoulders of the 3 million dazzling light units and revealed Rhombus primary artilleries. In the next instant, countless beams of light descended from the skies, shooting towards the Tier 2 hive, the 15 Tier 1 hives, and the horde of Boyan tribe experts. No. Don't. The countenance of the Boyan warlock monarch rank powerhouse changed dramatically, and he issued an earth-shattering roar, curled up into a ball, countless runes appeared on his body, and he operated the essence of earth, and layers of diamond armor emerged. In an instant, the endless beams of light engulfed the Boyan powerhouse, the Tier 2 hive, and the 15 Tier 1 hives. When the light disappeared, only 6 of the 15 Tier 1 hives remained in the starry sky. The Tier 2 hive was also badly damaged, with a small part destroyed. Almost all of the Boyan powerhouses released by the hives have been swept away, leaving only the Boyan warlock monarch rank powerhouse curled up into a ball and frantically condensing a diamond armor. What's that? That's Yang Feng's mechanical legion. How can it be so powerful? What's going on? When did Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion become so powerful? When did the other race holy warlocks hide in the shadows? When the other race holy spirit warlocks hiding in the dark saw this scene, shock filled their hearts. When faced with the Gumana universe, even a monarch rank warlock rank powerhouse, he or she holy, the holy rank powerhouse to monarch rank. Even a quasi-holy step powerhouse alone would have to retreat in the face of the Gumana universe's legion. With a volley of Yang Feng's dazzling light units, most of the legion was destroyed. This kind of combat power can be rated as heaven-defying. In terms of destructive power alone, it even surpasses that of some weak Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. After the attack, the dazzling light units retracted their main artilleries, turned into a torrent of steel, and rushed towards the Tier 2 hives and the Tier 1 hives. The power of the dazzling light unit's main artilleries can run through the immortal body of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. But at the same time, it takes 10 minutes to recharge. In other words, every 10 minutes, the Mechanical Legion can unleash an attack with destructive power comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Boom! Besieged by 100,000 dazzling light units, the Tier 2 hives forced their way into the hives and self-detonated. The fearsome explosion finally destroyed 1,000 dazzling light units. As if triggering a chain reaction, the remaining Tier 1 hives exploded one by one and turned into resplendent fireworks. The 10,000 dazzling light units besieged the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The diamond armor of the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, who barely escaped, was destroyed inch by inch, and finally shattered. In the joint conference hall, the Star Monarch looked at the dazzling light units with shock in her beautiful eyes, and she praised sincerely, "What a powerful mechanical marionette legion." In many ways, it can already be compared to the Golem Legion of the Golem dynasty. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a speck of light entered the Star Monarch's hand and reported the price of the 10 Dominator-class battle robots to the Star Monarch. "Star Monarch, are you interested in buying them? I can give you a preferential price." Although the 6th-generation dazzling light units are extremely powerful, but the cost of manufacturing them has increased geometrically. Many of Yang Feng's munitions factories on various celestial bodies have stopped production due to a lack of resources. With Yang Feng's current resources, he can produce more than 100 billion 3rd-generation battle robots in a day. However, they could only produce about 10,000 level 6 main battle robots. This is the terrifying gap in production. Of course, in actual combat, 100 billion 3rd-generation battle robots are no match for 16,000 6th-generation battle robots. Yang Feng currently uses all his resources to produce Ruler Series battle robots and 6th-generation battle robots, but he still feels a lack of resources. The Star Monarch glanced at the order list and said decisively, okay, I'll order 3 million dazzling light units first. The Star Imperial Court has countless powerful secret treasures, among which there is no lack that can display the might of a Holy Spirit warlock. However, such secret treasures require a large number of warlocks to operate. In cruel battles, it won't be that easy to replenish the number of elite warlocks who died. At the time, every human warlock force in the Tsangji Plain will hold a moonlight ceremony once it produces a moonlight warlock. This is because it is difficult to produce transcendent warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank. The resources required to cultivate a bright world warlock rank powerhouse are 100,000 times cheaper than to produce a dazzling light unit with bright world warlock rank combat power. This is where the advantage of Shizu technology lies. Of course, mechanical creations also have their limits. They lack a soul. At the time, their battle prowess was comparable to that of a warlock emperor. They don't even have the concept of an eternal sovereign. If they encounter a force with an eternal sovereign, they will definitely be defeated. The Star Monarch knows that the Shizu battle robots Yang Feng manufactured must have a back door. However, as long as she uses the Shizu battle robots as cannon fodder, there won't be any problems. The Taboo Monarch uttered with a smile, "I'll also order 9 million. Yang Feng replied, "No problem." The other four chairmen kept silent and took a deep look at Yang Feng. The Magic Note Monarch suddenly smiled and said, "Yang Feng, your mechanical golems are very interesting. I'll order 10 million dazzling light units." The Death Monarch uttered flatly, "Yang Feng, I'll order 8 million dazzling light units." The Thunder Leopard Monarch uttered with a smile, "I'll order 10 million dazzling light units." The Dragon God Monarch uttered with a smile, "I'll order 15 million dazzling light units." "No problem, I'll deliver the mechanical golems you ordered as soon as possible." Yang Feng smiled and spoke very gently. After this battle, Yang Feng's battle robots displayed Holy Spirit Warlock rank destructive power. The Magic Note Monarch and the other chairman finally began to look at Yang Feng in the eye. Prior to this, the Magic Note Monarch and the other chairman only regarded Yang Feng as someone who borrowed the power of the brilliant Great Holy. Although he has good potential, but he is somewhat of a fox exploiting a tiger's might. In the Battle Demon sect, only the brilliant Great Sage was taken seriously by the Magic Note King and other powerhouses. In the eyes of the Magic Note Monarch and them, the underlying strength of the Battle Demon sect is not worth mentioning. At the Time Monarch made things difficult for Yang Feng because he looked down on Yang Feng and didn't regard him as an existence on the same level as them. Now that the dazzling light units have displayed terrifying battle prowess, the Magic Note Monarch and the other pinnacle powerhouses finally regard Yang Feng as an overlord, an existence on an equal footing with them. After the Gumana Universe's powerhouses suffered a loss, they immediately adjusted their tactics. 1 Tier 3 hive, 10 Tier 2 hives, and 58 Tier 1 hives formed a defensive line to block Yang Feng's mechanical legion. The two sides fought in the void, and the sound of explosions rang incessantly. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and felt that his universe's favor is increasing. Yang Feng gazed at the starry battlefield with a dignified look in his eyes. According to the current situation, the world of warlocks should be able to resist this wave of offensive from the Gumana universe. However, many of the human Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses are bound to be pinned down here, unable to leave. The 9 Tier 4 hives in the central starfield must have Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses of the Gumana universe. With enough powerhouses and low-level hives strengthening them, each of the 9 Tier 4 hives can display great Holy Step battle prowess. Under this fearsome threat, the Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses of the world of warlocks naturally have to gather here. Otherwise, once the main force of the Gumana universe breaks through the central starfield, it will be a catastrophe for the entire universe. As for the 10 Tier 4 hives that have broken through and scattered in the universe, these powerhouses are unable to take care of them. Chapter 1000. The Tsangji Plains continent, the fifth floor of the underground world. Endless darkness shrouded the underground world. Demonic chi, resentment, and death Qi lingered, and countless low-level demonic creatures wandered in the darkness. In a very ordinary mountain range, there is a vast palace opened up by a spell. In the center of the palace, there sits a tall, handsome young man with snow-white skin. On a step below the palace, there are 18 Hellion powerhouses of different appearances, each of whom exudes warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. Below the 18 warlock monarch rank Hellion powerhouses, there are 108 infinity warlock rank Hellion powerhouses. Sir Heaven Holy, the main forces of the human race have been drawn to the universe rift and are fighting the Gumana universe's powerhouses. 2 human Holy Spirit warlocks have died. With a flash of light, a large-eyed fiendish demon with a huge eye that took up 2/3 of its entire face flew into the hall, knelt on the ground, and respectfully reported to the handsome man in the center of the hall. The Heaven Saint opened his eyes. His eyes were crimson and flashed with a blood-red light. His killing intent surged as he said coldly, "Very good. Everyone. Now that the main forces of the human race are pinned down by the Gumana universe, it is the best time for us Hellions to realize our long-cherished wish. Let's go hunt the humans together. Kill the humans. Kill the humans." Bursts of cheers erupted in the mountain range. Hellions are a cannibal race descended from the 5 Hellion ancestral bloodlines created by the Taboo Lord. They are the mortal enemies of the human race. Hellions have been hunted and hunted by human warlocks for countless years, and have been on the verge of extinction several times. Naturally, Hellions are full of hatred for the human race. One after another, orders were passed down from the mountain range. On the 5th floor of the Tsangji Plains continent's underground world, countless Hellions, freaks, dark evil gods, devil insects, and other freaks suddenly rioted and attacked the 4th floor of the continent's underground world like an avalanche. After the human warlocks from the core world appeared, the freaks from the underground world retreated from the 3rd and 4th floors, ceding a large area of territory to the human warlocks. Because they know that with the return of the human main force, only death will await them if they stay on the 3rd and 4th floors, and they will become the prey of human warlocks. Taking advantage of the fact that the human race's main force was pinned down in the central starfield, the underworld's devil race immediately launched a retaliation against the human race. In the command center on the 2nd floor of the underground world, the countenance of a warlock changed dramatically, and he shouted, "The filthy demonic creatures in the underground world launched an attack. The other party has a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Damn it. How could this be? This is terrible." In the command center, all the warlocks clearly saw the newly built warlock towers on the 4th floor of the underground world being submerged by the endless demonic creatures. In addition to the Hellions' 18 warlock monarch rank Hellions, the other races gathered a total of 34 warlock monarch rank powerhouses and launched an offensive against the humans. Under the siege of the 52 warlock monarch rank Hellions, the 3 human cities on the 4th floor of the underground world fell almost instantly, and countless human warlocks died. "Sir Yellow Rock Monarch, what should we do now?" In the command center, an infinity warlock asked the burly warlock monarch Yellow Rock Monarch with an unswerving expression. The Yellow Rock Monarch is the supreme leader of the human race stationed in the Tsangji Plains Eastern World's underground world, and he is responsible for suppressing the freaks in the underground world. "Pass down my order. All human warlocks on the 3rd floor of the underground world are to evacuate immediately and retreat to the 2nd floor. Enter the highest level of combat." The Yellow Rock Monarch hesitated for a while, and then his eyes shimmered with unswerving determination, and he said, "Send a request to the Supreme Council. We need reinforcements." "Yes. Sir." The Infinity Warlock responded quickly. On the 3rd floor of the underground world, the light of teleportation shone, and the human warlocks guarding the 3rd floor abandoned their strongholds and frantically evacuated to the 2nd floor. After the freak main force that emerged from the underground world captured the 3 cities on the 4th floor, they divided a part of their forces to sweep the human warlocks on the 4th floor, while the main force poured into the 3rd floor like an avalanche. The main force of the demons charged straight in, directly attacking the connection between the second and third layer of the underground world. The countless low-level freaks divided into groups and attacked the human warlock towers erected on the third floor. Although they received the order to evacuate, but because they were in a hurry, many human warlocks still stayed in their warlock towers and relied on their warlock towers to resist the freak attacks. As cities fell, the freak main force finally arrived at the passage connecting the second and third floors of the underground world. Although there are passages leading to the second floor of the underground world in other human cities, but those passages are very small, and once you pass through them, you will fall into a trap set up by the humans. The passage connecting the second and third floors of the underground world is very spacious, which is conducive to the deployment of large armies. As long as this passage is breached, the freak main force can pour into the second floor of the underground world. Because of this, even though the humans have set up layers of defense here, but every time the freak army attacks the surface world, they will attack through the passage. When the virtually endless freak army arrived at the passage, a sea of low-level demonic creatures poured into it as cannon fodder. In the passage, human clans' warlock towers shone brightly. Flames, hailstones, earth spikes, lightning, and all kinds of terrifying spells bombarded the low-level demonic creatures, turning them into ashes. Damned humans! Die, all of you! A warlock monarch rank freak revealed his true form and turned into a 1,000-meter tall freak with a huge wolf tooth club in hand. Every time he brandished the huge wolf tooth club, a human warlock tower would be smashed to pieces. A myriad beast freak rank freak stimulated the evil dragon bloodline inside him, turned into a 1,000-meter tall evil dragon, and sprayed a large amount of evil fire that can incinerate everything and burned human warlock towers to ashes. The 52 warlock monarch rank freaks displayed fearsome power and destroyed the human warlock towers above the line of defense. Retreat! Retreat! In the underground world, there is only one warlock monarch rank powerhouse, the Yellow Rock Monarch, standing guard. Unable to resist the 52 warlock monarch rank freaks, the human warlocks could only abandon the warlock towers they spent countless resources to build and retreat to the second floor of the underground world. The countless freaks poured into the second floor of the underground world. As soon as the freak army entered the second floor of the underground world, they were illuminated by the sunlight everywhere, and their strength was weakened by more than 50%. Meteor rain, ice seal, blade storm, and other large-scale meteorological spells were unleashed from the warlock towers on the second floor of the underground world one after another and barreled towards the freak army. The low-level monsters serving as cannon fodder were easily killed under the bombardment of large-scale meteorological spells. At the same time, many Starry Sky warlock rank freaks with weaker defenses were insta-killed as well. Under the bombardment of large-scale meteorological spells, the originally boundless sea of hundreds of millions of freaks was reduced to less than 2,000 freaks at the Moonlight warlock rank and above. The second floor of the underground world has been transformed into the home field of the humans. In such an environment, the might of human meteorological spells can be exerted by 120%. At the same time, freaks and other dark life forms will be weakened by more than 50%. Even if 100 warlock monarch rank freaks come to the second floor of the underground world, they will only be suppressed and killed by human warlocks. As for the sea of freak cannon fodder, it can't withstand a single blow from human warlocks. A bunch of wastes who only know how to use their talents. No matter how many of them there are, they can't withstand a single blow. In the command center, the Yellow Rock Monarch stared at the freaks, heaved a sigh of relief, and showed a smile of disdain. Each of the Warlock Monarch rank freaks is stronger than the Yellow Rock Monarch. But with the help of the Warlock Towers and various barriers on the second floor of the underground world, the Yellow Rock Monarch can suppress the 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. This is the result of human warlocks' continuous research and development of various secret treasures to the pinnacle. At this moment, a 10,000-meter tall giant shimmering with bright gold light stepped into the air, crossed the distorted space with a step, appeared 10,000 kilometers away, arrived above the artificial sun, erupted with Holy Spirit Warlock rank might, and slammed a fist into the artificial sun. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the artificial sun was shattered by the Heaven Holy's punch. Damn it! Holy Spirit Warlock! How can there be a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse here? When the Yellow Rock Monarch saw the artificial sun destroyed by the Heaven Holy's punch, his eyes shimmered with despair. Each Holy Spirit Warlock is the guardian of a race and possesses heaven-defying battle prowess. Each of them is a fearsome existence who can reverse the situation of a battle by themselves. They are fearsome existences who can reverse the situation of a local universe war by themselves. Great Merit Steel, activate the Great Merit Steel. The Yellow Rock Monarch roared, and countless rays of light shone, and the Great Merit Steel buried by the Great Cloud Dynasty's first Emperor Chu Yun suddenly flew out and suppressed the Heaven Holy. Chapter 1001. As soon as the Great Merit Steel flew out, countless runes shone, and the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and other effects suddenly appeared and pressed towards the Heaven Holy. The Great Merit Steel is a treasure refined by the first Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty using 30 stars and a holy grade secret treasure as the core. It contains the frightening star power of 30 stars. It has infinite power and is extremely mysterious. Break! Tianxing punched the Great Merit Steel again and again. His punches contained the power of the ultimacy, causing the Great Merit Steel to tremble continuously. Every time the Heaven Holy punched, the magic shields of several warlock towers on the second floor of the underground world collapsed, and their power was extracted to the limit. Kill them all. Eyes shot with blood, the 52 Warlock Monarch rank evil gods roared and attacked the surrounding warlock towers. Most of the power of the warlock towers has been extracted and poured into the Great Merit Steel in the sky. The remaining power of the warlock towers is not enough to contend against the evil gods. As the evil gods blasted the warlock towers apart, the power of the Great Merit Steel in the sky weakened continuously. From the passageway connecting the two underworlds, countless freaks poured out in a steady stream and madly attacked the warlock towers. The Great Merit Steel in the sky was forcibly blocked by Tianxing. The defensive barrier that enveloped the entire second floor of the underground world was weakened by more than 80%. Besieged by the 52 Warlock Monarch rank evil gods, the remaining human warlock towers were blasted apart one after another. There was a flash of helplessness in the eyes of the Yellow Rock Monarch, and he sighed slowly, "Damn it, we don't have enough manpower. If there was a Holy Spirit Warlock standing guard here, these damn freaks would all die here. If there was a Holy Spirit Warlock here to block the Heaven Holy, then the Great Merit Steel would be responsible for weakening the power of the Heaven Holy and the other race freaks. If the Heaven Holy were to continue pestering here, he would definitely be suppressed. But now the main forces of the human race are concentrated in the central starfield. The Holy Spirit Warlocks of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are guarding the branch floating continents above the Heaven and Earth Spirit route. That was the foundation of the 6 great Warlock dynasties, it couldn't be lost. It is difficult to transfer other Holy Spirit Warlocks to support him in a short time. In the vast universe, in addition to the 6 Warlock dynasties, there are also powerful human warlock groups guarded by Holy Spirit Warlocks. However, since these warlock groups have not joined the Human Supreme Council, the Human Supreme Council cannot dispatch Holy Spirit Warlocks to support them. The Sky Sage of the Empty God Tower, the Cloud Sage of the Sky Cloud Tower, and the Void Flower Sage of the Void Garden had all joined the Human Supreme Council. However, even if the Human Supreme Council wanted to mobilize them, they could only use a negotiating tone and ask the other party's opinion. Only Warlock Emperors are qualified to order Holy Spirit Warlocks. Otherwise, even a great Holy Step powerhouse is not qualified to order a Holy Spirit Warlock. Rumble. With an earth-shattering sound, the Great Merit Steel in the void shattered. At the moment when the Great Merit Steel was smashed, the 9-11-story tall Warlock Towers exploded. The defensive barrier that enveloped the second layer of the eastern world's underground world instantly shattered, and the devil creatures recovered their full strength. Retreat. The Yellow Rock Monarch issued a cold order to retreat, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Along with flashes of light, the human warlocks on the second layer of the underground world cast various life-saving spells, disappeared, and fled. Many of the warlock towers, which cost countless resources to build, were activated by human warlocks, triggering all kinds of strange phenomena above the warlock towers. The human warlock towers turned into strange existences that can devour the life of the devil creatures and kill all life forms that get close to them. That terrifying demon flood swept through the human race's main stronghold in the underground world like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Demon Suppression City is a human city leading to the underground world. At this time, countless humans are fleeing from the Demon Suppression City by various means of transportation. Suddenly, the earth trembled. A terrifying black pillar of light shot out from the ground. Like a demonic creature that could devour everything, it destroyed the entire demon-suppressing city. Just like that, the demon-suppressing city, which had a population of a few million, became history. A terrifying giant hole with a diameter of 300 kilometers was revealed, and countless demons, devil insects, and other monsters from the underground world crazily poured in, spreading in all directions like a plague. Humans. Those are humans. Kill them. Eat them all. These damn humans. Voices full of resentment came from the Hellions and freaks. The Hellions, devil insects, freaks, and other freaks of all shapes and sizes hunted the remaining humans in the surroundings. The eyes of a warlock monarch-ranked giant god Hellion flickered with madness, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, and he uttered each syllable, "Sir Heaven Holy, what should we do now? Should we take this opportunity to capture the human base, the core world?" The Heaven Holy smiled wildly and said, "No, let's do as you please. Then, we'll turn more humans into our compatriots. Hellions are highly contagious freaks. So long as a human eats their flesh and blood, they will be infected, eroded, and transformed into Hellions according to their physique. Of course, to transform into an advanced warlock, you must feed them the flesh and blood of Hellions of the same or higher level." However, this was not a problem for the monstrous demon clan. The warlock monarch-ranked giant god Hellion roared with excitement in his eyes, "Little ones, it's time to party. Do as you please, in this human world, have fun to your heart's content." The orderly Hellion army issued heaven-shaking cheers, and then countless Hellions turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. The Heaven Holy glanced at the Hellion army with indifference in his eyes, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The headquarters of the Human Supreme Council. The Star Monarch uttered with an unsightly expression, "The Hellions actually hit a Holy Spirit warlock-ranked powerhouse in the underground world. These damn maggots are really far-sighted. To rise in revolt at this time. The gap between the underlying strength of the Hellions and the humans is terrifying. If they rise in revolt at any other time, the humans can easily suppress them. With the power of the human race, it won't be a problem for them to clean up all the freaks in the underground world. However, there is no end to the freaks in the underground world. Coupled with the fact that the humans didn't expect that there is a Hellion Holy Spirit warlock hiding in the underground world, the situation has spiraled out of control. The magic note monarch uttered coldly, "Since the Hellions have emerged from the underground world, then we must go all out to annihilate them. If we ignore them, in less than 7 days, there will only be Hellions left in the Tsangji Plain. Chairman Taboo Monarch, we just discovered that 10 Tier 4 hives have infiltrated these locations." Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a map appeared in front of everyone. When the Death Monarch saw the map, his face fell, his eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Transcendent Monarch, damn Hellions, they must be colluding." In the star chart, 6 of the 10 Tier 4 hives are stationed outside the branch floating continents of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, monitoring the movements of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The 4 Tier 4 hives formed a fearsome mobile force roaming the heaven and earth spirit route, ready to ambush reinforcements at any time. Each of the 4 Tier 4 hives is comparable to a great holy steppe powerhouse in terms of battle prowess. When the 4 Tier 4 hives join forces, they can seriously injure or even quell a Holy Spirit warlock within a short period of time. At this time, the heaven and earth spirit route has grown to a height of 1 million kilometers, and the distance between the 9 branches is more than 100 million kilometers. However, for the Tier 4 hives, if they can use spatial jump, 100 million kilometers is nothing. Even if they can't use spatial jump, they only need to fly at full speed for less than 30 minutes to cover 100 million kilometers. When the 10 Tier 4 hives were set up in that place, they immediately made things difficult for the humans. In particular, when the main forces of the human race were set up in the central starfield. Only after understanding the strength of the human race can the Gumana universe's powerhouses make such a targeted arrangement. The taboo monarch suddenly uttered, "The sky holy, the cloud holy, the void flower holy, the wind holy, the oddity holy, and the thunder holy all refused our request to fight. They are only willing to defend their branch floating continents and confront the Tier 4 hives." After the establishment of the Human Supreme Council, the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts and Yang Feng each occupied one of the 9 branch floating continents. The remaining 2 were divided among the 6 forces. The Wind Holy, the Oddity Holy, and the Thunder Holy were the forces that joined the Human Supreme Council later on. The forces subordinated to them naturally have to obey the orders of the Human Supreme Council. However, the Holy Spirit Warlocks are an exception. Yang Feng said suddenly, "I'll suppress these hellions." The taboo monarch frowned and reminded kindly, "Yang Feng, are you sure? Among those hellions, there is a transcendent holy. He is a transcendent holy, an existence comparable to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse." Yang Feng responded, "I can suppress those hellions. But the premise is that you guarantee that the 10 Tier 4 hives won't attack my mechanical legion." The magic note monarch uttered with a smile, "I can guarantee that. Yang Feng, as long as you suppress those hellions. Even if I have to use the magic note Imperial Court's underlying strength, I can guarantee that the Tier 4 hives won't threaten your retreat." Chapter 1002. The Death Monarch uttered, "The Death Imperial Court can also guarantee it. The human 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have profound underlying strength. If they go all out, they may be able to destroy the Tier 4 hive. Of course, the price they have to pay will be painful even for the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. After all, it's not yet time for the decisive battle. If the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts use up all their underlying strength, the other forces eyeing them covetously might pounce on them at any time and tear them to pieces." The taboo monarch pondered for a while, and then said, "Yang Feng, I'll leave the hellions to you. We won't let the Tier 4 hives sneak attack your main force." With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a mechanical avatar appeared in the venue, and then its body collapsed and turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. From the Heaven and Earth Spirit Route, branch floating continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect, a Starlight Judge-class interstellar battleship suddenly flew out. Each Adjudicator battlestar has a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. Looking like a mechanical planet, it is covered in countless muzzles. Surrounding the Judge-class interstellar battleships were 32 Star Sector-class interstellar battleships, interstellar carriers, and interstellar cruisers, forming a huge fleet. As soon as the huge interstellar fleet appeared, it flew towards the direction where the monster race army was wreaking havoc. "They're out." The 4 Tier 4 hives cruising around the Heaven and Earth Spirit Route suddenly blurred, entered a spatial gate, and made a spatial jump. The magic note monarch smiled coldly, "You damn other races, you look down on us humans too much." From the branch floating continent occupied by the magic note Imperial Court, a completely transparent holy-grade secret treasure spatial net flew out. The spatial net merged with the void and formed a sharp net. When the 4 Tier 4 hives collided with the spatial net, their outer armor was cut to pieces, and countless fragments scattered about. The 4 Tier 4 hives suddenly activated, and countless strange tentacles extended out to repair themselves. At the same time, they stabbed backwards in an attempt to open the passage they came from. But to no avail. That space has been sealed. I told you not to look down on the aboriginals of this universe. Didn't you agree to the spatial jump plan? One thought after another was transmitted to the Tier 4 hive. Spatial jump was the most common mode of movement used by the Tier 4 hive. Using spatial jump, the Tier 4 hive could traverse a distance of 1 billion kilometers in an instant. Of course, there are risks in using a spatial jump. Once disturbed, ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks will be torn to pieces by a spatial storm. Let's leave this place. A Tier 4 hive extended countless tentacles that pierced into the void and opened a spatial gate in the void. The Tier 4 hive flew into the space gate and escaped from here. The other 3 Tier 4 hives also opened spatial gates and flew to other locations. The cracks in space were filled with danger, and the slightest carelessness could destroy even a Tier 4 hive. How cautious! A soft sigh echoed in the area before disappearing. Rippling Light City was a large city of human clan, with a population of up to 10 million people. It was rich in rippling light stones, which were extremely beneficial to light attribute warlocks' cultivation. With an infinity warlock guarding it. At this time, the rippling light city was surrounded by countless hellions, who besieged the city like a tide. Above the rippling light city, the warlock towers radiated resplendent light and formed a defensive barrier that enveloped the city. All kinds of light attribute meteorological spells blasted out from the 9 warlock towers in the center of the rippling light city, and the surroundings of the rippling light city were filled with purifying light. Amidst a series of miserable screams, the low-level fiendish demons and various low-level magical creatures turned into ashes one after another, disappearing without a trace. In the face of human meteorological spells, the demonic sea tactic cannot withstand a single blow. Only demonic creatures above the Moonlight Warlock rank could resist the large area of effect purifying light. Go to hell. A Pantheon Hellion monarch with the god of thunder bloodline descended from the sky, rode a 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon, and slammed into the barrier of the rippling light city like a meteor. Boom! With a loud noise, the barrier of the rippling light city collapsed, and the 9 warlock towers at the core shattered. No! Damn it! No! When the human warlocks inside the rippling light city saw that the barrier of the rippling light city was broken by such a fearsome method, their countenance changed dramatically, and their morale plummeted to the limit. Along with flashes of light, the human warlocks who were working together to resist the attack of the Hellions used various spells to flee in different directions. Without the complete defense system formed by the warlock towers of the rippling light city, the human warlocks knew that they could not resist the siege of the Hellion army. From all directions, countless low-level fiendish demons and monsters surged towards them like a tide. Low-level Hellions can be transformed by corrupting humans. If the high-level Hellions are not destroyed, then it doesn't matter how many low-level Hellions are killed. It's over. When the Infinity Warlocks of the Rippling Light City saw the barrier break, their eyes shimmered with despair. The Pantheon Hellion monarch said with a ferocious smile, "Kill them. Haha, kill those damn humans. Let's start a fun hunt." With ferocious smiles on their faces, countless Hellions rushed towards the Rippling Light City. In the Rippling Light City, the faces of the countless low-level warlocks who are spying on the battlefield surged with despair. In that instant, a rain of white light fell from the sky, bombarding the bodies of the low-level fiendish demons and low-level demonic creatures. The nearly endless low-level Hellions and demonic creatures were instantly devoured by the white rain of light, and even their skin and bones were purified. The fearsome white rain of light not only accurately attacked the low-level Hellions and demonic creatures, but also locked onto the Hellions above the Moonlight Warlock rank. The 300 Hellions at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above gathered here exploded and disappeared one by one. Damn it, who's there? The eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch flashed with anger, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked into the distance. Those ant-like low-level fiendish demons could be easily replenished by killing as many of them as they could. But the Hellions above the Moonlight Warlock rank aren't so easy to get. This involves the issue of conversion rate. Unless it's one of the 5 Hellion ancestors, those who are converted into transcendent rank Hellions may collapse. In other words, after converting about 100 human warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank, it is possible to get a Hellion above the Moonlight Warlock rank. The 300 Hellions above the Moonlight Warlock rank are the result of the Pantheon Hellion monarch's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort. In the eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch, 10,000 kilometers away, the Adjudicator Battlestar shone brightly and sprayed a rain of light that massacred a large number of low-level Hellions like pesticides. The Adjudicator Battlestar has a range of tens of millions of kilometers. Although the power of its attacks will weaken with distance, but it is more than enough to kill the low-level Hellions. That's the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. The trifling Battle Demon Sect, just borrowing the name of the brilliant Great Holy, dares to deal with our race, what a reckless fool. The eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch shimmered fiercely, and he flew towards the Adjudicator Battlestar. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and ripples spread in all directions. The Hellion monarchs and Warlock monarch rank freaks who are wantonly slaughtering humans received voice transmissions from the Pantheon Hellion monarch. The Warlock monarch rank Hellion monarchs and Warlock monarch rank freaks flew towards the Adjudicator Battlestar. Do I really look so weak? Yang Feng looked at the 52 Warlock monarch rank Hellions converging on him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. If it was the powerhouses of the 6 Warlock dynasties, the Hellion monarchs would retreat, not daring to provoke them. However, in the eyes of everyone, Yang Feng's Battle Demon Sect has always been unworthy of its name. It relies entirely on the strength of the brilliant Great Holy. Since the brilliant Great Holy isn't here, the Battle Demon Sect is nothing to be afraid of in the eyes of the Hellion monarchs. After all, among the 52 Warlock monarch rank Hellion monarchs and freaks, there are 5 quasi-holy step powerhouses. Since you've come to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Feng smiled and willed, and the doors of the Battlestars opened, and a swarm of dazzling light units flew towards the Warlock monarch rank Hellion monarchs like a tide. Under the command of 1,000 dazzling rulers, the 5 million dazzling light units blocked in front of the 13 Hellion monarchs. The dazzling light units resonated wildly, extended their artillery, shone brightly, and turned into a torrent of light that engulfed the 13 Hellion monarchs in an instant. After the light disappeared, the traces of the 13 Hellion monarchs were erased. How is this possible? How can those golems be so strong? When did the Battle Demon Sect's golems become so terrifying? When the remaining 39 Warlock monarch rank Hellion monarchs saw this scene, they were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Even a quasi-holy step powerhouse can't kill a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse so easily. But now the 13 Warlock monarch rank powerhouses were insta-killed, which filled the remaining Hellion monarchs with a chill. Chapter 1003. After the attack, the dazzling light units retracted their main artilleries, formed battle formations, and flew towards the remaining 39 Hellion Warlock monarchs. Tens of thousands of Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses flew over from all directions. Among the tens of thousands of powerful fiendish demons, there were 1,000-meter-long fiendish dragons, 1,000-meter-tall giants, peerlessly beautiful fiendish fairies, fiendish demons that had been converted from the Blood Tribe, and spatial fiendish demons that were proficient in spatial development. Each kind of Hellion exudes fearsome auras. If a Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion falls into a level 8 or level 9 plane, it can easily transform all life forms in the plane into low-level Hellions and turn that plane into a hell. The tens of thousands of Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses have just flown over, when the frigates next to the Adjudicator Battlestar shone brightly and rained beams of light into the Hellion swarm. Thanks to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank computing power of the Level 6 optical computer, only a few thousand of the tens of thousands of Moonlight Warlock rank and above Hellion powerhouses were blasted apart. Of the Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses, except for the undead Hellion powerhouses, all the other Hellion powerhouses were killed. The frigate quickly adjusted its firepower and barreled towards the Glorious Sun Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses, and the Glorious Sun Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses were blasted apart and turned into countless fragments that scattered about. A unit of the Dazzling Light units suddenly split off and flew towards the Hellion Transcendent rank powerhouses, and then broke into the ranks of the Hellion Transcendent rank powerhouses. Go to hell. The eyes of a 1,000-meter-long Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon flashed fiercely, and it opened its maw and belched a fearsome dragon breath barreling towards a dozen-plus Dazzling Light units. The fearsome dragon breath enveloped an area of 1,000 meters in radius and engulfed the dozen-plus Dazzling Light units. A fearsome wind pressure suddenly erupted from the dragon breath, and a dozen-plus Dazzling Light units that are still burning flew out of the dragon breath and slashed at the Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon with their blades. Along with flashes of bloody light, the Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon was cut into countless pieces, and then enveloped by the artillery fire that fell from the sky and purified them, leaving only a Hellion core behind. The Infinity Warlock rank Hellions didn't care about the Dazzling Light units. As a result, the Infinity Warlock rank Hellions suffered heavy casualties. Only 30-plus Hellions with special bloodlines and supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess by far surpassed those of the same rank escaped. The eyes of an Infinity Warlock rank true blood Hellion shimmered with fear, and he cried out, "Infinity Warlock! Damn it, these golems possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, how is this possible? Apart from the Golem Lord, how can anyone produce a large number of Infinity Warlock rank golems?" Strengthened by the resonance of the Dazzling Ruler, each of the Dazzling Light units can exert intermediate Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess at this time. Before the Great Tribulation, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were already known as almighty powerhouses in the world of warlocks. In any force, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are already first-rate upper echelons. Even now, when the Great Tribulation broke out, Hellions can only transfer hundreds of Infinity Warlock rank Hellions. Against millions of Infinity Warlock rank 6th generation battle robots, they can't withstand a single blow. The Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion has just roared, when 10 Dazzling Light units appeared in front of him and slashed out with their blades, and blade afterimages invisible to the naked eye sliced the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion into countless pieces in an instant. The life force of the True Blood Hellion is extremely tenacious. After being chopped into countless pieces, the countless pieces still quickly converged along the contaminated core True Blood. 3 Dazzling Light units fired their rhombus main artilleries, and 3 beams slammed into the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion and vaporized the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. A 1,000-meter-tall troll Hellion monarch with purple skin roared wildly, "Everyone, run!" With a flash of green light, the Angel Empress Mykelia suddenly appeared in front of the troll Hellion monarch and slashed at him with her sword. The face of the troll Hellion monarch fell. Countless runes appeared all over him, and he cast a strengthening spell and formed an armor shield. Boom! With a loud bang, the troll Hellion monarch was sent flying into the swarm of Dazzling Light units by Mykelia's sword strike. The countless Dazzling Light units turned into a torrent of steel that engulfed the troll Hellion monarch. Green afterimages flickered on the battlefield. Mykelia operated the essence of speed, appeared in front of the 29 Hellion monarchs in an instant, and slashed out with her sword, forcing the 29 Hellion monarchs to cast various defensive spells. The Dazzling Light units took this opportunity to rush forward and devour the 29 Hellion monarchs. Mykelia's figure fluttered, and she flew into the air. Standing loftily in the void, she looked at the 29 Hellion monarchs struggling in the mechanical sea with delight in her beautiful eyes. For rays of light flashed, and Alexia and the other 3 warlock monarch rank fallen angels flew behind Mykelia as her guards. Although the number of angels under Yang Feng's command exceeds 10 million, but there are only 4 warlock monarch rank fallen angels, Alexia. In the mechanical sea formed by the countless dazzling light units, a 10,000-meter-long quasi-holy steppe rock dragon covered in diamond armor suddenly flew out, and light of petrification spread from its body in all directions. Enveloped by the light of petrification, the outer armor of the dazzling light units approaching the rock dragon quasi-holy began to petrify rapidly. The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon has already begun to go all out. By burning its life origin force, it stimulated this terrifying power. Even the infinity warlock rank energy shields of the dazzling light units can't resist it. Screw off. Mykelia chuckled, then suddenly appeared above the quasi-holy steppe rock dragon and slashed at the quasi-holy steppe rock dragon with a sword containing the essence of power. The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon extended a claw and slammed it into the giant sword. Boom! The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon was blasted into the midst of the dazzling light units by Mykelia's attack. The countless dazzling light units slashed at the quasi-holy steppe rock dragon with their blades and covered it in wounds. The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon struggled and petrified the dazzling light units one after another, but the wounds on its body grew more and more numerous, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. No! Amidst a miserable scream, an evil god Hellion King was directly chopped into pieces by the dazzling light units and blasted apart. Before long, a 10,000-meter-long star sea boa Hellion monarch was chopped into pieces, and then purified by the dazzling light units. One by one, the demon kings struggled in the terrifying mechanical sea of dazzling light entities, and were killed one by one. Each of these Hellion monarchs once ran amok in the Zhangji plain and killed more than 10 million humans. It was only because they were powerful, secretive, and elusive that the human race had no way to kill them. But now the Hellion monarchs, who can be called great enemies of the human race, died at Yang Feng's hands. From the Human Supreme Council's headquarters, the Death Monarch watched all of this through a spell, and his heart filled with shock, so strong. These golems are really strong. The beautiful eyes of the Star Monarch flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered unhurriedly, Yang Feng's mechanical legion is already comparable to that of the Golem Lord. The only weakness is that there are no Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems. The magic note Monarch uttered flatly, how can it be so easy to manufacture Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems? If we could manufacture Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems in batches. Back then, the Puppet Lord wouldn't have been crazy enough to create a monster like the living puppet. No matter which universe it is, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are pinnacle powerhouses. At the time, even the Shizu could not manufacture Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots in batches. In theory, if you have 100 million Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, you may be able to contend against an eternal sovereign using a special secret treasure. However, in any universe, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will not exceed 100,000. At the time, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots possessed by the Shizu were evolved from Ruler Series battle robots that could evolve. At the time, when the Shizu dominated a universe, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots they possessed was only 276. The Death Monarch uttered unhurriedly, if it wasn't for the Great Tribulation, this era would be Yang Feng's era. He may be able to become the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race in this era. What a pity. The other 5 monarchs nodded and looked at Yang Feng with a complicated shade in their eyes. During the Great Tribulation, all kinds of monsters emerged one after another. Apart from the Demon Emperor, 2 or 3 other terrifying monsters with extraordinary battle prowess, who had once been invincible for an era, had also been born. Although Yang Feng is strong, but the Death Monarch and them are still not optimistic that he can reach the top. Still not making a move. What on earth is he waiting for? Sitting inside the adjudicator rank space armor, Yang Feng locked onto a position through the scanner and looked coldly at the Heaven Holy hiding in the distance. Chapter 1004. The Heaven Holy is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. He alone possesses the terrifying battle prowess to reverse the situation. The 52 Warlock Monarch rank Hellions and Freaks added together aren't as terrifying as the Heaven Holy. Only by using the Great Merit Steel, Warlock Towers, and other special large secret treasures to unite their power can they contend against the Heaven Holy. Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng, 7th Chairman of the Human Supreme Council, I will remember you. The Heaven Holy stared at Yang Feng's fleet with killing intent in his eyes, but he didn't attack. The Tsangji Plains White Oak Mountain Range is a desolate mountain range lacking in life magic energy. The mountain range is filled with demonic chi that erodes everything in the surroundings. Even if an Infinity Warlock enters it, they will be eroded and turned into a freak if they are careless. Since there are no treasures that can be used in the White Oak Mountain Range, there are naturally no warlocks in the vicinity. In front of the White Oak Demon Mountain Range, the void distorted slightly and 3 figures silently walked out of the void. The 3 figures belonged to a peerlessly handsome undead fiendish demon expert with snow-white skin and a devilishly beautiful demonic aura. It was an expert of the myriad beast demon race with 3 heads, a dragon, a lion, and a tiger. There is an archdevil Hellion powerhouse shrouded in demonic chi, looking like a huge source of demonic chi. Each of the 3 Hellion powerhouses exudes immortal breath. They are the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the Hellion race. The Undying Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is called Jiao, the Myriad Beast Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is called 3 Heads, and the Archdevil Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is called Poti. The reason why Hellions continue to rise from the ashes under the siege of the human race, in addition to the protection of those in power, is that the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions are still alive. As long as the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions are still alive, the Hellions will never be wiped out. That was because with their power, they could easily contaminate countless living beings and directly transform them into demons. Jiao stared at the White Oak Mountain Range with a flash of madness on his handsome face, and he muttered in a low voice, "It's finally time. The long-cherished wish of our clan can finally be fulfilled. I will cut off all communications in this area and deceive the humans." However, with the reaction speed of the humans, they would only be able to fool them for an hour at most. If only the Demon God King was still here. With his cooperation, we have enough time to kill that damn old man below. Face gloomy, Pot Du spread the fingers of a hand, and eyeballs suddenly flew to the surroundings of the White Oak Mountain Range, and released strange fluctuations of power that spread in all directions. The peculiar energy fluctuation coming from the White Oak Devil Mountain Range was replaced by the strange energy fluctuation. 3 Heads' body swayed slightly, and he transformed into a 10,000-meter-long giant beast with dragon, lion, and tiger heads on his head. His body was covered in golden scales, and he had 36 pairs of dragon claws, lion claws, tiger claws, and so on. He had dragon wings and a tiger tail. As soon as the terrifying beast appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers, which blasted towards the White Oak Devil Mountain Range. Demons! This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Do you want to be suppressed as well? A human bellow came from the depths of the White Oak Devil Mountain Range, and countless runes shone and formed a huge semicircular boundary in the void. Boom! When the huge meteor slammed into the semicircular barrier, a fearsome force set off ripples on the semicircular barrier. A fearsome storm spread in all directions. With a ferocious smile, Pot Du's body fluttered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall transcendent holy with 4 heads and 8 arms wielding all kinds of heavy weapons. The terrifying demon saint took a step forward and appeared in front of the semicircular barrier. He brandished his terrifying heavy weapon and bombarded the semicircular barrier. Each of Mater Du's attacks contained the terrifying power to shatter a grade 8 plane. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, giving rise to violent hurricanes. Gancha. The main forces of the humans are pinned down in the central starfield to deal with the invasion of the Gumana universe. The rest of the forces are pinned down outside to wipe out the bait we scattered. The humans have no reinforcements to send you. It's not too late for you to take the forces of your race and escape from here. Otherwise, once we break through the boundary, your race will all die here. Zhao smiled ferociously and pointed with a finger, and countless runes appeared and formed a magic mirror in the void. A 100-meter-tall magic pillar slammed into the semicircular boundary and eroded it. Under the siege of the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, the semicircular boundary trembled, but it still didn't collapse. In the deepest part of the White Oak Devil Mountain Range, in a 12-story tall Warlock tower, there stands a male Holy Spirit Warlock dressed in a silver Warlock robe and exuding a mysterious aura. He is Gancha. Damn it. These damned demons, they're really scheming. Gancha stared at the 3 Hellions outside with anxiety in his eyes. In a one-on-one fight, Gancha isn't afraid of any Hellion. But in a 3-on-1 fight, Gancha has no chance of winning. Even with the support of a Warlock tower, he can only hold on a little longer at most. If Gancha exhausts his strength while holding on, he may even be killed by the 3 Hellions. It is extremely difficult for human Holy Spirit Warlocks to be killed by powerhouses of the same rank. But at the same time, many Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have died at the hands of powerhouses of the same rank for various reasons. A gloomy expression on his face, Gancha uttered frigidly, "The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. Have you still not contacted the people of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts?" A Warlock reported with a pale face, "Sir, our surroundings have been completely blocked. We cannot contact the people of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts." Gancha suddenly asked, "What is the current situation of that thing?" Another Warlock said respectfully, "That thing has completely lost its soul fluctuations 1,500 years ago." Gancha uttered decisively, "In that case, let's withdraw." After a dozen-plus breaths of time, in the deepest part of the White Oak Mountain Range, a mountain suddenly rose from the ground, countless runes appeared, and rose into the sky. The 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions stared coldly at the mountain peak, showing no intention of going to chase after him. The 3 rays of light flickered slightly and directly entered the huge hole left behind by the mountain after it flew away. Within the enormous hole was a pitch-black door that was inscribed with countless profound runes. Wisps of demonic chi diffused from the mysterious runes. This is the seal of the Star Lord. It's really mysterious. Unfortunately, due to the erosion of time, even eternal sovereign spells will be obliterated. The seal of the Star Lord doesn't have much power left. Gancha smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and twisted black gas enveloped the mysterious runes. The mysterious runes erupted with dazzling starlight and smashed the strange gas. However, the amount of the strange black gas was far from decreasing, while the dazzling starlight became dimmer and dimmer, and eventually collapsed and disappeared. When the starlight completely disappeared, the runes also collapsed, and the black door also collapsed and disappeared. Behind the black door was a terrifying expert that was 100 meters tall. His entire body was covered in a layer of dragon scales, and his entire body was covered in the characteristics of beasts. He gave off a domineering and overbearing aura. Ancestor. As soon as 3 Heads saw the corpse without any soul fluctuations, his eyes flashed with excitement. With a shout, he took out a small bottle and slapped it towards the corpse. A nearly endless torrent of blood formed from the deprivation of tens of billions of lives swept towards the corpse along with countless souls. The corpse was immersed in a sea of blood. As if a black hole, it devoured the countless souls. After devouring the blood and souls, the corpse suddenly emitted a strange, weak soul ripple. It slowly opened its eyes, and a trace of the terrifying aura of a half-step emperor slowly spread out. The myriad beast's hellion ancestor showed a gratified smile and said, "Three heads, you unlocked my seal, well done. Come and help me." "Yes. Ancestor." Three heads strode excitedly to the side of the myriad beast's hellion ancestor and helped him up. The myriad beast's hellion ancestor glanced at the archdevil hellion ancestor and said indifferently, "Pot, you come and help me as well. I know that you just resurrected, ancestor, and are very hungry. I don't want to be your delicacy. I'm sorry, but please allow me to leave." Pot's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he suddenly blurred and disappeared. What a cunning little thing. The myriad beast's hellion ancestor showed a ferocious smile and ejected a sharp bone spur from his chest, which pierced through Three Heads' body, stabbed into his hellion core, and shattered his resistance. At the same time, sharp spikes pierced into Three Heads' body and frantically absorbed his power. Three Heads' eyes shimmered with grief, indignation, and unwillingness, and he shouted, "Ancestor, why? Why do you want to kill me?" Three Heads is loyal and devoted to the myriad beast's hellion ancestor. It never occurred to him that the myriad beast's hellion ancestor would kill him. "It's very simple, I'm not that fool myriad beasts, I'm the undying hellion ancestor." The myriad beast's hellion ancestor's body suddenly twisted, and he changed into a handsome undying hellion powerhouse, who revealed a derisive smile at Three Heads. Chapter 1005. Three Heads roared madly, "Zhao, you lied to me." Zhao's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he smiled contemptuously, "Idiot." The Three Heads were quickly devoured by the undying hellion ancestor. When the undying hellion ancestor absorbed the Three Heads, he exuded wisps of fearsome power. The Gumana universe is attacking. The 8 warlock dynasties are emerging. The Time Lord's prophecy has come true. As expected of the strongest warlock emperors of the human race, such a distant prophecy can come true. This is the best of times, and also the worst of times. If it was in this era, I might also be able to break the bloodline shackles and promote to a warlock emperor. The eyes of the undying hellion ancestor flickered brightly, and he revealed a ferocious smile. The 5 hellion ancestors are the strongest weapons created by the second warlock dynasty's taboo lord. Their fleshly bodies are at the warlock emperor rank, which gives them a great advantage. But no matter how they practice cultivation, the limit is the quasi-emperorian step powerhouse. They can't break through and promote to the warlock emperor rank. When the 5 hellion ancestors are used by the taboo lord as props, they can even defeat warlock emperor rank powerhouses. But after they become independent, they are only quasi-emperorian step powerhouses. Even if the 5 of them join forces, they won't be able to survive against a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. The 5 hellion ancestors have used countless secret methods to prolong their lifespans to this day in hopes of breaking the bloodline shackles and promoting to a warlock emperor. Otherwise, their soul will decay and they will die. There was a flash of madness in the eyes of the undying hellion ancestor, and he uttered with a smile, "The battle demon Sex Yang Feng occupied a branch-floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root, what a waste. For such a treasure to fall into the hands of a good-for-nothing like him, it's like casting pearls before swine. Let's end him." The undying hellion ancestor devoured the holy spirit warlock rank hellion Three Heads. At the same time, he absorbed the memories of the myriad beasts' hellion powerhouse and turned them into his. Zhao replied respectfully, "Yes. Ancestor. Zhao, this is your reward." The immortal fiendish demon ancestor smiled and flicked his finger. A drop of pitch-black blood that emitted countless twisted shadows suddenly flew out and floated in front of Zhao. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your reward." Zhao looked at the pitch-black, twisted drop of blood, his eyes burst out with brilliant light, and he received the drop of blood with excitement. That drop of blood was a drop of true demon blood that the undying demon ancestor had spent countless resources to condense. That drop of blood could increase Zhao's chances of breaking through to the Great Sage realm by 5%. Jal had spent countless efforts to resurrect the immortal Hellion ancestor just for this drop of Hellion true blood. Go! 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared from where they stood. The area 100,000 kilometers in radius around the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root Branch floating continent occupied by Yang Feng is covered with 100-meter diameter reconnaissance satellites. Any expert that approached within a radius of 100,000 miles of the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent would be discovered by the satellites. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect. Anyone who enters this airspace without permission will be regarded as an enemy of the Battle Demon Sect and will be destroyed. In the outermost space, a reconnaissance satellite suddenly issued a warning sound towards the empty sky. The other party ignored the warning and can be regarded as an enemy. Now let's annihilate the enemy. In an instant, a dense rain of light shot out from the armed satellites barreling towards the void. As expected of the chairman of the Seventh Council. You really have some skill. To be able to discover my whereabouts, that's amazing. A black, twisted fog suddenly emerged in the void, and the undying Hellion ancestor suddenly appeared. Looking at the dense rain of light, he revealed a smile. When the dense rain of light slammed into the distorted mist, the rays were immediately distorted and blasted in all directions. Boom! Boom! The surrounding armed satellites were blasted by the rays fired by the undying Hellion ancestor and exploded. You discovered me. Then there's no need for me to hide anymore. The undying Hellion ancestor smiled ferociously, and an intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath spread in all directions without concealing it. The undying Hellion ancestor himself is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. But since he woke up from the seal, his strength has weakened to the extreme. If he hadn't devoured the Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellion 3 heads, he might not even be as strong as an Infinity Warlock when he just woke up. The undying Hellion ancestor's figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray flying towards the branch floating continent occupied by Yang Feng. Along the way, countless reconnaissance satellites exploded. Someone attacked my headquarters. Yang Feng received the news immediately. Alarmed, he willed, and the scene of the 2 Hellions breaking into the branch floating continent appeared on the bridge of the Adjudicator battleship. Combat Power Assessment, 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions. What should I do now? Should I kill them all, or return to suppress the 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions? Yang Feng frowned and took a deep look at the Hellion Warlock monarchs who are still struggling. After all, Hellion Warlock monarchs are old freaks who have lived for more than tens of thousands of years. They are ferocious and possess endless life-saving secret methods. Even in the terrifying mechanical sea of dazzling light entities, they were still struggling bitterly. At this time, there are still 3 quasi-holy step and 5 pinnacle Warlock monarch rank Hellion monarchs in the mechanical sea. Yang Feng glanced at the Hellion monarchs and said with a cold smile, "It's a rare opportunity, let's wipe out these damn Hellion monarchs. You, do it, kill them." As the number 1 expert under Yang Feng's command, sure you won't act lightly. Originally, Yang Feng planned to let her take action when dealing with the Heaven Holy. But now, in order to kill the Hellion monarchs, he can only let her take action in advance. Sure you responded with a sweet smile, yes. Big brother. With a flash of light, Shiryu appeared behind a 5,000-meter-long quasi-holy step Hellion with 6 giant snake heads and a fist containing the essence of power barreling towards the Hellion. In an instant, the surrounding space seems to collapse. Shrouded by the essence of power, it seems like everything will collapse and be destroyed. The 6 quasi-holy demons ignored the attacks of the rest of the dazzling light units and turned their heads in a very strange manner. They opened their mouths and shot out 6 rays of freezing, petrifying, weakening, darkness, corrosion, and poison towards Shiryu. The white jade-like fist smashed the 6 kinds of light rays that could destroy a world, and then slammed into the quasi-holy level fiend, directly blasting it into pieces. Mykelia took a deep look at Shiryu, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with strong fluctuations of competitiveness. "Big sister Shiryu, you've become stronger again." Ever since they met, Mykelia has been filled with a competitive spirit towards Shiryu. Among the women around Yang Feng, Shiryu is the one who gives her the greatest sense of threat. Mykelia's gaze swept past Alexia and the other three blazing angels, and her beautiful eyes creased. "It seems that I have to train a few more guards." The Angel Empress herself possesses astonishing battle prowess. However, she has an even more powerful ability, which is to enhance the battle prowess of her angels and form an angel battle formation. The more angel guards around the Angel Empress, the stronger they are, and the stronger the angel battle formation formed by the Angel Empress will be. Since her birth, Mykelia has been far stronger than other powerhouses of the same rank, and has almost never encountered any setbacks. After encountering Shiryu and the Fiend Empress, she finally began to attach importance to her second innate ability. Mykelia ordered proudly, "Form the angel battle formation." "Yes, Your Majesty. It is our honor to be able to serve Your Majesty." The eyes of Alexia and the other three Warlock Monarch rank blazing angels shimmered with excitement, and they turned into 4 streams of light and entered Mykelia's back. A pair of pitch-black wings unfolded on Mykelia's back. There are 4 pitch-black feathers on the pair of pitch-black wings, each of which exudes fearsome fluctuations of power. The figures of Alexia and the other 3 can be vaguely seen. Mykelia's figure fluttered, and she appeared above a quasi-holy step multi-armed Hellion monarch with 3 heads and 6 arms exuding a fierce and overbearing aura and slashed at the multi-armed Hellion monarch with a sword. "You damn little bitch." Eyes shot with blood, the multi-armed Hellion monarch brandished a sword, a spear, a sword, a wolf tooth club, a hammer, and a giant axe, and slammed them towards Mykelia. Boom! Mykelia's sword strike containing the essence of power slammed the multi-armed Hellion monarch into the swarm of dazzling light units. In that instant, a pitch-black sword ray containing the terrifying essence of darkness stabbed into the multi-armed Hellion King's body and sliced the multi-armed Hellion King into pieces. Countless rays of light shone, and the dazzling light units took this opportunity to open fire at the moment the multi-armed Hellion monarch was chopped into pieces, purifying all the pieces of the multi-armed Hellion monarch, leaving nothing behind. With Shiryu and Mykelia going all out, it took only 5 minutes for Yang Feng to wipe out the remaining Hellion monarchs. As if dead, the Heaven Holy hid in the void, motionless, letting the Hellion monarchs be wiped out by Yang Feng. After Yang Feng wiped out the Hellion monarchs, he recalled all the battle robots and began to return. Watching Yang Feng's fleet disappear, the Heaven Holy frowned and mused, "Doesn't he know that 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions have arrived at his base?" Chapter 1006. With 2 flashes of light, the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks, the Undying Hellion Ancestor and Zhao, forcibly broke into the branch floating continent where the Battle Demon sect is located. Gold Lake. As long as I devour the Gold Lake's water, I will be able to restore my full strength. Before those old farts wake up, this world is my world. The Undying Hellion Ancestor took a deep look at the Gold Lake in the center of the branch floating continent, and his eyes shimmered with greed. At the time, the Undying Hellion Ancestor was indeed sealed by the Star Lord. Although he used a secret method to feign death and survived until the modern era, but he is now very weak, and no longer possesses the might of a quasi-Empyrean. As long as he devours the Gold Lake, the Undying Hellion Ancestor will be able to quickly restore his quasi-Empyrean rank strength. Enemy detected. Enemy rank, Holy Spirit Warlock. Activate the Divine Judgment System. Within the branch floating continent, a mechanical tower suddenly shone brightly and frantically devoured the elemental force of the branch floating continent. In an instant, the branch floating continent, which was originally filled with rich elemental force, became extremely sparse, and became a super-large magic band domain. Within the super-large magic band domain, ordinary elemental warlocks will lose more than 90% of their fighting strength in an instant. Even the remaining Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses will lose a lot of their fighting strength. The spells of transcendent rank powerhouses above the Infinity Warlock rank possess the power to topple mountains and overturn seas and destroy stars. It is because they use the power of spells to control the elemental force of heaven and earth that they can exert such fearsome power. With the sparse elemental force, the power of their spells will be reduced by more than 90%. Under the command of 1,000 dazzling dominators, 5 million dazzling light units suddenly flew out and turned into a mechanical ocean that could devour everything, flying toward the immortal Hellion ancestor and Zhao, the two terrifying Hellions. Magic Band Domain. Plus the mechanical golem army. The guards of the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters didn't let me down. The immortal Hellion ancestor was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. With a wicked smile, he operated the speed ultimacy and turned into a black shadow that appeared in front of the dazzling light unit legion. He spread his fingers, and a terrifying world of darkness that could erode and destroy everything suddenly appeared. Like a terrifying beast that could devour everything, it swallowed all 200,000 dazzling light units in one gulp. The power of each Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is comparable to that of a world. Even in the Magic Band domain, they can still use their power to launch all kinds of incredible extraordinary attacks. The world of darkness appeared, then collapsed and shrank. After distorting slightly, countless rays of light shone, and it exploded in an instant. The 200,000 dazzling light units forcibly flew out of the world of darkness, their outer armor covered with traces of corrosion. What a powerful mechanical puppet! It seemed that it would not be so easy to capture them all in one go. Especially in this place where the elemental essence is thin. The undying Hellion ancestor praised. His figure turned into an afterimage, shuttling back and forth among the dazzling light units. Rumble. 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 The dazzling light units exploded one after another, turning into piles of scrap metal that fell from the sky to the ground. The undying Hellion ancestor operated the essence of speed to the extreme. Thanks to the resonance of the dazzling ruler, the dazzling light unit's combat strength and various performance have been upgraded to the Infinity Warlock rank. Yet, they still can't even touch the corner of the undying Hellion ancestor's clothes. Zhao turned into a black stream of light and plunged into the crowd of dazzling light units and destroyed them. Compared to the undying Hellion ancestor who operated the essence of speed, Zhao is several times slower. The attacks of the dazzling light units that hit him from time to time, but they can't even break his magic shield. Only this much. Sure enough, apart from the brilliant Great Holy, no one in the Battle Demon Sect can threaten me. The undying Hellion ancestor easily pierced through the crowd of dazzling light units and raised the corners of his mouth into a contemptuous smile. Of the 9 branch floating continents separated from the heaven and earth spirit root, the other 8 are guarded by human Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. As strong as the undying Hellion ancestor is, he is not willing to rashly attack a branch floating continent guarded by a Holy Spirit Warlock. If he is careless, he will be in danger of being suppressed. With a flash of light, the undying Hellion ancestor flew straight towards the Gold Lake. For the undying Hellion ancestor, after absorbing the power of the Gold Lake and restoring quasi-Empyrean step strength, he can run amok in the world of warlocks. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock with an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, he will have a 30% to 40% chance of killing the other party. Analysis complete. Operation mode analysis complete. Around the Gold Lake, countless mechanical towers flashed, the surrounding space distorted, and a sturdy spatial cage suddenly appeared and locked the undying Hellion ancestor. Boom! When the undying Hellion ancestor slammed into the spatial cage, it shook violently. To be able to lock me. You have some skill, but this is it. The undying Hellion ancestor smiled ferociously, operated the essence of power, and slammed a fist into the spatial cage. A fearsome force erupted in an instant and blasted the spatial cage apart. Charging complete. God Annihilation Artillery, fire. Suddenly, 10 resplendent beams of light shot out from every corner of the floating continent and shot towards the undying Hellion ancestor, completely sealing off his escape routes. The spatial cage has just been smashed by the undying Hellion ancestor, and the surrounding space is in chaos. Even though the undying Hellion ancestor is proficient in the essence of space, he cannot escape. Damn it! For the first time, the undying Hellion ancestor's countenance changed. Runes appeared all over him, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall giant covered in black dragon scales. 9 rhombus crystals suddenly emerged, suspended in the void, and formed a rhombus boundary that protected the undying Hellion ancestor. The secret method 9 rhombus boundary is the strongest defensive boundary the undying Hellion ancestor has mastered. In his heyday, he even used this defensive secret method to resist the all-out blow of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The 10 bright beams slammed into the 9 rhombus boundary in an instant, and a destructive force tore the 9 rhombus boundary apart and blasted the fleshly body of the undying Hellion ancestor into pieces. After the fleshly body of the undying Hellion ancestor was blasted into pieces, light flickered, and then the fleshly body of the undying Hellion ancestor suddenly fused back together. Since the undying Hellion ancestor is known as undying, he naturally possesses all kinds of incredible undying abilities. In terms of combat power, he is at the bottom of the 5 Hellion ancestors. But in terms of life-saving means, he is indeed the leader of the 5 Hellion ancestors. However, the price of instant rebirth is that the breath of the undying Hellion ancestor weakened a lot, and it dropped from the pinnacle intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm to the junior intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Boom! 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 Along with 10 heaven-shaking thunderclaps, 10 lightning bolts suddenly shot out from the Warlock Towers and slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor who has just been reborn. When the lightning bolts slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, they turned him into charcoal. A black beam shot from afar, slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, and blasted the body of the undying Hellion ancestor into dust. Suddenly, a strong life force erupted from the dust, and the dust condensed and formed the body of the undying Hellion ancestor again. The body of the undying Hellion ancestor has just formed, when a white beam shot out again, slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, and blasted the body of the undying Hellion ancestor into countless pieces again. A mechanical tower fired a pillar of white flame, enveloped the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor's fleshly body, and then burned and refined them. Countless Warlock Towers shone brightly and formed a spatial cage that sealed the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor's body in a space. The pieces of the undying Hellion ancestor's body continued to turn to ashes as they were burned by the flames. Then, they rapidly regenerated to resist the burning of the flames. Ancestor. Zhao's face fell, and his figure fluttered. He abandoned the undying Hellion ancestor, turned into a stream of light, and flew away from the branch-floating continent. In the fleet, Yang Feng frowned and said unhurriedly, "This guy is so decisive. Otherwise, I would have been able to keep 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks. Unfortunately, the Divine Judgment System has just been established, and is not yet complete. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to suppress the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks." After the level 6 stronghold was upgraded, Yang Feng spent countless resources to deploy the Divine Judgment System on one of his most important bases, the branch-floating continent. However, as the ultimate defense system of the Shizu, the resources required to fully deploy the Divine Judgment System are astronomical. If Yang Feng hadn't plundered a large amount of resources in the Gumana universe, it would have been impossible to deploy the Divine Judgment System so quickly. On the branch-floating continent, there was a flash of light, and 100 seal rulers suddenly appeared. A beam of light blasted out from afar and slammed into the pieces of the undying Hellion ancestor's body, blasting them into pieces. The 100 seal rulers unleashed seal light, suppressed the body fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor, and sealed them into 100 black crystals. Chapter 1007. The magic crystals of the undying Hellion ancestor sealed by the sealed ruler trembled, and finally exhausted all their power and came to a standstill. Zhao flew out of the branch floating continent occupied by the battle demon sect, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. He has no intention of fighting Yang Feng's fleet, which is on its way back. When Yang Feng saw Zhao escape decisively, his eyes shimmered with vigilance. These holy spirit warlocks are all cunning old foxes. It won't be easy to kill one of them. Zhao is a holy spirit warlock rank undying Hellion with fearsome battle prowess. He alone can easily destroy a world and change the course of a universe war. However, when Zhao saw that Yang Feng's base is so tightly guarded that it can even suppress the undying Hellion ancestor, he lost the will to fight Yang Feng and chose to escape. If the Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses weren't so vigilant, they would have been killed by human warlocks long ago. Zhao escaped. In other words, the undying Hellion ancestor was suppressed. Doesn't the battle demon sect only have one brilliant great holy? How come he's so scary? The heavenly saint was hiding in an extremely secret space. Through a spell, he saw Zhao fleeing alone in a sorry state. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. After the undying Hellion ancestor devoured the Holy Spirit Warlock 3 heads, his strength recovered to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Moreover, with his quasi-Empyrean rank combat sense and the various essences he has mastered, even advanced Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses may not be his opponent. For such a fearsome powerhouse to be suppressed by Yang Feng made the Heaven Holy's heart shudder. That's a monster who once fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw for you, a powerhouse favored by the universe. The Heaven Holy's heart shook, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. That's the Hellion Zhao. Where's the undying Hellion ancestor? Didn't they enter the battle demon sect's branch floating continent together? Zhao fled alone in a sorry state. In that case, was the undying Hellion ancestor suppressed? How could the undying Hellion ancestor be suppressed? He possesses Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength, and he is a cunning person. When he sees that the situation is bad, he will definitely choose to escape. How could it be suppressed? To think that the undying demon ancestor would be suppressed. What trump card does the battle demon sect's headquarters have? When the human powerhouses, the powerhouses of the 7 superior races, and the old freaks hiding in the Tsangji plain who were paying attention to what was happening on the battlefield saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts, and began to pay attention to the emerging human warlock group known as the Battle Demon Sect. Since the beginning of the Great Tribulation, powerful forces have emerged in the world of warlocks. Even Great Cloud Dynasty had silently disappeared. Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, by family, had fallen from a first-rate warlock group to a second-rate one. The 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty can no longer be ranked among the human race forces. It is for this reason that the Battle Demon sect is considered to be a warlock group that only relies on the protection of the brilliant Great Holy. However, after the undying Hellion ancestor was quelled by Yang Feng, the Battle Demonic sect became the focus of all forces in the world of warlocks. An ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can already become the guardian of a race and shelter that race from becoming a superior race in the universe. Even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse will maintain some respect for a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. The undying Hellion ancestor is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Even though his strength has been weakened to the extreme, he is still far stronger than ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses like the Heaven Holy. They are still far stronger than ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses like the Heaven Holy. Moreover, they possess undying properties, making them a most troublesome enemy. Since such a terrifying powerhouse like the undying Hellion ancestor was quelled by Yang Feng, the killing intent hidden in the Battle Demon sect's headquarters makes everyone shudder. The undying Hellion ancestor is really a waste. He is known as the 5 Hellion ancestors. I didn't expect him to be so useless. As soon as he was born, he was quelled by Yang Feng. A cold voice came from the communication channels of the 10 Tier 4 hives. Another voice sounded, "The undying Hellion ancestor is not a simple character. He was just a little careless and impatient to restore his strength. He didn't take Yang Feng seriously, which is why he failed." Sure enough, none of these universe children are easy to deal with. Another voice full of regret sounded, "The undying Hellion ancestor wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity to restore his quasi-Empyrean step strength and dominate the universe. Unfortunately, he failed." Another voice sounded, "We should retreat. The underlying strength of the 6 warlock dynasties is unfathomable. If we stay here, we'll be in danger." "Okay. Agreed." Voices sounded one after another, and the 10 Tier 4 hives shone, turned into 10 streams of light, and flew towards the depths of the universe. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, the Taboo Monarch and others frowned when they saw the 10 Tier 4 hives disappear. The Taboo Monarch and the other 5 monarchs have already communicated and completed the exchange of interests. They decided to use part of their underlying strength to deal a heavy blow to or even quell the 10 Tier 4 hives. However, the 10 Tier 4 hives suddenly disappeared at this time, making the Taboo Monarch and them feel like they have punched empty air. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, the eyes of the robot Yang Feng left behind flickered with electronic light, and it walked up to the 6 monarchs. When the Taboo Monarch saw Yang Feng appear, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she asked, "Yang Feng, you quelled the undying Hellion ancestor, right?" All eyes focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng replied calmly, "Yes, I quelled the undying Hellion ancestor." "Amazing." Sure enough. The underlying strength of the Battle Demon sect really shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Feng, as expected of a universe child doted on by the universe, his speed of progress is really scary. The eyes of the 6 monarchs shimmered with shock. With the underlying strength of the 6 warlock dynasties, it is very easy for them to defeat the recently resurrected undying Hellion ancestor. However, it is very difficult to quell the undying Hellion ancestor. For the Battle Demon sect to be able to quell the undying Hellion ancestor so easily, it naturally shocked them. The Taboo Monarch uttered with some anticipation, "Can you give the undying Hellion ancestor to the Taboo Imperial Court? Of course, we won't let you hand over the undying Hellion ancestor for free. You can tell us what treasures you want." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a list of resources flew into the Taboo Monarch's hand. "How many resources do you have on this list?" The Taboo Monarch took a closer look, and then lightly swiped the list of resources, saying, "We have all of these resources. We don't have anything else. We are willing to pay these resources in exchange for the undying Hellion ancestor." Yang Feng took a closer look, and then showed a satisfied smile and uttered, "Deal." The resources promised by the Taboo Monarch are enough for Yang Feng to build a level 6 optical computer network with great holy step computing power. At the same time, he also got a primary material for refining an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, which is one of the top materials needed to refine a level 7 stronghold. Yang Feng pointed to the Tier 5 hive and asked, "What do we do with that big fellow?" The Tier 5 hive is stuck in a universe rift. Most of it is in the Gumana universe, but a small part is in the world of warlocks. Even if only a small part is in the world of warlocks, but it is still very frightening. This means that the universe rift cannot be sealed, and a steady stream of Gumana universe's powerhouses can enter the world of warlocks through the space rift where the Tier 5 hive is located. The Taboo Monarch frowned slightly and sighed slowly. "Although we can destroy the Tier 5 hive and seal the universe rift by force, but the price we have to pay is too great." The other monarchs nodded. Each of the 6 warlock imperial courts is a terrifying force that once dominated the world of warlocks. At their peak, they even suppressed warlock emperor rank powerhouses. Their underlying strength is very deep. The Tier 5 hive is only partially stuck in the world of warlocks. As long as the 6 warlock imperial courts are willing to pay a high enough price, they can destroy it. But in the world of warlocks, there are countless powerful races. Some races have even been hiding in the dark since the Eternal Sovereign era in order to wait for the arrival of this era. If the human race stupidly exhausts its strength in such an era, then once the Great Tribulation passes, it will be reduced from being the overlord of the universe to being a slave race. The ancient gods, who had once dominated the universe, had been seized by the human clan. They had been overthrown and beaten into the dust. They had been hunted to the point where they had almost disappeared and had been forced to hide in the depths of the universe. In this universe war, except for the human race and the 7 superior races, the other race powerhouses only took action a little, with the intention of preserving their strength. Moreover, the loss of 2 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses is a heavy blow to the human race as a whole. Naturally, no one is willing to go all out. The loss of 2 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses is a heavy blow to any race. It should be noted that in the world of warlocks, many superior races only have 1 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse guarding them. The taboo monarch uttered, "We can build a defensive line next to the universe rift to prevent the Gumana universe's powerhouses from spreading. At the same time, by fighting the Gumana universe's powerhouses, we can grow rapidly and gain more favor from the universe." The other monarchs pondered for a while, and then agreed to the taboo monarch's proposal. In order for 2 universes to devour each other, they must devour a large number of life forms and souls of the other universe. The Gumana universe's powerhouses continuously send people into the world of warlocks to slaughter all life forms. This is to speed up the process of universe devouring. Chapter 1008. The faster the universe devouring process is, the more advantageous it is for the Gumana universe. After all, the Gumana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. If there was no universe barrier, an eternal sovereign true body that came to the world of warlocks could suppress everyone in the world of warlocks by themselves. Of course, if the Gumana universe's powerhouses enter the world of warlocks, they will also face the danger of being killed by other warlocks. This will allow them to obtain more universe favor and evolve rapidly. However, this is a risk that must be taken in order to speed up the universe devouring process. After the chairmen of the 7 councils finished their discussion, they issued orders, mobilized countless resources, built bases in the central starfield, and fought the Gumana universe's powerhouses. The 7 superior races and many ambitious powerhouses of the world of warlocks also built bases in the central starfield. They often enter the central starfield to fight the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng's mechanical legion is like a fish in water on the battlefield. Every time it is dispatched, it can annihilate a large number of the Gumana universe's powerhouses. The 6 warlock imperial courts have also sent countless geniuses to fight on the interstellar battlefield in the central starfield. Numerous powerful geniuses stood out in the interstellar battlefield. Yi Yuanyang, Jiang Lang, Regina, Wu Meiying, Bu Liantian, Yen Maoan, and many other publicly acknowledged geniuses all shone with dazzling brilliance. The Taboo Imperial Court's Imperial Palace. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and a seal crystal coffin containing dozens of the undying Hellion ancestors' magic crystals flew into the Taboo Monarch's hand. Taboo Monarch, this is the undying Hellion ancestor. After quelling the undying Hellion ancestor, Yang Feng studied the undying Hellion ancestor in the light of eternity plane for 20 years. After obtaining a lot of data, he took out the undying Hellion ancestor and handed it to the Taboo Monarch. The Taboo Monarch opened the seal crystal coffin, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger, and a grey ray entered the undying Hellion ancestor's magic crystals. The quasi-empyrean rank breath of the undying Hellion ancestor slowly spread from the magic crystals. The Taboo Monarch revealed a look of satisfaction in her eyes, stared at Yang Feng, and said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, you are already a quasi-holy step powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you're already preparing to condense an immortal body, right?" Yang Feng replied calmly, "That's right. I've already reached the stage of forming an immortal body. The taboo monarch's eyes flickered as she softly said, "Immortal body." An immortal body is the hallmark of a Holy Spirit warlock. Any Holy Spirit warlock has an immortal body. By relying on the various extraordinary powers derived from the immortal body, they can easily suppress quasi-holy step powerhouses. Warlocks who can form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step are geniuses among geniuses, peerless geniuses with warlock emperor rank potential. The taboo monarch uttered with a smile, "Yang Feng, if you're still confused about the path you're walking on, then don't worry. You can head to one of the eternal ruins of the taboo dynasty." That was the ruin left behind by the dream deity heart of the absolute beginning era. There was a wall of reflection there. The wall of reflection should be of great benefit to you. Do you want to go there now? Yang Feng said, "Let's go." The taboo monarch took out a crystal card and pointed it at Yang Feng. A resplendent light shone on Yang Feng, and in the next moment, Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Yang Feng felt a force tearing the space around him. His vision blurred, and then he appeared in a world full of life magic energy and elemental particles. Yang Feng's tremendous soul force swept in all directions. But just as it spread out 1,000 meters, its power was exhausted. Yang Feng praised, as expected of an eternal sovereign relic site. With Yang Feng's quasi-holy step strength, he can even cover a celestial body 10 times the size of Earth with a sweep of his soul force. But on this celestial body, his soul force can only cover 1,000 meters. Clearly, there's something special about this celestial body. A magnificent, tremendous, and mysterious force spread from afar. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the source of the force. After flying for 10,000 kilometers, an exquisite palace complex exuding a mysterious aura appeared in front of Yang Feng. Each of the palaces in the palace complex is made of extremely rare materials. If the palace complex is demolished, Yang Feng can manufacture 100,000 ruler series battle robots. At the center of the palace complex was a huge spiritual wall that was over 100,000 meters tall. The huge spiritual wall was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Circles of strange and incomparably powerful ripples spread out in all directions with the huge spirit wall as the core. When Yang Feng flew to within 1,000 kilometers of the spiritual wall, he suddenly felt the elemental force in heaven and earth become chaotic, and a tremendous attractive force came from the earth. Yang Feng could have extracted the power of the small world inside him to continue flying and contend against the force of the earth. This is the terror of warlocks who formed a small world inside them. No matter what kind of environment they are in, they can erupt with terrifying battle prowess. However, Yang Feng's heart only stirred slightly, and he landed on the ground and strode towards the wall of reflection. 67 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, is this the underlying strength of the taboo imperial court? How fearsome! As expected of a warlock imperial court that was once invincible in an era. As soon as Yang Feng arrived near the wall of reflection, he saw 67 powerhouses sitting in different places, each of them exuding pinnacle warlock monarch rank life force. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. In the core world, among the sea, monarch, and holy lists, there are only 67 warlock monarch rank powerhouses on the monarch list. However, the number of pinnacle warlock monarch and quasi-holy step powerhouses around the wall of reflection is as high as 67. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the underlying strength of the taboo imperial court is. It is because of their astonishing underlying strength that the 6 warlock imperial courts possess unfathomable strength. As representatives of the 6 warlock imperial courts, except for the taboo monarch and the star monarch, the other 4 chairmen of the Supreme Council look down on Yang Feng, who only has a Supreme Infinity warlock rank cultivation base. In fact, in terms of underlying strength, even though Yang Feng has upgraded the Shizu's technology to the pinnacle, there is still a big gap between him and the 6 warlock imperial courts. Unless he can build the level 7 stronghold, the ultimate weapon of the Shizu, he won't be able to contend against the 6 warlock imperial courts. A handsome male infinity warlock with a medium build and an extraordinary temperament came over and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Jiang Feng. Are you the battle demon sect master Yang Feng?" Yang Feng replied, "Yes, I am Yang Feng." Yang Feng. The battle demon sect master Yang Feng. It's the legendary battle demon sect master Yang Feng who is most likely to promote to a warlock emperor. Is it him who suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor of the 5 Hellion ancestors? When the warlock monarchs sitting around the wall of reflection heard Yang Feng's name, they opened their eyes, and gazes full of curiosity focused on Yang Feng. At this time, Yang Feng is no longer an ordinary nobody, but a true powerhouse at the pinnacle of the world of warlocks. Although the taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs are geniuses among geniuses, but they have to admit that Yang Feng has already surpassed them. Sect Master Yang Feng, this wall of reflection is a relic left behind by the eternal sovereign dream god heart. It has integrated with the celestial body and possesses all kinds of mysterious powers. One of the most powerful powers is the ability to reflect oneself and illuminate the way forward for you. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters of the wall of reflection is the scope of the wall of reflection. Once you enter there, your consciousness will be brought into a fantasy world, where you will be subjected to a trial by fire and various tests. The closer you are to the wall of reflection, the more difficult the test will be. If you feel that it's dangerous, please stop moving forward. After all, everything that happens in the fantasy world will be reflected on your body. The intensity of the wall of reflection ranges from 10,000 meters to 9,000 meters, and then every 1,000 meters will be a different level of intensity. From 1,000 meters to 100 meters, every 100 meters will be a different level of intensity. Within 100 meters, every 10 meters will be a different level of intensity. If you can get within 100 meters of the wall of reflection, then congratulations. You will already know the path you are going to take, and you can form an immortal body. Jiang Feng introduced. Yang Feng nodded and looked at the wall of reflection. Of the 67 warlock monarchs who have advanced to the taboo imperial court, 47 are distributed within 4,000 meters to 3,000 meters. The 17 are distributed within 3,000 meters to 2,000 meters. The other 3 were scattered within a range of 2 to 1,000 meters. The warlock monarchs in the range of 4,000 to 3,000 meters are pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses, while the 17 warlock monarchs in the range of 3,000 to 2,000 meters are quasi-holy step powerhouses. In other words, the taboo imperial court has 20 quasi-holy step powerhouses hidden in this plane alone. The 3 quasi-holy step powerhouses within 2,000 meters to 1,000 meters have their eyes closed, paying no attention to the outside world. Immersed in their own world, they exuded fearsome breaths. After Yang Feng finished his observation, when he stepped within 10,000 meters of the wall of reflection, his vision blurred, and he appeared in an empty space. In front of Yang Feng stands an expressionless warlock dressed in a silver warlock robe. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, "The small world inside me has disappeared, and so have all the secret treasures. In that case, I can only rely on my own strength. Does this mean that I want to deal with the enemy with pure strength?" Chapter 1009. With the small world and the secret treasures inside him gone, Yang Feng's fighting strength dropped by more than 5 times. The silver-robed warlock took a deep look at Yang Feng, then erupted with advanced warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power, took a step forward, and sent an attack containing the essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. Even if I don't have a secret treasure, I'm not someone an ordinary warlock monarch can provoke. Yang Feng smiled, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he sent a fist containing the essence of power blasting the silver-robed warlock to pieces. After killing the silver-robed warlock, light flashed, and 3 silver-robed warlocks suddenly appeared in this space. The figures of the 3 silver-robed warlocks fluttered, and they rushed towards Yang Feng from 3 different directions, operated the essence of power, and barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a fearsome Devourer Sun suddenly emerged. As if a black hole, it swept towards the three silver-robed warlocks and swallowed them. As soon as the Devourer force erupted, the three silver-robed warlocks were swallowed. Even without forming an immortal body, Yang Feng has already stepped into the ranks of the quasi-holy steppe powerhouses. The three advanced warlock monarch rank powerhouses are not his opponent. When the three advanced warlock monarch rank silver-robed warlocks disappeared, a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward, and a Devourer Sun suddenly appeared and devoured the pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Every time he devoured a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, Yang Feng clearly sensed a powerful force gushing out from inside him. In the dreamland space, pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses appeared one after another, and then were devoured by Yang Feng. Mysterious forces poured into his body one after another, and he gradually gained enlightenment. After devouring 108 pinnacle warlock monarch ranked powerhouses in a row, a quasi-holy steppe powerhouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. As soon as the quasi-holy steppe powerhouse appeared, a Devourer Sun suddenly appeared and devoured the quasi-holy steppe powerhouse. Next, a stronger quasi-holy steppe powerhouse appeared, and then was devoured by Yang Feng in an instant. What a fast speed! 2,500 meters, no, 2,300 meters. He really deserves to be a half-step saint. When the warlock monarchs staying next to the wall of reflection saw that Yang Feng easily crossed the 2,300-meter distance, their eyes flashed with admiration. The area between 3,000 and 2,000 meters from the wall of reflection was the area for half-saints. Only first-rate experts among half-saints could set foot in this area. Most of the human race's half-saints relied on their own secret treasures. In front of the wall of reflection, all external forces would be stripped away. Only the extremely powerful half-saints could step within 3 kilometers of the wall of reflection. 1,900 meters, he stepped into 1,900 meters. The legend of him being able to contend against the Demon Emperor is indeed true. 1,900 meters. This means that he is a peerless genius on the same level as Ou Sheng, Wei Yang, and Luo Yi. When Yang Feng stepped 1,900 meters into the wall of reflection, the three powerhouses closest to the wall of reflection finally retracted their minds, their eyes regained their vigor, and they looked in Yang Feng's direction with narrowed eyes. The leader of the group was a half-saint with disheveled hair. Every single strand of his hair was like a venomous snake. He frowned slightly and said, "Who's he?" A handsome quasi-holy Wei Yang, who looks to be about 21 or 22 years old, with a ponytail, an unearthly temperament, and a handsome face, uttered with a smile, "Boss O, he's the battle demon Sex Yang Feng. One of the human race's 7 chairmen." The extremely beautiful Luo Yi, who has long black hair and is dressed in a green warlock robe, asked curiously, "The battle demon Sex Yang Feng? Isn't he a supreme infinity warlock? How can he come to the wall of reflection?" Wei Yang uttered with a smile, "Your information is too outdated. He is now a quasi-holy steppe powerhouse, and not long ago, he fought the quasi-holy steppe fiend emperor to a draw." Ou Sheng's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible? Ou Sheng is the strongest quasi-holy steppe powerhouse of the taboo imperial court. If the taboo monarch doesn't wield an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, she will be slightly weaker than him." Ou Sheng is an ascetic-type warlock who wholeheartedly practices cultivation to improve his strength. He is the quasi-holy steppe powerhouse of the taboo imperial court most likely to promote to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. He once fought the Fiend Emperor and suffered a crushing defeat. He only escaped with his life by relying on escape secret methods. The Fiend Emperor's strength left a deep impression on Ou Sheng. For Yang Feng to be able to fight the Fiend Emperor to a draw, this is simply unimaginable. Wei Yang continued, "Not long ago, the undying Hellion ancestor broke into the battle demon sect's headquarters and was suppressed. Reportedly, the undying Hellion ancestor has already devoured a Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellion, and his strength has recovered to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Sheng took a deep look at Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he sighed faintly, "That's a universe child for you. Every great era will give birth to countless geniuses that make people despair. The Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng are such geniuses that make people despair." Luo Yi took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered unhurriedly, "He should be here to form an immortal body. However, it's not that easy to form an immortal body." Sheng and Wei Yang nodded in agreement. It is extremely difficult to form an immortal body, let alone in the quasi-holy step. The 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts are outstanding human quasi-holies, but none of them has formed an immortal body. With a blank look in his eyes, Yang Feng walked step by step like a walking corpse, and finally stopped at the boundary of 1,000 meters. In the dreamland space, a powerhouse identical to Yang Feng, exuding quasi-holy step fluctuations of power, has appeared in front of Yang Feng. Is my greatest enemy myself? Interesting, how much of my power can this wall of reflection replicate? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge Devour Sun suddenly emerged and swept towards his clone. On the other side, a Devour Sun emerged from the clone and entangled with Yang Feng's Devour Sunday. 2 fearsome Devour forces intertwined in the void and devoured elemental particles and all other forces. Yang Feng's clone's control over the Devour force is clearly more tyrannical. The Devour Sun he manipulated engulfed Yang Feng's Devour Sun inch by inch and became even more fearsome. A dignified shade in his eyes, countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he operated the eternal imperishable body, and a torrent of time emerged around him. Yang Feng's body fluttered. Under the effect of time acceleration, his speed suddenly increased tenfold, and he shot to the side. With a blur of light, the clone, also shrouded in a river of time, appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye, and sent an attack containing the essences of space, power, and devour barreling towards Yang Feng with overbearing killing intent. Yang Feng's eyes turned red, and he frantically operated the eternal imperishable body, integrated the 3 essences, and sent a fist barreling towards the clone. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng's true body was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. With a thought, he disappeared from this world. In the outside world, Yang Feng's true body also spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes regained their luster, and he gasped for breath and sat cross-legged on the ground like the other powerhouses. Wisps of pure life magic energy diffused from the wall of reflection and nourished Yang Feng's true body. Seeing this scene, Sheng and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Feng had easily broken through the 1,000-meter boundary, it would have been a big blow to them. It turns out that it can be done like this. Yang Feng closed his eyes, and the optical computer network with great holy step computing power inside him began to quickly analyze. Equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse analyzing the battle for him, he quickly understood his shortcomings. The cultivation base and the essences grasped by the clone are no different from those of Yang Feng's true body. However, the clone's use of power is more than 5 times that of Yang Feng's true body. Yang Feng originally thought that his control of power was already perfect. But the clone made him realize that his power was far from enough. With the help of the optical computer network with great holy step computing power, Yang Feng analyzed the clone's action pattern and control of power, and the clone grew stronger by the second. A drop of the extremely precious life gold liquid suddenly flew out and entered Yang Feng's mouth. In a flash, terrifying wisps of formidable life force erupted and healed all of his injuries. Yang Feng opened his eyes at once, took a deep look at the wall of reflection, operated a secret method, communicated with the wall of reflection, and entered the mysterious space at once. I'm here again. Yang Feng looked at the clone that appeared again with a scorching shade in his eyes. His figure fluttered, and he took the initiative to greet the clone. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Feng spewed out another mouthful of blood and regained his consciousness. Not long after, Yang Feng finished analyzing the clone and entered the fantasy again. Wei Yang looked at Yang Feng practicing cultivation frantically and sighed with emotion. He's really going all out. Oh Xing uttered coldly, it's no use. If you want to break through this barrier, you must analyze the clone's action pattern. Improve your control of power, and finally defeat the clone with your own strength. Such reckless and unplanned attacks are just a waste of resources. Chapter 10:10. Oh Xing's words have just fallen, when Yang Feng took a step forward, crossed the 1,000-meter boundary, and staggered towards the 900-meter boundary. When Oh Xing saw this, his eyes almost popped out, and he cried out, losing his composure, how is this possible? How can he defeat his copy so quickly? Oh Xing has been in front of the wall of reflection for 300 years. During these 300 years, he has been fighting against his copy almost all the time. Although his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, but he has not been able to advance any further. For Yang Feng to defeat his copy so quickly is simply heaven-defying. Wei Yang smiled bitterly, his eyes shimmered with envy, and he said slowly, universe children really can't be viewed with common sense. There was a flash of envy in Luo Yun's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly, this is too fast. If Yang Feng had stayed here for a year or two before breaking through, Oh Xing and the other two could understand. But in less than a day, he has already broken through the 1,000-meter boundary, which is simply heaven-defying. Of course, this is also related to the great holy step computing power of the level 6 optical computer network inside Yang Feng. A great saint-level powerhouse can deduce all kinds of incomparably powerful magic techniques with a single thought. Many of the mysterious, profound, and unimaginably powerful secret methods of human warlocks were deduced by high-ranked warlocks. Great holy step powerhouses are omniscient and omnipotent existences. When a great holy step powerhouse comes to a celestial body like the earth, they can easily become an omniscient and omnipotent god and grasp the affairs of the entire celestial body. The nearly omniscient and omnipotent ability relies on their terrifying computing power. With the help of the level 6 Great Holy Step Optical Computer Network, Yang Feng is equivalent to a Great Holy Step powerhouse analyzing various laws for him at all times. His progress is naturally terrifying. It should be noted that even in the 8 Warlock Dynasty's eras, the imperial princes and princesses of the Warlock Emperors don't have a Great Holy Step powerhouse accompanying them and analyzing various laws for them day and night. Even in the prosperous and resplendent 8 Warlock Dynasty's eras, Great Holy Step powerhouses are the pinnacle powerhouses. The human Warlock Emperors have great respect for their Great Holy Step subordinates and regard them as their right-hand men. Great Holy Step powerhouses are naturally far from being the opponents of the 8 Warlock Emperors. But as long as they prepare some special secret treasures, they can barely escape from the 8 Warlock Emperors. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the Golem Lord went crazy in his later years and transformed the 5 Great Holies that followed him into living golems. The great sages of the human race in the Puppet Dynasty also left the Puppet Dynasty because of this matter. This greatly weakened the Golem Dynasty, leaving only the Golem Lord and his living Golem army. Not long after, the news of the Puppet Master's death came. Yang Feng, who possesses part of the consciousness of a Great Holy Step powerhouse, naturally makes rapid progress. When Yang Feng arrived at the 900-meter boundary, he stopped his footsteps. In the dreamland space, a person suddenly appeared. It is another copy of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's copy, who is shrouded in distorted space, stared at Yang Feng indifferently, and waved his hand. A fearsome spatial rift appeared in front of Yang Feng's true body and cut him in two. Spatial blade. Yang Feng's face fell. He operated the eternal imperishable body, and his body recovered quickly. Suddenly, he erupted and attacked his copy. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng's copy operated the essence of space, and the space within a radius of 1,000 meters around him distorted. When Yang Feng's various attacks slammed into the distorted and disordered space, they were guided to unknown mysterious spaces. Strange and mysterious spatial blades shot from all directions, slashed at Yang Feng, and cut open numerous cracks on his body. Yang Feng has already operated the eternal imperishable body and launched the essence of time. Surrounded by a torrent of time, his speed increased by more than 10 times. But he is still riddled with scars from the strange spatial attacks. Countless more scars appeared on Yang Feng's true body, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. At the same time, he recovered his vigor in an instant. After Yang Feng opened his eyes, they filled with joy. This is the way to promote the essence of space to the limit. This is also the way to transform the immortal body into the spatial immortal body. The wall of reflection, as expected of an eternal sovereign's relic, it's really amazing. Yang Feng's copy in the dreamland space has promoted the essence of space to the limit. His control over the essence of space is more than 10 times that of Yang Feng's true body. If Yang Feng wants to deduce the essence of space in the future, he will no longer be confused about the way forward. Yang Feng sat on the ground, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. The great holy step optical computer inside him operated frantically and deduced the mysteries of the essence of space. Although Yang Feng could use the essence of space before, but his grasp of it is very shallow. Moreover, he doesn't have a powerhouse proficient in the essence of space as his subordinates. Now that the copy in the wall of reflection is equivalent to Yang Feng's best teacher, he is naturally excited. In fact, the wall of reflection is one of the most important underlying assets of the taboo imperial court, and it is not open to the public. As one of the closest allies of the taboo imperial court, Yang Feng got the opportunity to enter the wall of reflection. The mystical and mysterious relic sites of the eternal sovereigns and warlock emperors form the underlying assets of the 6 warlock imperial courts, allowing them to produce experts one after another. The essence of space is extremely mysterious. Yang Feng sat in front of the wall of reflection for half a year. Half a year later, the countless runes in Yang Feng's eyes disappeared, and he recovered his vigor. He stood up and communicated with the wall of reflection. He's finally here. Yang Feng finally started the challenge. I bet that he will fail this time. I bet that he will fail this time. When Yang Feng moved, the warlock monarchs in the wall of reflection became excited, and their eyes focused on Yang Feng. The wall of reflection emits pure life magic energy, which is of great benefit to the fleshly body and soul of the warlock monarchs. This is why they have gathered here and won't leave easily. An important reason why the number of warlock monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts in the outside world is that the pinnacle powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts practice cultivation in secret realms like the wall of reflection. Unless it is a last resort, few powerhouses will leave their place of cultivation. When warlock monarch and holy spirit warlock ranked powerhouses enter closed-door cultivation and study essences, hundreds or thousands of years will pass just like that. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Great Tribulation, these powerhouses wouldn't easily appear in front of the public. The reason why the era of the 8 warlock imperial courts was filled with geniuses and powerhouses was that old freaks emerged one after another. The reason why powerhouses who have been cultivating in seclusion emerged one after another and competed for the opportunity to become Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The reason why the rest of the eras were relatively peaceful is that powerhouses above the Warlock Monarch rank hid in secret realms and practiced cultivation, unwilling to participate in the affairs of the outside world. After a quarter of an hour, countless wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body, and blood splashed about and sprinkled on the ground. He failed. Sure enough, he failed. How can it be so easy to break through in half a year? The warlock monarchs stared at Yang Feng with regret in their eyes. Under the regretful gazes of the warlock monarchs, distorted space appeared around Yang Feng, as if a spatial gate to another world was torn open. Countless mysterious spatial runes suddenly appeared and engraved on Yang Feng's body. The numerous wounds healed in an instant. Yang Feng crossed the 900-meter boundary with a step and walked towards the 800-meter boundary. He broke through. He broke through. He mastered the essence of space. What a fearsome fellow. The eyes of the warlock monarchs flashed with astonishment, and they cried out. In the taboo imperial court, quasi-holy step powerhouses who could break through the 900-meter boundary, as long as they didn't die and didn't stop practicing cultivation, they have basically advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. The 900-meter boundary, also known as the Holy Boundary, has blocked countless supreme geniuses of the taboo imperial court. Now that Yang Feng broke through the Holy Boundary, it means that there is no suspense in his promotion to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. Each Holy Spirit Warlock is the guardian of a race. Each of the 67 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses here is a peerless genius of the taboo imperial court. But none of them can steadily advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. O Sheng, on the other hand, has the greatest possibility of advancing to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. O Sheng stared at Yang Feng and revealed a bitter smile. People really can't be compared. Wei Yang smiled bitterly, a complicated look in his eyes. Universe children are naturally not existences that we mortals can compare to. Yang Feng stopped at the 800-meter boundary, and a clone of Yang Feng surrounded by a river of time and exuding the essence of time appeared in the illusion. The essence of time. The opponent this time is a clone of the essence of time. That's great. When Yang Feng saw the clone of time shrouded in the essence of time, his eyes revealed a gleam of excitement. This is the first time that Yang Feng has met an opponent proficient in the essence of time. Such an opponent is his best teacher. Yang Feng took a step forward, a river of time revolved around him, and the flow of time accelerated tenfold, and he flew towards his clone. Chapter 10-11. Stop. Yang Feng's clone looked at Yang Feng's true body flying towards him and uttered calmly. In an instant, a torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng felt time suddenly stagnate. His whole body became motionless, and all the power inside him was sealed. His body became motionless at a time fragment. Yang Feng's clone took a leisurely step, appeared in front of Yang Feng's true body, and stabbed at Yang Feng's heart. If Yang Feng hadn't used the essence of time, his heart would have been dug out by his clone without him feeling anything. Even though he was shrouded by the essence of time, Yang Feng still felt that he couldn't mobilize a trace of power. He watched helplessly as the clone stabbed into his heart and dug it out. In front of the wall of reflection, Yang Feng's chest suddenly burst open, a large amount of blood spilled on the ground, and his heart flew out. Before Yang Feng's heart fell to the ground, his eyes regained their luster, and the heart flew back into his chest and quickly healed itself. Every quasi-holy step warlock is an extraordinary existence, so it is normal for their hearts to heal automatically. Time stop, what an amazing essence of time. When Yang Feng's eyes regained their luster, he showed a smile at once. Time stop is an advanced application of the essence of time. Of course, with Yang Feng's current strength, he can operate the essence of time to stop the time of existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank. However, he doesn't have the power to stop the time of transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Existences above the Moonlight Warlock rank are essentially transcendent rank existences. There is only a gap in strength between them and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, but there is no essential difference. Only Holy Spirit Warlocks surpass Moonlight Warlocks in essence. For Yang Feng's clone to operate the essence of time to stop the time of Yang Feng's true body, his mastery of the essence of time is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. To be able to stop the time of powerhouses of the same rank, I'm afraid that the Time Lord was no more than this. As expected of a treasure left by an eternal sovereign, it's really mysterious. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Great Holy Step Optical Computer Network quickly deduced the mysteries of the essence of time. Yang Feng sat down cross-legged again. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Yang Feng's eyes regained their luster, and he communicated with the wall of reflection and entered the dreamland space. He's finally starting to challenge again. Do you think he can succeed? It's hard to guess. Such a monster can't be predicted with common sense. The Taboo Imperial Court's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses revealed excitement in their eyes. After a quarter of an hour, a fearsome torrent of time erupted from Yang Feng, and wisps of time aura revolved around him. This is the power of time. He has grasped the law of time. No. It's the profound of time. He actually grasped the profound of time. What a monster. The eyes of the Taboo Imperial Court's warlock monarchs shimmered with astonishment, and they exclaimed. The profound of time was one of the most difficult profound to comprehend in this world. Counting from the establishment of the first Warlock Dynasty era, the number of human experts who grasped the essence of time was less than 100. On average, in 10,000 years, no one had been able to grasp the profound meaning of time. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord, has grasped the profound meaning of time. The other 7 Warlock Emperors are all amazing and invincible figures. But at most, they have grasped the law of time. None of them has grasped the profound meaning of time. The profound meaning of time, the profound meaning of space, and the profound meaning of fate. If he can grasp the most mysterious profound meaning of fate, there will be a glimmer of hope for him to promote to an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng, he may become the first eternal sovereign of the human race. The Taboo Imperial Court's warlock monarchs commented and looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in their eyes. Human warlocks have mastered many relic sites of eternal sovereigns. From the information left by those eternal sovereigns, it has been inferred that if a warlock emperor rank powerhouse wants to promote to an eternal sovereign, in addition to mastering one kind of essence, they must also master the essence of time, the essence of space, and the essence of fate. Only then can they promote to an eternal sovereign and have an immortal soul. However, among the 3 essences, there are often peerless geniuses who comprehend the essence of space. However, the essence of time and the essence of fate are too abstruse, and it is difficult for ordinary people to master them. It was because of his special physique that the Time Lord was able to master the essence of time and promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with the essence of time as his foundation. Of the 3 essences, Yang Feng has already mastered the essence of time and the essence of space. At present, he is the most promising human warlock genius to advance to an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng took a step forward, broke through the 800-meter boundary, walked towards the 700-meter boundary, and then stopped at the 700-meter boundary. In the dreamland space, another copy of Yang Feng appeared. Yang Feng's clone seems to have turned into a huge black hole that devoured everything, light and matter. With Yang Feng's quasi-holy step strength, he can only sense the existence of the copy by relying on his extraordinary perception. He can't see the copy, nor can he use soul force to perceive it. Yang Feng's copy moved slightly, and a black hole that can devour everything barreled towards Yang Feng's true body with hair-raising might. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. A river of time emerged around him, accelerated the flow of time by 20 times, and he fled frantically towards the outside. The black hole formed by the copy shone in Yang Feng's direction, and a fearsome devour force erupted and enveloped Yang Feng's true body in an instant. Under the pull of the fearsome devour force, Yang Feng was pulled towards the fearsome black hole inch by inch. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the black hole formed by the copy. A variety of powerful single-target offensive spells barreled towards the black hole like a tide. Countless rays of light shone in the void. The terrifying black hole slightly expanded and easily devoured the countless single-target offensive spells, not setting off the slightest ripple. Yang Feng's mind stirred, and he cut off the connection with the wall of reflection and left the dreamland. The essence of devour of the copy is extremely terrifying. Once he is devoured by the black hole formed by the copy, even Yang Feng's true body may be killed. In the world of warlocks, there are many strange phenomena. The dream world's dream existences can interfere with things in the real world. At the same time, after the copy devours Yang Feng's true body, it may even transform from a fantasy life form into a real existence. Amazing! This is the path to the limit of the essence of devour. That's amazing! As soon as Yang Feng regained consciousness, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The essence of devour is the path Yang Feng created himself. Without an Empyrean-grade secret method to refer to, he can only explore step by step. The appearance of the copy once again revealed the essence of devour to him. Yang Feng sat on the ground, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he began to use his great holy step computing power to analyze the mysteries of the essence of devour. Time elapsed, and 10 years passed in a flash. Yang Feng stood up and communicated with the wall of reflection. Do you think he can pass? He should be able to. When Yang Feng moved, the other warlock monarchs opened their eyes, stared at him, and commented. In the fantasy world, the two black holes intertwined and tore at each other. The power between the two black holes was in a stalemate. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of Yang Feng's true body, and he deduced and made his essence of devour more powerful and perfect. Under the attack of Yang Feng's devour black hole, the devour black hole formed by the clone collapsed inch by inch, and wisps of pure power poured into Yang Feng from the clone. After a stalemate, the power of the copy collapsed. Suddenly, an almost endless power containing countless knowledge and mysteries poured into Yang Feng's body. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, a huge crack appeared on the wall of reflection, and then it split in the next moment. What's going on? The wall of reflection has cracked. That's a treasure left by an eternal sovereign. Stunned, the warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial dynasty looked at the cracked wall of reflection, unable to believe their eyes. As a treasure left by an eternal sovereign, the wall of reflection is extremely mysterious. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if they don't go all out and use an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they won't be able to cause any damage to the wall of reflection. Now that the wall of reflection has cracked, the warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial dynasty are dumbfounded and shocked. Cyan streams of air flew out of the wall of reflection and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng's body, as if it had turned into a fearsome black hole, continuously absorbed the green streams of air. Every time he devoured a green stream of air, Yang Feng's breath became stronger by a fraction. The celestial body where the wall of reflection is located cracked inch by inch, mountains crumbled, tsunamis rose, and gales swept by. This is a scene of the end of the world. Chapter 10-12. Damn it! What's going on? It seems that this celestial body is finished. Faced with the doomsday scene of the celestial body shattering, the warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court didn't panic. Instead, powerful magic shields appeared around them. When the lava and rocks slammed into the warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court, they were easily ricocheted, unable to harm them at all. Each warlock monarch rank warlock is tyrannical in strength. They can easily destroy a world by themselves. Unless it's the explosion of a grade 4 plane or above, only then can they be harmed. The world where the wall of reflection is located isn't a complete grade 4 plane, but a celestial secret realm. The explosion of such a celestial secret realm can't harm human warlock monarch rank warlocks at all. The warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court focused their gazes on Yang Feng with dignified looks in their eyes. A steady stream of green streams poured into Yang Feng from the wall of reflection, and countless mysterious runes appeared around him. The eyes of the powerhouses of the taboo imperial court shimmered with envy. They are aware that Yang Feng has gained tremendous benefits from the wall of reflection. However, no one went to disturb him. If they disturbed Yang Feng's advancement under these circumstances, they would become mortal enemies. Even with the protection of the taboo imperial court, Yang Feng won't let the matter rest. A fearsome spatial force emerged from Yang Feng, and a spatial gate that looks like it's formed from countless spatial gates suddenly emerged. Ripples of time set off around the spatial gate, and a torrent of time suddenly emerged and surrounded the spatial gate. Black stars strangely appeared, and in the center of the black stars was a terrifying black hole. That terrifying black hole seemed to completely devour time and space with every breath it took, as if it could even easily devour a universe. Outside of the black star, there was an incomparably huge star that seemed to be able to suppress everything. When the four visions emerged, they turned into countless runes that entered Yang Feng's body inch by inch. Wisps of immortal might slowly diffused from Yang Feng. Immortal body. This is an immortal body. He actually formed an immortal body. Damn it. He's forming an immortal body. Condensing an immortal body at the half-saint realm is truly too heaven-defying. The taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs stared at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. O Sheng looked at Yang Feng, who is exuding wisps of immortal aura midair, his eyes shimmered with bitterness, and he sighed faintly, "This is a true genius, a darling of the universe. You really don't give people a way out." As the #1 warlock monarch genius of the taboo imperial court, O Sheng once fought against the fiend emperor and escaped unscathed. However, no matter how hard O Sheng tried, he was unable to cross that boundary and condense an immortal body at the half-sage realm. The experts who had condensed the immortal body in the semi-sage realm were the true monstrous geniuses with boundless potential. At the time, the 8 warlock emperors competed with the quasi-holy steppe powerhouses who formed an immortal body. After defeating the quasi-holy steppe powerhouses who formed an immortal body one by one, they finally ascended the throne and became warlock emperors, invincible in an era. O Sheng, Wei Yang, and Luo Yi are all quasi-holy steppe powerhouses who have condensed a small world inside them. Even among quasi-holy steppe powerhouses, they are at the top. However, the gap between them and quasi-holy steppe powerhouses like the Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng who have condensed an immortal body is hopeless. Wei Yang also smiled bitterly, "Some people are born to make others despair." Luo Yi sighed faintly, "This is the era of Yang Feng and them. Let's find a way to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope during the Great Tribulation." O Sheng, Wei Yang, and Luo Yi are currently the 3 powerhouses of the taboo imperial court most hopeful to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. O Sheng, in particular, has a deep foundation. If he attacks the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at this time, he has a 30% chance of advancing to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. O Sheng has been sitting in front of the wall of reflection for hundreds of years because he wants to condense an immortal body in the quasi-holy steppe. Now that he sees that Yang Feng has condensed an immortal body in less than 50 years, he is extremely depressed. After the countless anomalies turned into runes and entered Yang Feng's body, he opened his eyes, and his eyes shone like stars, and wisps of holy might slowly diffused from them. Holy Spirit Warlock rank might. His soul is still in the quasi-holy steppe, but he has condensed an immortal body. This is the holy might emitted by an immortal body. He really succeeded. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng from the taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs. They all know that if Yang Feng doesn't die, he will advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. This is my immortal body spacetime devour body. Awesome. Any power Upanishad I can use now is 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, with the immortal body providing me with a steady stream of power, I can use many powerful secret treasures and secret methods. With a thought, Yang Feng scanned his immortal body and felt that it contains terrifying power and endless mysteries, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. Originally, after comprehending the essence of time, Yang Feng didn't have the confidence to defeat a powerhouse favored by the universe's dark side like the Fiend Emperor in a one-on-one fight. But now, he has full confidence to fight the Fiend Emperor. With a flash of light, O Sheng's group of 3 appeared in front of Yang Feng. O Sheng took the initiative to speak, "Hello, Yang Feng, I am O Sheng from the Taboo Imperial Court. This is Wei Yang and Luo Yi. Can we be friends? Yang Feng smiled slightly and said apologetically, of course not. By the way, I accidentally destroyed the wall of reflection. I'm sorry. If it was an enemy, Yang Feng wouldn't feel any psychological burden. But the Taboo Imperial Court and the Battle Demon sect are the closest allies. The wall of reflection is a part of the Taboo Imperial Court's underlying strength. Now that it was destroyed by Yang Feng, he naturally feels embarrassed. Wei Yang responded with a warm smile, we are not responsible for this. You should talk to the Taboo Monarch. However, I don't think she would mind. After all, we are the closest allies. Since Yang Feng has formed the immortal body, there is no doubt that he will advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. Coupled with the Battle Demon sect's deep underlying strength, it can even suppress the undying Hellion ancestor. The Taboo Imperial Court will naturally take the initiative to befriend such a powerhouse. If an ordinary rogue cultivator dared to destroy the Taboo Imperial Court's wall of reflection, the Taboo Imperial Court won't let the matter rest. Even if it mobilizes a great holy step powerhouse, the rogue cultivator will be suppressed and killed. O Sheng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and pinnacle quasi-holy rank life force slowly spread from him, and he said, Yang Feng, I want to swap pointers with you. Can I? Yang Feng replied with a smile, okay. Wei Yang waved his hand, and a huge spatial gate appeared, let's go. Let's go to the glory realm. O Sheng, Yang Feng, and the other warlock monarchs of the Taboo Imperial Court turned into streams of light and entered the huge spatial gate. The Taboo Imperial Court's headquarters, the Royal Palace. Sitting in a garden, the Taboo monarch logged into the weave leisurely and surfed freely. All kinds of mystical extraordinary plants were blooming with bright flowers, and wisps of pure creature mana flew out of those flowers and entered the Taboo King's body, increasing her cultivation base at every moment. Suddenly, the Taboo monarch frowned and sighed faintly, the wall of reflection was destroyed, and Yang Feng formed the immortal body. This is bad news and good news. An enigmatic ray shimmered in the Taboo monarch's beautiful eyes, and she picked up a document, scanned it, and sighed, immortal body, formed the immortal body in the quasi-holy step. He's really the strongest genius of the human race at present. Only the hidden freaks of those few forces can contend against him. Moreover, those forces have finally released the monsters they've been nurturing. The Zhangji Plains human race has given birth to a total of 8 warlock dynasties. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, many powerful warlock groups have been born, and there is no lack of warlock groups guarded by great holy step powerhouses. Some warlock groups even fought against the 8 warlock emperors, but were eventually defeated. However, some of those warlock groups were wiped out by the 8 warlock emperors, while others hid in the deepest part of the universe to reproduce. Most of the 8 warlock emperors have extraordinary bearing. As long as there isn't a blood feud, they naturally won't take the initiative to go to the depths of the universe with their true bodies. This allowed those warlock groups to escape a calamity. Moreover, in the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, countless geniuses were born, established their own warlock groups, and then hid in the depths of the universe when the dynasties collapsed. The Human Supreme Council headed by the 6 warlock dynasties has gathered about half of the power of the universe's humans, while the remaining half is scattered throughout the vast universe. The human warlock groups naturally want to obtain the hegemony of the Zhangji Plain. After countless selections and spending countless resources, they cultivated extremely terrifying geniuses. In addition, the Star Imperial Court, the Undying Imperial Court, and the other 4 warlock dynasties have spent countless resources to cultivate the geniuses they unearthed. This is the top secret of each warlock dynasty. The Taboo monarch has vaguely obtained some information. There was a flash of excitement in the Taboo monarch's beautiful eyes, and she smiled and turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Oh, Sheng wants to swap pointers with Yang Feng. Interesting, let's see how strong Yang Feng who formed the immortal body is. Chapter 10-13. The Glory Realm is a special secret realm. It is extremely vast, equivalent to a small world. In the Glory Realm, there are mysterious runes engraved everywhere. Even if great holy step powerhouses fight, they won't be able to destroy this world. There is a crystal city floating above the Glory Realm. Inside the crystal city, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and above of the Taboo Imperial Court are looking down with expectant looks on their faces. The floating crystal city, which covers an area of thousands of hectares, is the spectator stand of the Glory Realm. No matter how fierce the fighting in the Glory Realm is, it won't affect the spectator stand. Will Osheng challenge Yang Feng this time? I heard that Yang Feng has formed an immortal body. Osheng is bound to lose this time. It's hard to say. Yang Feng has just formed an immortal body, so he may not be able to exert the power of the immortal body. Osheng still has a chance to win. In other words, you're optimistic about Osheng. No, I'm still more optimistic about Yang Feng. However, I think that Osheng should be able to force Yang Feng to use his true ability. Is that so? I think so too. After all, Osheng is the #1 quasi-holy in the Taboo Imperial Court. Even if he is not Yang Feng's opponent, he should be able to force him to use his true ability. In the Crystal Palace, the Taboo Imperial Court's powerhouses are discussing spiritedly. No one believes that Osheng will win. However, they were looking forward to Osheng breaking out and forcing Yang Feng to use his true abilities, letting them experience the terror of the immortal body. Her Majesty is here. Her Majesty is here. A voice suddenly sounded. In the Crystal Palace, gazes focused on the entrance, and everyone became quiet. Accompanied by 4 beautiful warlocks, the Taboo Monarch strode in, a fragrance wafting from her. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in the Crystal Palace saw the Taboo Monarch, they bowed slightly and saluted her. The Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses put their hands on their chest and saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Although the Taboo Monarch is the monarch of the Taboo Imperial Court, but Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses don't have to kneel to her. The Taboo King nodded slightly and walked to the edge of the Crystal Palace. She stood beside Wei Yang and Luo Yi and looked down. Wei Yang, Luo Yi, Osheng, and the Taboo Monarch are the 4 powerhouses of the Taboo Imperial Court most likely to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. The Taboo Monarch had the highest status among the 4, while the other 3 were only slightly inferior to her. If Osheng and the other 2 can advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, then their status will be higher than that of the Taboo Monarch. The Taboo Emperor was like a sect master of a large sect. She was in charge of all sorts of miscellaneous matters in the Taboo dynasty. The Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Taboo Imperial Court are basically in closed-door cultivation or traveling the universe. They are not willing to attend to mundane affairs. Even in the eras of the 8 Warlock dynasties, it was the Infinity Warlock and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who truly managed the Warlock dynasties. Since the Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are pursuing the mysteries of the universe, they will only appear on the most important matters. 99% of the other matters are handled by the Infinity Warlock and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Therefore, no matter the era, the Infinity Warlock and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are in the upper echelon of warlocks and wield great power. In the center of the Glory Realm, there are 2 people, Osheng and Yang Feng. Osheng said calmly, Yang Feng, you have formed an immortal body. I will go all out. But I hope you understand that I don't have any hatred for you. If I offend you in any way, please be lenient and don't hurt my soul. Yang Feng, who has formed an immortal body, has become a pinnacle quasi-holy powerhouse. Osheng is well aware that he is not Yang Feng's opponent. He just wants to compare notes with Yang Feng and see the gap between him and Yang Feng. He doesn't want to be misunderstood and killed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, Osheng, don't worry, go ahead. I will be lenient. Then be careful. O Sheng barked, and countless runes appeared all over him. The bloodline force inside him boiled, and countless runes emerged. In an instant, O Sheng transformed into a 100-meter-long primordial black dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuding primordial breath. The primordial black dragon is extremely powerful, and it feeds on arch-gods. Every day, it would devour 10,000 ancient gods. It was ferocious beyond compare. The primordial dragon flames are even more terrifying. The dragon flames spewed by the great holy steppe primordial black dragon can even burn the fleshly body of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse to ashes. After O Sheng transformed into a primordial black dragon, he opened his maw and belched dragon flames that seemed capable of suppressing, incinerating, and purifying everything swept towards Yang Feng in an instant. In an instant, the temperature within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius rose by more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, and flames rose in many places. The dragon flames spewed by the primordial black dragon O Sheng transformed into are extremely powerful. They are a natural fusion of the essence of power and the essence of fire. Although the primordial black dragon flames condensed to the extreme and didn't leak any power, but they still resonated with the surrounding fire elemental particles and turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. If this was an ordinary world, O Sheng's attack would be able to turn the world into a sea of fire and burn all life forms in the world to death. Mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the surrounding space twisted and distorted. When the primordial black dragon's dragon flames slammed into the distorted space, it burned and destroyed the distorted space, and then swept towards Yang Feng. One after another, as if there is no end to the distorted space appeared around Yang Feng. The primordial black dragon's dragon flames destroyed hundreds of distorted spaces in a row, and then were channeled into a void. Yang Feng stabbed with his hand into an empty space. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. Streaks of incomparably terrifying sharp blades shot out from the body of the black dragon that O Sheng had transformed into, spreading in all directions. A large amount of blood spilled from the black dragon O Sheng transformed into, causing him to issue an earth-shaking wail. His huge body shook slightly, and then he fell to the ground. That's it. O Sheng was defeated just like that. Yang Feng is actually this strong. That's too heaven-defying. That's incredible. The many powerhouses present inhaled a breath of cold air and stared at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. O Sheng is the #1 expert among the taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs. If the taboo monarch doesn't use an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, she may not be his opponent. O Sheng had once fought against the demon emperor and managed to escape unscathed. For such a fearsome powerhouse to be defeated by Yang Feng in one move is simply unbelievable. Amazing. Yang Feng, you're really strong. I'm going to use a secret treasure. Be careful. The eyes of the black dragon that O Sheng had transformed into were crimson, spatial ripples appeared around him, and a holy-grade secret treasure, the Holy Dragon Pearl, exuding mysterious dragon might, suddenly emerged and flew into his mouth. In an instant, the injuries of the primordial black dragon O Sheng transformed into healed completely. At the same time, it shrunk to about 50 meters in size, and wisps of holy might slowly diffused from the primordial black dragon. Yang Feng glanced at O Sheng, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he said flatly, with the help of the Holy Dragon Ball, you transformed your body into an existence similar to an immortal body. This must be a great burden on your body. You can't even last 3 minutes in such a high-intensity battle. That's right. Even with the help of the Holy Dragon Ball, there is still a huge gap between my immortal body and a true immortal body. However, in this way, I will have the power to fight you head-on. O Sheng's eyes flashed with scorching flames, and he suddenly erupted. His body blurred, and he appeared above Yang Feng and sent a claw shrouded in the essence of power and the essence of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Existences favored by the universe like the primordial black dragon can innately manipulate the essence of power and the essence of fire and fuse the two essences. This is the terrifying power of heaven and earth variants. Even if they don't cultivate the eternal imperishable body, they can instinctively use the power of fusing essences. Stop! Yang Feng glanced at O Sheng and uttered flatly. A torrent of time instantly enveloped O Sheng. In an instant, he felt as if his thoughts and actions were frozen, and his speed became more than 10 times slower. He could not circulate his power freely at all, and every inch of his movements became as slow as a snail. Time stop, it's really difficult to work against powerhouses who have formed an immortal body. At most, it can only slow down the other party's speed. Yang Feng looked at O Sheng, who has become as slow as a snail in his eyes, and his eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He appeared behind O Sheng and punched him in the back. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, O Sheng fell from the sky like a meteor and blasted open a huge hole in the ground. O Sheng spewed out a large mouthful of blood and the holy dragon ball, and his aura became extremely weak. He lost. O Sheng, he lost this time. So strong. Yang Feng is really strong. He formed an immortal body. Yang Feng is the first human quasi-holy to form an immortal body. I'm afraid that he is already the #1 human warlock monarch rank powerhouse. In the Crystal Palace, when the Taboo Imperial Court's warlocks saw O Sheng spit out the Holy Dragon Ball, they revealed complicated looks in their eyes. Chapter 10:14. Black light flickered, and O Sheng recovered his human form. He looked at Yang Feng with a complicated expression and sighed, "I lost." A complicated expression on his face, O Sheng asked, "Yang Feng, how much of your strength did you use when you fought me?" Yang Feng replied, 70% power. In fact, after forming the immortal body, Yang Feng only used 50% of his power to deal with O Sheng. However, he was also an idiot, so he naturally had to give O Sheng some face. O Sheng shook his head with a complicated expression and said with a smile, 70%. In that case, you only used 40 to 50% of your strength to deal with me. What a terrifying fellow. Come on, let's go get a drink. Yang Feng also said straightforwardly, okay. O Sheng, Wei Yang, and Luo Yi, these peerless geniuses of the Taboo Imperial Court have hopes of promoting to Holy Spirit warlocks in the future and becoming powerful existences similar to the guardians of their race. The more friends he had, the better. After all, even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, who is invincible in the world and suppresses countless planes, they won't ignore a Holy Spirit warlock. In the Celestial Spring Pavilion, the best hotel in the Taboo Dynasty headquarters. O Sheng, Wei Yang, Luo Yi, and the warlock monarchs around the Wall of Reflection gathered together, drank wine, and chatted about the local conditions and customs of various planes as well as the obstacles encountered in cultivation. Each of the Taboo Imperial Court's warlock monarchs around the Wall of Reflection occupies at least 30+ planes and controls tremendous resources. It was an eye-opener for Yang Feng to be well informed. After 3 rounds of drinking, O Sheng said, "Yang Feng, you have formed an immortal body, what are your plans for the next step?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "I plan to go into seclusion to consolidate my cultivation base." In fact, Yang Feng has already made plans. The next step is to sneak into the Gumana Universe's Blasteel race and find a way to steal their core technology. In the Gumana Universe, the development of the Blasteel race is similar to that of the Shizu, but they take the path of a fusion of mechanical technology and life technology. The Blasteel race's Blasteel Lord is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. If he can get all of the Blasteel race's core technology, Yang Feng's Shizu technology will advance by leaps and bounds. Similarly, if the Blasteel powerhouse can get Shizu technology from Yang Feng, then the Blasteel race's technology can evolve by leaps and bounds, and may even make a breakthrough and bring the Blasteel race to the next level. O Sheng asked, "Are you interested in challenging the Eternal Ancient Road?" As soon as this statement came out, the warlock monarchs stopped chatting and focused their gazes on young Feng. The Eternal Ancient Road was an extremely treacherous star path, filled with countless ferocious transcendent lifeforms. Many extraordinary creatures were failed products of the war weapons created by the Eternals, and they were thrown into the Eternal Road. The Eternal Ancient Road is full of dangers. If Infinity Warlocks enter it, they will die without a doubt. They are only food at the bottom of the food chain. If a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse enters it, they will most likely die. Even if Holy Spirit Warlock and Great Holy Step powerhouses enter, they will be in great danger. The Eternal Ancient Road was a terrifying star path that human warlocks had never conquered. Even when the human 8 warlock emperors were at their peak, they didn't lead troops to attack the Eternal Ancient Road and clean up the ferocious existences inside. In the world of warlocks, many Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses fought on the Eternal Ancient Road in search of opportunities to evolve. In the deepest part of the Eternal Ancient Road, legend has it that there are hidden opportunities and mysteries for promoting to eternal sovereigns. According to history, the Eternals known to people have gone to the deepest part of the Eternal Road and left something behind. The Eternal Road is also known as the Emperor Road. Except for heaven and earth variants like the Primal Chaos Mother Spider who are born as Warlock Emperors, any Warlock Emperor has gone to the Eternal Road to temper themselves, fight the extraordinary life forms left behind by Eternals, fight supreme geniuses of the same rank, and fight all kinds of fearsome existences, temper their path, and finally promote to a Warlock Emperor. Yang Feng shook his head and said, "With my current strength, I'm still too weak. After I promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock, I'll go to the Eternal Road." Yang Feng's greatest strength is that he knows his limits. Although he has formed an immortal body, but he can only contend against the weakest Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. Holy Spirit Warlocks are also divided into grades. The most powerful Holy Spirit Warlocks even have the strength to kill Yang Feng at this time. However, in the Eternal Road, even great Holy Step powerhouses are in danger of dying. He has no interest in venturing into the Eternal Road at this time. O Xing said, "Yang Feng, when you're interested in venturing into the Eternal Road, let's go together. The Eternal Road is full of dangers. Since quasi-Holy Step powerhouses naturally have to enter in teams, otherwise, they may die inside." After the banquet, Yang Feng returned to the Battle Demon Sect's base. The universe's favor has been cleared. The power I absorbed from the wall of reflection this time should be the power of the universe's favor. When Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, he immediately sensed that more than 99% of the universe's favor has disappeared, and he realized that the power he obtained from the wall of reflection should be related to the universe's favor. The wall of reflection contains the power of an eternal sovereign's dream god heart. That kind of power could reflect one's own body and deduce one's path forward. It was extremely miraculous. Yang Feng's essence of devour has reached a terrifying realm, and he triggered the wall of reflection's mechanism, which allowed him to completely devour the mystical power contained in the wall of reflection. Of course, without enough universe's favor, with Yang Feng's current cultivation base in the essence of devour, the probability of triggering the wall of reflection's mechanism is very small. Universe's favor seems useless, but in fact, it can bring out all kinds of small probability events to the limit and turn them into certain events. For top powerhouses, universe's favor is an extremely precious existence. With a thought, Yang Feng immersed himself in the weave. It's been 2 years. The wall of reflection is located in a special secret realm. The flow of time in the secret realm is 10:1 compared to the Zhangji plane. 10 years in the wall of reflection is only 1 year in this universe. Yang Feng carefully browsed the information recorded in the weave. However, in the past 2 years, geniuses have emerged like cabbages. During the 2 years Yang Feng has been in seclusion, countless hidden geniuses have emerged like cabbages. Bu Liantian and Yen Maoan, who used to be in the top 10 on the core world's infinity list, have been easily defeated. Young geniuses from the 6 warlock dynasties have stepped on these geniuses and set foot in the top 10 on the infinity list. The new Dawn dynasty, which has inherited the legacy of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, has formed an alliance with several powerful warlock groups scattered in the universe that were defeated by the 6 Warlock dynasties. The alliance is called the Dawn Alliance. The master of the new Dawn dynasty is said to be a supreme god avatar of the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord was a Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock dynasty. Although he wasn't among the strongest Warlock Emperors, but he was still a genuine Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. His god avatar also possesses terrifying battle prowess. Due to the prestige of the Dawn Lord, many warlock groups in the Human Supreme Council left the council and sided with the Dawn Alliance. The 3 warlock dynasties of the Western world were the first to leave the Human Supreme Council and side with the Dawn Alliance. Before the rise of the Dawn Lord, the entire Tsangji Plain was a world of Eastern warlocks. With his peerless talent, the Dawn Lord defeated an era's worth of warlock geniuses from the Eastern world, recruited countless experts, and founded the Dawn dynasty. The Dawn Lord was a genius born in the Western world. In his prime, he was relatively fair to the Eastern world and the Western world, and was slightly biased towards the Western world. It was during this period that the Western world achieved a golden age of development, and rose to the same level as the Eastern world. The Dawn Lord's reputation among human warlocks in the Western world was more than 100 times that of the other 7 warlock emperors. Since the Dawn Lord returned, virtually the entire Western world naturally submitted to the Dawn Alliance. As soon as the Dawn Alliance returned, it obtained a large amount of land from the Western world in the Tsangji Plain. At the same time, the Dawn Alliance put forward a request for the 9 branch continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit route occupied by the Human Supreme Council. The Dawn Alliance didn't object to the 6 branch continents occupied by the 6 warlock dynasties. However, they requested that at least 2 of the remaining 3 branch floating continents be taken away. The Human Supreme Council opposed the Dawn Alliance and declared that the territory of the Tsangji Plain's western world occupied by the Dawn Alliance belonged to the Human Supreme Council. If it wasn't for the Gumana universe's powerhouses eyeing covetously from the sidelines and many other races coveting the status of the human race. If it wasn't for the Gumana universe's powerhouses and the other races coveting the position of the human race, the Human Supreme Council and the Dawn Alliance would have immediately fought over the leadership of the human race. Each of the gold lakes on the Heaven and Earth Spirit root branch floating continent breeds the embryonic form of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Moreover, the gold lakes have the power to restore Holy Spirit warlocks, and are expanding at all times. They are enough to become the headquarters of a powerful force, which naturally makes people envious. Yang Feng is glad that he was decisive enough at the time to pretend to be from the Golem dynasty and snatch a branch continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root. It is because of this that he was able to resurrect the brilliant Great Holy and obtain great benefits from the branch continent. If Yang Feng hadn't snatched a branch continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root, he would never have become a chairman of the Human Supreme Council and obtained great power. With a flash of light, the Star Monarch's image suddenly appeared, and she looked at Yang Feng with bright eyes and said, "Yang Feng, you're back. Very well, please come to the headquarters of the Supreme Council Alliance. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.